Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, talking about that Astros loss yesterday. They lose 3-1. And, yeah, Tarek can pitch. He's pretty damn good. That when he can hump it up at 100 and then change you up, and then he's got a nice slide. He's got it all. He's got the whole package. Skubal was not in trouble not one time yesterday, Lance, despite what the people were saying before the game.
I don't know what people said that.
Yeah, people were saying that Skubal was in trouble.
Yeah, those people were wrong.
And they were wrong. He was not in any trouble.
It's weird because it's not like, okay, yes, he has the most wins in the American League. Yes, he has the lowest ERA. Yes, he has the most strikeouts. But that shouldn't mean that he should be good in a playoff game against a lineup that hasn't really been hitting that much lately, and it's full of guys coming off injury issues.
Well, and here's the thing is, it was the Astros were actually a favorite yesterday. They were minus 141.
Well, Fromber's been really good.
Fromber's been great, but then playoff Fromber showed up. Last year in the playoffs, Fromber sucked.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, and we didn't really point that out. We had our group chat, you and me and a couple other guys, and
Dell
sitting right here.
Well, I know, but I don't want to add Raheel to it.
Why not? Why not?
Sorry.
Too late now.
Too late now.
Maybe you don't want to add Raheel because of some of the things you were saying yesterday. But
no, because of some of the things he says in there. He's a bad person.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, we were, chatting about it, and Dell, you had mentioned, hey, one thing we forgot to talk about was how crappy Fromber was in the postseason last year. But why would we suspect that he would be crappy again? I mean, there was nothing. The last 3 months, Fromber has been fantastic.
There's nothing.
Why would things change against a really bad lineup?
Yeah.
Why would things change?
No, the number was a good number at 140. It's not an outrageous favorite, and you're going against a great pitcher. Fromber has been good. There's nothing to think that Fromber's been good in the postseason before. It just. He was up in the zone with his curveball. He was just lollipopping the curveball, and there was no bite.
He couldn't find the zone.
And then he couldn't find – well, in that inning, he had that issue. He got 0-2. He's got a man on first. He's 0-2. And this is classic Fromber. Finish him. He starts to nibble, trying to make people chase his pitches. Fromber, you're facing a lineup that's not great, and you're at contact, and you're a pitcher that gets double plays, and you got a man on first, and you got 2 strikes. Pitch to contact every once in a while. Don't put people on base unnecessarily with walks. Don't go deep in his curveball was just not biting. It was not down in the zone. But you're right. That second inning, he couldn't find the zone, and he got himself in trouble because he's sitting there picking. And before you know it, and I mean, they hit him good. It's not like they didn't have solid base hits on them. They did.
Oh, my God. But Rogers and Sweeney? I mean, he's just throwing it right over the plate, belt high. Couldn't have been. I mean, and Rogers and Sweeney are 2 of the worst hitters.
I know.
It's like it would be like if Maldonado and.
But they did. Maldonado would get hits in the postseason that were critical hits.
Well,
that's the crazy thing about
it. But
it's not like they put, they had the 3 runs in that inning and that was it.
So if you look at Fromber,
and then you couldn't get him in trouble.
He is off and on. Odd years, he's good.
That's what it is.
No, excuse me. Odd years, he's awful.
This is an
even years, he's been good. So the trend would have been him to be good in his first start. Because you look at him 2020, back in the COVID year, he was 3-1 with an ERA under 2. 2021, 1-1 in 5 games, ERA over 7. 2021, 2022, 3-0, ERA under 1.5, obviously, and won the World Series. Last year, stunk. 0-3, ERA at 9.
God, he was that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be the year.
Wait, he was the final. No, Christian.
That was Javier.
No, it was Javier had the Game 7 start.
Oh. So this was supposed to be a year where he was good. It was supposed to be good Fromber, and we got average to below average Fromber yesterday.
Below average.
I'd say below average.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was way below.
It's not the worst Fromber by any stretch, but it was a below average Fromber.
Particularly when Skubal's on the other side.
Well, that's just it. I mean, look, this is why we said, it's a short series. Who would you least like to face? Probably the Triple Crown Cy Young Award winner.
Well, but here's the deal, though.
All things equal.
Here's the deal, though. they don't have anything after him, though. I mean, they're going to 2 bullpen. They're going to 2 openers here. They literally, I've never seen a playoff team that has 1 starter. That's it. That's all they got. And so today, I mean, it figured that the Astros would lose yesterday. You're facing the Cy Young Award winner, and Fromber should have been much better than he was, but he wasn't. And he got lit up by the bottom of the order. Jake Rogers. I mean, now you know what? You lost the Verlander trade yesterday. Rogers was in that deal for Verlander. Verlander's not even on the team. He's not good enough to be on the. In 2024, the Verlander trade killed you. It's just killed you yesterday. Now you got it. But how in the world Jake Rogers and Tween? Who? What the bleep?
All it takes is an inning. When you're facing Scoobo, all it takes is an inning, especially when you have a lineup that look, the Astros were not a very good team by Astros standards this year. They can't have this. The series isn't over by any stretch. No. But you have no room for error now.
No, listen. This was a likely scenario, and so you can't freak out. You were going to lose to the best pitcher in the game. He and Sale were the 2 best pitchers in baseball. So you were likely going to lose, even though you were a favorite in this game. You're at home. You got a better lineup, all of that stuff. You just didn't get good Fromber. You got below average Fromber. So that just happened. Now, I mean, now you got to take care of business. And you know what? This is a clutch team that always does take care of business. They have their backs against the wall much worse than this. I mean, you're facing 2 guys that are just guys. They're just guys. Now, we've also seen them before against just guys just throw up all over themselves. So,
yeah,
but this
not usually in the postseason.
Here's where the experience comes in, though. The Astros' experience versus their lack of experience. I'll tell you the truth. They looked like the experienced team yesterday. They really did. A.J. Hinch has done a hell of a job with the team. He's done a hell of a job. But you're supposed to win now. You got Hunter Brown on the mound, and then you got Kikuchi on the mound. You're supposed to win these 2 games. So you've got the better pitcher. They had the better pitcher yesterday. The Astros had the better pitchers going.
Well, I mean, that is true. They had the best pitcher on the mound, so now you've got the best 2 in the next 2, and it's just a matter of you got to get some runs early, take a little pressure off. What you don't want is pressure building at home. You're not a great home team. You haven't been for a couple of years. You need an early run. You need a run in the first 2 innings to a quick lead. Take a little pressure off. You don't want pressure building where guys get tight, start chasing pitches they shouldn't. That's how you lose. So it's just a matter of Astros just need to get some early runs on the board, and Hunter Brown be the same guy he's been for about 3 months now. And this should be the formula. They should be a substantial favorite today. They should win today, and then you move on to a game 3.
That's it.
So, okay. So let's talk about this weekend in football. We've got the Astros to the game 3. I'm not going to push them through to an automatic win in game 3, but this
I got that.
game is over.
That's it. This game's over. Tomorrow's
no,
game's over.
I take it back. Gilbert already said, did you save that by any chance? Where Gilbert said the Astros are going 0-2.
Do you want to relive it? I mean, everything is saved.
Well, he just said because he threatened, and I asked him if it was a threat. He said, I don't know if he said yes, but Gilbert hasn't gotten
the question.
He hasn't gotten a hat that he wanted. He demanded a hat from somebody.
From John,
who already brought him a bunch of egg rolls out of nowhere to be nice. And he goes, yeah, I want to. And John made the mistake of saying, yeah, I got a friend who works for the Astros. Get you a division hat. Well, he's like, where's that hat? Where's the hat and program? And then he goes, and John couldn't bring. He goes, Gilbert literally on the air said, the Astros are going 0-2. And it was the most jarring thing because it sounded like a threat. Like it sounded like a big threat. And don't think I didn't. You probably did too, John, if you check Twitter. People know that Gilbert's already put the 0-2 on them, and now they open up with a 3-1 loss. And now you're staring game 2 in the face with the curse of Gilbert on your back.
Well, I mean, the Astros are so good, they can overcome the Gilbert curse.
But what about if we're combining the Gilbert curse with your Trouble for Scooble thing that people are blaming too for what happened yesterday?
That's not to blame.
People like, if you were better at Pump It Up, things would have gone better yesterday.
Dr. Dre said that.
If people were better at Pump It Up,
Dr. Dre said that. Scooble's in trouble.
Dr. Dre's stupid.
And then someone concurred. Someone said, yeah. In Spanish even. They're like, They agreed with him in Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah.
This. Yeah.
Let me see.
Okay.
Astros
Yeah.
division championship hats. I'm looking
I
right
mean,
now.
it couldn't have been more creative and inventive. Trouble is.
Would you like to hear it again?
Yes, I would.
Okay, we'll play it when we come back.
Scooble isn't Trouble. That's right. Yes
All
or
right.
no?
I'm looking to see if there's
I'm not taking it back, and I'm not to blame for them not for Fromber throwing it over to the plate.
no.
For
You know,
Rogers and
there goes
Sweeney.
Laramie Granado again. No accountability.
No accountability. You're
No
right. You're damn right.
accountability.
Yeah, I'm not going to be accountable.
So
for
I'm
a
looking
loss.
right now. See, this is the
I was
trouble.
Thousands of miles away.
I can't. There's no Astros 2024 division champs hats. Like, I would go get one for Gilbert and bring it just because I'm that superstitious. There is no hat. Gilbert's asking. Wait a minute.
What?
There is one at some place called Rally House. I can't get this in time.
You can go to the team store and get a
Yeah,
hat.
you can. You're off at 10. You got till 1:30.
Yeah, go to the
No, I've got a business. I got a lunch meeting at noon.
Okay.
I
Go-
can't do this. I need one of you listeners. And this is at a
do
place
you
called
mean?
Rally House.
Head to the team store. When are they open?
Get a listener to do it that's over there.
You're the one who's
Hey,
freaking out.
we do this every day for you guys. How about you do something for the show?
I don't know if that's how this is supposed to work.
This is how it works.
We do this job, so
For you.
So
you
guys
do something for
do
us.
stuff for us.
When's the last
Yeah,
time you
no.
brought us food? Never?
Oh, really?
If
You know
you're
how much sleep
listening?
we've given up for these people.
Yeah, Dell.
I just don't think that's.
Oh, wow. Buying a hat for Gilbert, who's giving you a lot of joy.
I don't think we're supposed to make this transactional. Where hey,
We are.
We do this, so you guys need to do stuff for us.
What is this, your first day on the
I-
show?
No.
Yes, it's transactional.
But I just don't know if that's how it goes.
Well,
it does. It is how it
then
goes.
You don't know the premise of the show.
No.
Apparently not.
Only place I see this is Rally House, whatever
I
that
told
is.
you the team store will have a hat.
Okay, then order it and see if you can get it Ubered
Order
over
it.
here.
Just go over there. When's your lunch meeting?
Jesus.
You can go to the
Astros team store.
Go to the team store and then come back.
Because I actually care about the team, Dell.
Well, head out at 10.
I mean,
You'll have time.
Astros team store.
I don't know if
I'm
they
going to
open,
look. They're going to open early. Yeah, it's a 1:30. Well, I don't know. I'm just telling
Well, they
you now.
operate. They're
If-
open even when there are no games.
I truly
right?
believe Gilbert. First of all, I believe I'm dying in 2027 because Gilbert said it, and I also believe that there's a really good chance they go on too. Despite what I just said about Hunter Brown, I forgot about the Gilbert thing.
They open at 9. Would you like to leave the show early?
I don't really want to.
I mean, if you want to save the season, okay.
Where's the hats?
Granado is the Jim Cramer of sports. What does that mean?
Mad Money? What is he? What
Does
is he?
he get
I don't
stuff?
know.
Oh, is he kind of a jinx for?
No, Ted
Stocks
Cruz.
or something?
Well, Ted Cruz is in the building. If we're talking about jinxes.
Yeah, Ted Cruz.
Whoa! He wasn't there yesterday.
Yes, he
was
was.
No, he
No,
wasn't.
he wasn't.
I saw on Twitter. They said Ted Cruz is in the building.
No way.
No, they cannot be true. This guy has got to stop.
No, he can't go to games anymore.
Ted
I
Cruz.
mean, he
I'm
cannot
just
go to any
Googling.
games anymore. That dude is a jinx. Every game he goes to, they lose.
Oh my
Stop
God!
him.
Hold on. There's just no way. I think somebody just said that because the Astros lost.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz Astros. Ted Cruz curses
He's
Astros.
been in Houston. Great. Well,
Attended every postseason loss. Why haven't the Astros
This was the 30th. Great to be in Houston to meet with the employees of Enbridge. So you think he left or did he stay and go to the game? He was here on Sunday.
Jeez.
No, he was here on Monday. So did he leave or did he go to the game yesterday?
He's out on a tour doing something. He can't not be here.
People.
No, I don't think he was here.
He's
Of
out
course,
on
he
the
might not
tour.
post. Yeah,
I don't know.
he's going against Colin
He's
Allred.
campaigning.
Yeah, whatever. Going on a
Not,
tour.
he's out on the tour.
Same
Is he
thing.
playing music?
So I don't think
Is
here's
he-
the
is
thing.
he- is
He
he-
knows he's a
What's his
jinx.
tea time?
He's got to know he's a jinx. He's
No,
got to
I
know
don't-
he's a jinx. So I don't
You
think he would even
you
post a
don't think
picture
that
of
when
him.
it's you.
Yeah, no one
okay?
believes they're the jinx.
They're the jinx, right?
They
They
think,
don't
oh,
they're
that's
the-
crazy. That's not me.
Yeah, you guys.
Dude,
are just
he's like 0-7 in Astros postseason games. It's an insane amount of loss. There is no. Let me see. Hello, Astros. Checking to see if Ted Cruz has been banned.
Someone
from attending.
definitively said he was at the game. I don't know if there was a picture, but Ted Cruz is at the Astros. Maybe that's just, hey, we stink, so we're blaming Ted Cruz.
Yeah, right. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You've got some thoughts about yesterday. You're more than
Oh
welcome.
my God! If the Astros
in.
lose, it's all Ted Cruz's fault. We always lose when that a-hole goes to the games.
Wow,
He may
wow.
have been to a
That's
game.
ugly. That's ugly.
Well,
Break
but
it,
it's true.
Giselle. And we'll
can't win with Ted Cruz there. He cannot
investigate
go
further on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, if this don't get you pumped up for the playoffs, nothing does. All right? Now, you call in and you tell the Tigers what they got. And I'm gonna start it right now. Scooble, you got Trouble. Okay? That's right. That's right, baby.
Wait,
We
What
got to
does that
start with
mean?
something better than that.
That if that didn't start to pump up, I don't know what would.
I know.
Okay.
And it wasn't a bad session we had. It was not
No.
bad.
It was just lightly attended.
Scooble, you've got Trouble.
That's you damn right. You got Trouble. He had some trouble. He got in some trouble once he had two runners on. One time. Remember one time the Astros had two runners on?
Yeah, I remember that time.
Yeah.
Remember that one time?
Remember
when the Astros
Yiner
had
hit
some
a
runners?
ball off of his wrist? Remember? And we
Scooble.
thought, I hated to think this, but I was thinking, boy, I hope he can't pitch anymore.
I know. Well, I thought it was a good sign when he had
Am I a bad person for thinking that?
no, not at all.
No.
I thought it was a really interesting sign when he had, what was it, 6 pitches in the first inning and like 10 or 12 after 2?
He had 2 innings of 5 pitches.
Yeah, it was 10 after 2. Yeah. And I was like, hey,
No.
this
No,
isn't great. And then he
No.
actually had
No, he had 5 in the first and he had 5 in the 5th. So it was.
well, he didn't have a lot in the second.
No.
They were out of there pretty quick.
Yeah,
And
it was
but Scooble did end up with 88 pitches in 6 innings. So he ended up having to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, no, they made then Bregman made it work. Remember, back to back. Bregman had a 9-pitch at bat, then Yiner had, I think, another 9-pitch at bat. So they were starting to make it more. Bregman looked good yesterday. Bregman misses a homer by inches, literally inches. Jordan looked good. He hit that ball hard up the middle, and then he hit the double in the 9th.
Hey, Yiner also tried to get Scooble out of the game by hitting him in the hand.
Yeah.
He did everything he could.
He did everything he could. Went the other way, got the base hit to score the run. I mean, the guys that you wanted to step up. Altuve, maybe you could watch a pitch one time.
Hey,
maybe you could watch a pitch.
Yeah, I mean,
I
why?
hate to teach Altuve how to hit.
No, it's just not going to happen.
You're a leadoff hitter. You know what? One of the jobs of a leadoff hitter is to watch some pitches
Guys,
so that you give the pitcher.
We're trying to get out of Scooble territory. The best way to do that is get the pitch count up. Let's make him work a little bit, Altuve. But that's never. Has there ever been a more easy scouting report than first ball fastball hitter? Don't throw a hittable pitch in the first pitch. Because Jose Altuve is going to take a big cut.
He ripped that first pitch. I thought it was going to. It would look like a double, and it was a fly out to left. Yeah. Scooble took our strudel. Oh, Lance.
What?
Okay, that's your people.
What, the strudel?
Scooble took your strudel.
Yeah.
Okay?
No, he was dangerous. Do you know? Did you see the kid Will Vest that came in?
Oh my God! Thank God he pulled him.
Do you know? So I was having lunch yesterday with Scott Nethery from Quick Assist, one of the owners of Quick Assist, it's Blake and Scott. You know, they were on with us, and he's the one that worked for John Sherholtz for 14 years with the Braves doing advanced scouting. He was a special assistant to the GM, and then he worked for the Reds for 5 years. And we were talking. He told me about Will Vest. This is before he even came in the game. He said, he used to be he played a different position he was at Stephen F, and I think he was at a different position or something. And then, he was pitching, and he ran into a guy who was was an old friend or something. He goes, how's your son doing? He goes, oh, he's playing baseball. He's at Stephen F. And he goes, oh, is he? He goes, yeah, he's not bad. He's he's doing okay. He's hanging in. And like, that's good. I'd love to see him pitch sometime. And so he said, yeah, he played A&M the other day or something like that. So he said he went and pulled up the game. Scott did. This is a guy who worked in scouting in Major League Baseball for years. And he said, I went home, pulled it up, and I called the guy and I said, hey, you better be sitting down for this. Your son is a Major League prospect, whether you know it or not. He goes, what? He goes, I'm telling you, I just watched him, his arm action and all that stuff. And he threw at that time, I think he threw 90 miles an hour, 91. And he goes, he's a Major League prospect for sure. He's going to get drafted. And the guy said, are you sure? He goes, I'm telling you, I've done this a long time. He said the next game, there were 15 scouts at the game because, and Scott hadn't said anything to anyone, I don't think. He just recognizes that kind of talent. And so I asked him, and he said he's throwing, I said, 91, was that fast enough for you? He goes, oh, I don't worry about that. You can get the velocity up. The kid had just started pitching. He said, I don't worry about it at all. And now he's dealing in the high 90s. I mean, he even said, you don't have to worry about velocity. I sent him a video of Cole Ballard, who's a quarterback at, he's 6'2", 222, and was a high school pitcher until he had some knee issues where he's growing too fast. And he's like, I need to send this he said, if football doesn't work out for him, I want to contact the Royals since he's at KU and get some scouts watching. He goes, that kid should be signed to a major league team, just in watching videos that I sent him. But he said Will Vest is like major, and then he got in a game. I'm like, oh my God, this is the same guy. Nothing. 4 punch outs and 1 in 2/3.
I thought that was the best thing ever for AJ to do for us. Maybe he was paying us back a little bit.
I don't like Scooble versus Vest.
Taking him out of the game. I really appreciate it.
You like the Scooble Vest double bubble? I didn't.
Oh my God. No. Vest had 5 outs yesterday. I don't know how AJ might said, "Yep, get out there. You know what? All hands on deck still." Because if it goes to game 3, there's no question. Hunter Brown has got to step up today. Hunter Brown has got to become a man today. Today, is his manhood starts. Okay,
wow.
He's got to step up, and he's got to be the guy that shuts this down. And then offensively, we got to come up with some hits against some crappy pitching. We're facing crappy pitching today. Okay, we're facing guys that shouldn't be in the. I don't know how AJ is he's a managerial genius. Getting this team with their averages, with this batting, with this lineup, and one pitcher, and he's getting this team to the postseason. He's amazing. That's amazing. But he did. I thought, you know what? I would have left Vest in. That's just me. But I really appreciated him taken out. Getting him taken out.
Well, I mean, you want to save him for the series too.
Well, I don't know. He already had 5 outs.
Yeah, 5 outs, but game 3, he could be there in game 3.
Yeah. 713-780-3776.
He won't be there today, but in game 3 he could be.
Game 3.
Which there better be one.
He's gonna be a nutbuster in game 3. I know that. He's gonna be tough. There's no question.
Sounds bad, yeah.
780. A nutbuster is bad. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Take a quick break, and we'll be back. Call in. Let's go.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Gilbert, you know what Gilbert hates more than anything is excuses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gilbert, do you have something you want to say to John?
Yeah, he come today. Give me.
He said it's going to take him a
And,
while.
if you don't bring the cap today, you're going to lose 0-2.
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
No.
No.
John, you got to get up there.
Yeah, John. Oh, my God. Gilbert put it on the Astros. They're going to lose 0-2 because he didn't get
If
his
you
division.
don't bring the cap today, that's how he started it. If you don't bring the cap today, the Astros are going 0-2.
So does that mean since the cap wasn't delivered, there's nothing we can do? Because he said today.
Oh. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that means no matter. You could get him a hat today and it wouldn't matter. They're losing today because that hat didn't show up on Monday.
Ooh.
Well, then maybe this is all. Maybe this is all just feudal anyway. Maybe it's just all feudal.
Wait. There's a division champ at academies.
Of
course
course
it's
there
too
is.
late.
It's too late. You heard him. The
Is it
cap
too
had to
late?
You don't
come.
bring it today.
They're
I
losing
mean-
0-2 and the series already started.
See, I wish we could call him and say, hey, just to clarify, are the Astros going 0-2 no matter what since you didn't get your hat? And if he said, no, if I get the hat today, they win, then I would
No.
100% buy this $30 hat. Jesus. $30 hat at Academy and drive it to him. Now, I have a lunch meeting at 12, and I got playoffs at 1:30. So this is a tight schedule. I don't like have time. Dell said I could just take it, open the door, throw it in, and run.
Yeah.
No.
There's no need for a meeting with Gilbert.
Well,
Just give
you
him
gotta
the
bring
hat.
Food. You got to bring him
He
food
doesn't.
too.
Gilbert doesn't even have to know Lance is there.
Hold
And
on
then-
a second.
Listen,
$30 worth of hat is the same
Listen.
as $30 worth of food.
there is no just. I'm going to throw it in there and go. If you bring Gilbert food, now all of a sudden help me get to my chair. Get me the
That's
ketchup.
why.
I need a fork. I need you
that's
to
why
go
you-
get me a Coke.
You're making it easy.
That's why
It's
you
hat it is.
Throw the hat in there. You don't even
$30 hat it is.
There's a daughter's room. You open the door, don't even look inside, toss the hat in and run out.
Or you just give a nurse, say, hey, could you give this
Or
hat to
that.
Mr. Lou?
That too, you can do that.
Hey, let's okay.
I can
Just
pick it
go
up
get
at
the
Kirby.
hat and get it to him, and then
I
maybe
think it's too
Gilbert
late.
will maybe Gilbert will forgive
Maybe
all.
it may be too
All
late.
right, this
If he
segment is
calls
brought-
in today, we
No.
got to get him up.
This segment brought to you by Damaris Barbecue Smoked Wings. If you haven't had the smoked wings over there, I love the Greek wings, but the smoked wings, a lot of people love these the best.
Have you ever had
Get on
sausage
over there,
sandwich?
Watch
Sausage
your
sandwich?
game. You can get a sausage sandwich from Damaris.
Corn
and
on the
bring it over to
cob?
him. Yep. Well, he doesn't have corn on the cob, but yes.
Garlic bread?
Yes, all of that. They don't have garlic bread there either, but they do have smoked wings. So if you're looking for a place to go watch the game today, and that is Damaris, get on over there and have those delicious smoked wings.
Greek wings?
All right, you got a lefty on the mound today, Tyler Holton.
So I guess we're out of the Singleton and Hayward business again. At least.
I would
Well,
think
I don't
so.
know. I mean,
I didn't mind Caratini. Caratini played a good first. Holy crap, that dude's got a glove. He had a couple of chances, took short hops, and he played really well. He played well yesterday and got the single. He got the first hit against Scoopel as well. So Caratini at first, keep him there. Yiner behind the plate. Chaz looked pretty good in his at bat. He drew that walk, and that was a nice. It was a really nice at bat. He's been lunging at stuff. He's been swinging at really crappy pitches. He was patient, and he looked good. I mean, and that's all he hit off was the T, and he got some, BP, and that was about it. So that was really nice. Maybe you start Chaz. Well,
what?
Okay, Jake Myers, really? Jake Myers? I mean, honestly,
No, neither one of them are good.
You put Dubon in left, and you put Chaz in center. What are you going to do?
How about we
That's all
put
you got.
Hayward in left and we put Dubon
No.
in center?
Hayward against a lefty?
How long is that lefty going to be in the game? Are you making batting? Are you making decisions based on?
Well, you
one
switch
time
it up
through the
when you
lineup?
when they bring in the right-hander, just like the Tigers did when as soon as Fromber was out of the game and they started bringing in right-handers, he brought in his left-handed lineup. It's what you got to do. Of course, they can go back and forth as well, but I don't know. I think the Chaz might get a start today. We'll see. He looked pretty good yesterday. And if he doesn't, if he looks bad again, you just pull him. And then you get Hayward in the game right away. But Jake, I mean, do you have any confidence with Jake at the plate right now? And by the way,
no,
he's got no arm. My goodness, for a center fielder, he's got zero arm. I know he gets to a lot of balls that a lot of center fielders wouldn't get to, but when he gets to them, he can't throw anybody out. I've never seen a weaker arm in center field. Holy crap!
Yeah, there's no. Jake doesn't really offer a whole lot. He's got a little pop. He can run. He's fast, and then that's about it. He's a minus player defensively when it's time when people are going to run on him, and he's not going to give you the best at bats.
And by the way, that's another thing. Did you see the stat? Did you hear the stat of Fromber and stolen bases?
Oh, you mean that people steal on him?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been that way forever.
It's like 53-4. It was 50-something-4.
So slow to the plate.
Well, I know we're talking about the catcher. You know that goes on the catcher. That's just as much on the pitcher. It depends on who's catching whom, right? But that's just as much on the pitcher in a lot of instances.
Oh yeah, in some cases, yeah. Fromber's one of those outliers who's really slow to the mound, and he's always going to give up stolen base. I was surprised that Detroit didn't run in the second inning when they had a man on first. Like I thought they would send him, and they didn't send him. And then eventually, Fromber ended up walking.
Maybe because Fromber was wild. Why take a chance and steal a base?
I thought, stay out of the double play with Fromber, a double play pitcher. But it didn't matter. They got 3 runs, and it was a boat race from there.
Yeah. There was no chance. I mean, that combination of Skubal and Vest yesterday was fantastic. But that's what it's one game. And now you're much better on the mound than they are.
Oh,
There's no question.
Yeah, congratulations on your win. Now let's see if you can do it again.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, take that.
I'm not particularly scared about this.
What kind of rhyme should I make up for Holton today?
I wouldn't do one.
I'd stay away from it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do one.
We've already got to fight you, the Skubal and Trubel thing, and then we got the Gilbert 0-2 thing. I don't want you to add to the things they have to overcome.
It's not something that my rhyming. I mean, I thought Skubal was scared after that. If you want to know the truth?
Well, we just saw evidence that he wasn't.
Well, they did have a little bit of Trubel for him. They had 2 runners on 1 inning. Remember?
Are you just going to keep saying it, huh?
It's over now. We ain't facing Skubal again. That's it. It's all.
I don't want any more rhyming out of you. It's never good. We know what happens when some non-talented person who tries to do something musically before a big series or game for their favorite team goes. They always sound terrible. Don't be that person. Don't be that. Those always suck. Don't be that person.
I didn't sing anything. That's Lance.
No, you rhythmically said something in a sort of a rappy tone, and it stunk. Don't do it again. Stay away from it. Do what you do.
Is this moment too big for Hunter Brown? We'll find out.
I hope not. It wasn't.
Why would it be?
Wasn't too big for Skubal. Hopefully Brown follows suit.
Is it too big for any of the Tigers?
No, right. Well, I don't know. This team's playing with with house money. It's like they got house money. When Jake Rogers is crushing you with 2 hits, dude hasn't had 2 hits all year, and he's Jake Rogers. My goodness, that is just ridiculous that Jake Rogers is, and Sweeney, that dude, I mean, Adam Everett saying, man, I can out-hit this guy. That's awful. That is just awful getting beat by those guys. The bottom of the order destroyed you yesterday. The bottom of the order destroyed you. And that's in a bad lineup up and down the lineup.
But they beat you in 1 inning.
It's all they needed.
I mean, they didn't really destroy you. They did for an inning, but I mean, 3 runs is.
How did you feel that inning when Rogers goes up the middle? Sweeney goes up the middle.
I'll be honest with you. I legitimately, and I texted this to you guys. The game was over at 3-0. At 1-0, you had to cut it off there. At 2-0, you were in trouble. At 3-0, the game was over because the only way you were going to score, and the Tigers have a good bullpen, but looking at the Tigers, this is something I brought up. Their strikeout to walk ratio is 4th in the league. The Astros are down in around 20. That means that as a pitching staff, they don't give you a lot of, they're not, because they don't hit well. So you had to go find out, well, how are they here? And one of the ways that they're there is that they can strike you out and they don't walk you. Well, that's kind of a big deal in terms of limiting big innings. And the biggest issue you had yesterday is Fromber couldn't find the plate. He had one inning where he got beat up a little bit. And before you know it, run. And, these 0-2 counts that Fromber gets that he can't complete it. And this hasn't been all year. Fromber has been good most of the year. But if there's one thing that he will run into from time to time, it's either issues getting off the mound from a fielding standpoint that puts himself in trouble with errors, or nitpicking with 0-2 counts and running his pitch count too high and giving himself a tougher than it needs to be inning. And that's what he ran into. And he just happened to get, he just happened to give up those singles that ended up turning into an insurmountable edge for
those singles
because we couldn't get him in trouble.
Those singles were crushed. If those guys had any power at all, I mean, if they had any lift on those balls, they hit those balls hard.
Well, that's a lot.
That's
if they had any lift, I mean,
the hardest balls Jake Rogers or Sweeney hit all year. I mean, that was terrible. You got to get through the bottom of the order. You're Fromber. I think Fromber forgets he's Fromber. Sometimes he does. And, boy, how many times did they come out to talk to him? They almost used up all 5 pitching times that they can go to the mound on Fromber because they got to get his – they knew his head was not straight.
Tony says Kyle Tucker 6 for his last 44 postseason at-bats. We're nearing Bagwell, Biggio, Jim Eddy levels of postseason performance. Jackie says, if we lose this series because one of your listeners broke his promise to Gilbert, it's on y'all. You created this. Dustin, we lost because the Astros didn't give away rally towels.
Somebody said to me, and that's not a Crane thing. Somebody said cheap-ass Crane. I was like, no, that's not that's a sponsor thing.
They couldn't get him sponsored?
If the PR department didn't come up with a sponsor to give out the rally towels, then that's on them.
Art says we got to stop
going out there and buying rally towels for the place.
Art says we got to stop this white center fielder nonsense already.
Well, there are a lot of white center fielders in the game today.
And then Jackie tried to pull receipts on you where you said, Chaz, you want Chaz? 2024 Chaz? Nah. And he screenshotted you and showed it before the game yesterday. He said, now you want Chaz.
Now I want Chaz. Not before. Did you have any confidence? Chad looked good in that at bat. Chad has looked like crap all year. All year. Chaz has not been good.
I'm going to say something that you're probably going to run contrary to what you think, but I always have confidence that an Astro coming to the plate can get a hit. The only time I've weirdly had no confidence has been with Jordan and Kyle Tucker. Jordan against the Braves and Kyle Tucker last year. For some reason, I always thought Machete could get a hit. I don't know what it is. I guess it's just the optimist to me. I guess I'm just a glass half full numbers guy.
Nothing says optimism like you.
Glass half full numbers guy. And I just said, you know what? Because when you have Machete or Chaz going to the plate and you think they can get hits, that's glass half full. That's glass full.
That glass be full. All right, and you know what else? It's not full. MyBookie got plenty of room for you. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Ready for you to get there and take advantage of them, okay? You can take advantage of MyBookie by going to MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Whatever deposit that you make there, they'll double it. Now, it's up to a certain limit. They're not going to be doubling. You put in $1 million, they're going to match $1 million. They're just not doing that. It just doesn't happen. I don't know what their limit is, but there is going to be a limit. So here's the deal. Find out what that limit is, and whatever it is, if you like to play, man, get there, because there's no better place to play when, in fact, my friends, you get double the opportunities with whatever you put in, whatever that deposit is. Let's go. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. They got a free Thursday bet. Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow you get a free bet from them. And then on every day, the more you play, the better it is, because MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 has MyBookie Plus, where you move up and you get into different tiers the more you play. The more you play, the more you can win at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. You guys got to have some thoughts on this. Let's go. Get in here. And you can tweet us at Lance Erline, at John Coronado, at Delv2. And y'all have been for some reason. Y'all are tweety today. By the way, you can watch us. If you don't know, you can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch. You can watch us on Twitter, X. You can do all of that every show. So if you're at your computer and by the way, if you're in your car and you're getting not great reception, 97.9 HD2, get to the HD2 channel, and that signal is perfect all throughout the city. I've never had a blip on that one. So if you're looking for a great way to listen, then let's do that. All right, around the league. How about not the only ones? How about Baltimore couldn't score a run, and Kansas City comes up with one, and they win. The Mets go into Milwaukee after having to play a doubleheader. Well, they didn't really play a doubleheader. They didn't even play the second game against Atlanta. They didn't care. They go to Milwaukee, and they take care of that business with an explode. That Mets team, we didn't even talk about Lindor. Lindor, what a bounce-back season that dude has had. He homers in the ninth inning in a back-and-forth game against Atlanta.
Back-and-forth game. It was one of the most insane games of the year.
Of the year. It was incredible, that game. In the seventh, they took the lead. Then they took the lead back in the eighth, and then they took the lead back in the ninth. It was crazy. So, and a game that they had to have, and Lindor came up big. And then again yesterday, holy crap, that Mets team can hit now. That Mets team is just never out of it. And that's something about our team. We just when the bats go silent, holy crap!
It's like they can't snap out of it.
Yeah,
when the bats go cold, there's a sense. Sometimes they hit the ball hard. You feel like, oh, anything can happen. And there are other games like yesterday where I just felt like this is 3 runs might as well be 7 runs.
Yeah, well, against Scoobel, yeah, that's not good. And then Vest, holy crap.
Well, Vest came in, and I thought everything would be fine. Well, not fine, but I thought maybe maybe we'll rally a little bit. Yeah.
And then San Diego, they're nice.
Yeah.
I mean, from the first inning on, Tatis tattooed he hit that 415, that first at bat. Holy crap!
Hey, they got a nice team over there.
Good. They do have a nice team.
Padres can ball.
Michael King. Holy crap! If it wasn't, I'm telling you, that guy looks unhittable right now. And then come back with Musgrove and whatever. That's a nice looking team. They will get. They are going to get though. Who is it?
Are you moving them on already?
Yeah, I'm moving them on.
Okay.
Yeah, they get Philadelphia right
in
the second round. But that if Dodgers and Padres hook up, you remember not long ago it was Dodgers and San Francisco that was a real rivalry. Now it's Dodgers San Diego. Those two teams really dislike each other and play hard against each other. Those two teams really don't like each other. I think the National League is really interesting. The American League, Baltimore came limping in, Kansas City came limping in. The Astros haven't been all that. Detroit is hot, but they suck. They got one pitcher. I mean, the American League is pretty much down. I mean, and the Yankees, you can't trust them in the postseason. But it'll be. I think the National League is much more interesting than the American League is this year. 713-780-3776. If you guys want to get in here, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776.
Who's is that, David? Yeah, let's get David in here. What's up, David? How are we doing?
What's up? What's going on, guys? Hey, man, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the Astros. I mean, yeah, we kind of took it in the screwball yesterday. However, they got 10 hits. We walked 6 guys. I mean, double check my math, but I think it's 16 base runners. And they only scored 3 runs. And so I think we'll be okay. I mean, it'd be nice if, Jeremy Pena didn't strike out 9 times in a game. But I think they're going to be okay with relax. Hunter Brown's going to go do his thing. Even if they get 16 base runners, I don't think they're going to score more than 3 runs. So we just got to swing the bat. maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody could lie to Jeremy Pena and tell him there's a MVP of the wild card series, and maybe he'll care. But otherwise, that's all I got, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, there's a voice of reason right there, John. You had all those base runners, and all you got was 3 runs in 1 inning.
Did you like him bunting in the 9th?
I don't even know what this 9th inning is you're talking about. I was already done.
You didn't watch the 9th? Dude, we
the
had 2nd and 3rd and 1 out.
Yeah, it was Scooble for me. I
No,
was done.
Scooble was out of the game.
I know, but I already
Scooble
knew we were in
broke 'em.
trouble.
Yeah, we were in trouble because Scooble broke him.
I literally 9th inning checked out and said, done.
It was 3-0.
Done. I had a thing that I had to do, so I did this thing.
They had a real chance to tie and maybe win the game.
I mean,
as Espada said, if that Hayward liner was inches to the left or the right or whatever he said, 3
About
runs would have
a
scored.
foot
They would have won the game.
Yeah.
I literally got in the car and drove home. I was like, didn't even listen because everything I'd done to that point wasn't going to create a run.
Dude, we had a chance.
Nah, we never had a chance.
Hayward hit a bullet at first base. And
Cool story.
Neat
Come
stuff.
see me. Neat stuff. Come see me in game 3 if there is one.
Oh,
So
you-
Gilbert gets his hat. I don't care anymore.
Are you going to make sure he gets his hat?
Nope.
I guess you don't care enough.
you don't
Not
care
if-
about your team.
Not if it's
So this is
already
on you then
automatic.
if they don't win. This is on you.
He said,
could make
what
a little
about this?
effort.
If I don't get my hat today, the Astros are going 0-2. So does that, like you said, if I'm not bringing him the hat if it's not going to mean that we get the
He didn't
win.
say if I don't get my hat, they're going 0-2. If I
If
don't
he
get my
calls
hat,
in, I'll let him clarify.
If I don't get my hat today, they're going 0-2.
I'll let him clarify if he calls in. I have a lunch meeting at 12, but I would make this happen. I'd go get something at Academy. And like I said, I'd probably just throw it in. I can't just sit there and talk all day. I got to go meet somebody at 12. So, but I'll do this for the Astros because I actually care. But I literally got in my car and left in the 9th because I just said, I'm headed home. We're done.
You left the ballpark. You left here.
No. Here.
Oh, okay.
I didn't leave the ballpark.
So
I had a lunch meeting yesterday. I was watching the first 2 innings over there with Quick Assist over at where we had lunch.
So if we're ranking faith in the Astros, John always at an all-time high.
Yep.
Me,
he's usually afraid of teams.
The Mariners for the most part, but we're not facing the Mariners. But I
ain't scared of the Tigers.
He is the author of greatest season in Nationals history. So let's give him top ranked as far as faith. Me,
Yeah.
I'm clearly second, mostly because I a scared P like someone, and then you are 3.
No, I think they win today. I don't think it's going to be tough.
Do you
And in
think they
game
win
3?
the series?
Yeah, I think they.
Okay.
I still would
'Cause
say
you-
they win the series, but I'll just say this: I think you need a run in the first 3 innings. I think you need to get a lead because
You
if
need
not,
some-
it could get really
You need to
tight.
change the momentum, energy. You don't need.
Yeah,
You don't need
well,
an
I don't want
anxious
them playing
crowd.
tight. Yeah, I don't want them
That
playing
anxious
tight.
crowd, that all the murmuring. If you're running through innings and not even getting base runners, you don't need that. The pressure starts to build.
Yeah,
I'm with you there.
yeah. I don't. That's
Because if you can't get to their opener, and then they get to the guys they want to get to, the anxiousness maybe more from the fans than the club, because the
You
club
could
will
have
be
some
okay.
trouble.
Yeah,
There's no question.
yes, Struble could be on the horizon. Yes,
A lot of people are saying best season. Yeah, greatest season of all time. Yes.
this is what
Greatest
John
Astros
said.
season ever. And it's still, yes. It's
Oh.
we're still there.
We got to go to break because we got an update from the egg roll guy. He's called in. I don't know if he's going to make the move and make sure Gilbert gets his hat, but the egg roll guy has called in.
Ooh, John.
Yes.
Mega Blats. Well,
And
first,
there's
we need
somebody
a quick
else that just says, I want to talk about Gilbert. So we'll find out. Maybe there's some movement here.
First, we need a quick assist. That's all.
Let's talk about quick assist. I was with Blake and Scott yesterday. Netherly. Blake owns it and runs it, and we had really great conversations. They love my message because I get it. I've sold tickets before with other sites, and you list it, and then it's on there. And guess what? If you list it, if you say, all right, I'm going to list it on this company, and I'm going to list it with this company, a StubHub and a SeatGeek, for example, I'm going to list them on both and then see what happens, see which one, goes first. Did you know that if somebody buys them simultaneously, let's say somebody buys that one and you forget to take it off the other one and it sells, you're screwed because you don't have tickets. You could be liable there. That's a big problem. Do you know what Quick Assist does for you? When you're selling tickets, they will list them on 15 different ticket sites, including the 2 I just mentioned. And then with the program they have in the background, it automatically, when your ticket sells on one of those sites, it automatically delists them on the other site. So you never have to worry about that. 15 different sites. They are dynamically priced, so they go up when the market surges. They come down when the market's cold to give you the best chance of not only selling your tickets, but also maximizing your profit. And this is the great thing. Astros playoff tickets, they do that. LSU football, Oklahoma football, Ohio State, every college team, NFL team, NBA team, Major League Baseball team, hockey teams, they do all this. They sell it multiple sites. They list them in 15 different sites for you. You don't have to do anything other than download the app for quick assist. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes to transfer your tickets, get signed up, and before you know it, you get your money, and you had to do nothing to sell your tickets. Quick Assist, QUICKASYST. Download the app today.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we ready? What
Yeah.
did you say we had on this side, though?
We have John, who is our egg roll guy, and we also have another guy who's talking about Gilbert too. So we can start with John, though.
Let's go, John.
Yeah. Hey, Monday after work, I went on a quest to try to get Gilbert a hat. I called one academy. They said they had the division winner hats, division winner champ hats. I went over there. They didn't have them. I checked every other academy around Houston. Not one single division hat was left. And I'm pretty sure Gilbert was pretty specific on division winner champ hat.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't want to go over there and let him down, I guess. So I even checked Amazon, and I couldn't even find one on Amazon. So I tried, but there's no division winner hats in Houston right now. So I'm not sure if a hat will satisfy the jinx or not, but just any old Astro hat. But I tried with the division hat and failed. So
yeah, I can tell you right now,
I can't go today.
No,
today is too busy at work. If anybody can get him an Astro hat, at least we can try.
No, thanks for your service.
Yeah.
It can't just be any Astros hat. John and I can tell you with 100% certainty that when Gilbert makes a specific ask, it's specific. This cannot be an Astros hat. You might as well just throw your money in the trash. If it doesn't say Division Champs 2024, he is going to tell you, I don't want this hat. I said Division Champ hat. So not just any Astros hat will not suffice. I'm 100% certain of that.
It's got to be that. Otherwise, it'll be like, no, sorry, that's not what I asked for.
So we're screwed, is what you're saying.
Well, he won't say sorry. He's never said thank you or sorry.
That sorry's not happening. It's not the right hat, something like that. But he won't say sorry.
Hey, this ain't Division hat.
John, someone else has brought up something interesting, and now they're putting the blame on you for this. Since we won't actually blame the team for their failures, we'll blame one of us. Dustin suggests that have the Astros ever won a playoff game when Granado was in LA and not Houston? So no, this is on Granado.
Wait, so
have you ever been in LA outside of today or yesterday for an Astros playoff game?
My boy wanted me. He said, "Get on a plane and get here, and we'll go to the game tomorrow." And I was like, "I can't."
So are you the reason?
I had to go play poker yesterday. Went to Commerce, dude. You should see the poker rooms here. Holy crap! I mean,
yeah, they're famous.
Yeah,
I grew up there. I've seen them. I've never been in, but I know where they're located. Yeah,
Commerce is it's crazy. There's 300 people playing at once. I mean, it's crazy.
Your people.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you can play poker and golf in California too?
Amazing how that works, right?
And the poker is never in Houston. You know, there's 10 people, 12 people in a place, or 20, maybe 20, 30. Here, I mean, you've always got a game.
I'm hearing a lot of LA's better than Houston coming out of John since he's been there.
No, in poker they are.
The weather,
LA
the things you can get to, the mountains. I've heard a lot of LA better than Houston. From LA Johnny.
Topography wise, Del, surprisingly,
we love it.
Do you just play the Randy Newman song wherever you go? I love LA.
We love it.
Is that all you're humming while you're out there?
Yeah. No, that's not the case. I don't love LA. Actually, I'm a big fan of Houston.
I don't know.
Place.
You say that,
Johnny Surfboard.
But when it comes to off the cuff things, you say the rehearsed thing is I love Houston. I'm a Houstonian. But all the off the cuff is like how great LA is.
As far as again topography, and I'm telling you,
it's a big blowout, is what it is.
It's a nice place
from a weather and topography standpoint. It's a blowout.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you got a bunch of beaches. Our weather sucks.
I like our weather. Well, it's going to be hot again today, right?
Yesterday was 97 with feels like 102. It wasn't super humid, but it was it's still 97. Yeah, it's just like, come on. It was the hottest October in history yesterday, the hottest October day in history. So, but where you were, I'm sure it was fine. Actually, I saw the high for you was 88 yesterday.
I will say this too.
Watching Astros on a pirated stream.
No, I was at
BW3
Buffalo Wild Wings yesterday.
Here it is.
So, and by the way, I've got cable here.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm listening to your theme song. Don't worry about it. Riding on.
Wow. It's a long build.
Is that a gay LA sports bar? I am John. I'm all in. Look at you, John. This is you.
Is that a gay LA sports bar?
It's just another perfect day, right, John? You love LA.
You love me.
I don't love LA. I love
John
Houston.
loves it.
This is the most excited Dell's ever been about a bit on the show.
But yesterday, while I was driving to Commerce after the game, I'm listening to the sports radio here. They don't talk about sports at all. Okay.
Who were you
Zero.
listening to? Were you listening to Money?
I was listening to who's the Greek guy?
Petros.
Yeah, Petros.
You were listening to Petros and Money. Those are
Yeah.
Money's my guy.
Yeah. And it's a pretty good show. It's actually now okay.
They've been
there
doing the
again,
show as long as we have.
and they don't and oh,
They
by the
don't
way,
care about it.
They do voices and they do impressions of different types of people, and they don't care like you guys care just because I go, oh.
Wait, you
Okay.
don't care either, John.
No, well,
You do voices and impressions of different kinds of people as well and don't care.
well, but they do like they'll do a Muslim impression, they'll do a black impression, they'll do they don't care. They just don't care, okay? Which now I'm not saying that that's better. All I'm saying is, and I know it's here in LA, okay? So Del,
that surprised you a little bit, I guess.
that surprised me a little bit. I thought there would be a lot more, you'd have to watch your P's and Q's here.
You'd love Money. Matt Money Smith is one of the coolest guys I've ever met in my life. A phenomenal person with his stories. He has some unbelievable stories because he used to handle all the booking stuff for K-Rock. Like he used to book the radio station. He create, like he's got all these stories. He's the one that told me that Gwen Stefani was a bad person. He let me know. I'm like, and this is back when I had a little crush on Gwen about 8 or 9 years ago. He's like, oh, Gwen was the worst. She was the worst to deal with. So he knows like everyone in music. He knows everyone. He's got great Kobe stories. He knew Kobe real well because he also was the play-by-play announcer for the Lakers on radio for a while. So Money's got these incredible stories. Fluent in Italian. He went to, when he was going to Pepperdine, he's from Chicago, working class family. He
went to Pepperdine?
He went to Pepperdine because his brother told him, look, when he went to college, he said, listen, he said, hey, I'm going to the college fair. What should I do here? When he was living outside of Chicago, I think it was Indiana-Chicago border. His brother said, just get as far as you can away from here. Whatever the furthest thing away from here is, go there.
Have
He's
you ever
on
seen
Pepperdine? And that's how he ended up in Pepperdine.
Pepperdine's?
Then he did a year abroad in Italy and became fluent in Italian and was hosting something when Juventus came.
Have you ever seen Pepperdine's campus?
I haven't seen it. I've heard it's incredible.
Del, am I lying? It's right on
on the water.
It's
What do you
right
mean
on
it's
the
right
water.
on the water?
It's right on the water near, and it's not
on the
far
cliff.
from Malibu.
You can see it. Yeah, it's Malibu, the
and
cliff.
it just goes straight up to the campus. Just this beautiful green. It's like, that's Pepperdine. How does anyone here how does everyone not go to that
He said
campus?
Pepperdine and San Diego are the two. Oh,
Listen to John.
No,
Well, told you all the off the cuff stuff. The Houston
it
stuff
is
is
the prettiest campus you've ever
we
seen.
love it.
the Houston stuff is well prepared. I love Houston. But in the
What
midst of
would
a
you
conversation,
say, John? Serious question. What would you say the difference between Pepperdine campus and the University of Houston
and the
campus?
Cougs.
Well, like, can you discuss some of the similarities?
If Pepperdine was a football program trying to compete in the Power Four, would they have to take their recruits on a different street to not expose them to certain
No,
elements?
they have to take them on every street.
What's the difference?
Every street. Listen, all you have to do is come here and look at all our streets. You're gonna
Hey,
go
real
here.
quick before we get to break, Magnificent Jay wants to mention something about Gilbert. And then we get to Astros calls.
Southwest, Jay.
Oh, Southwest Jay. I'm sorry. Southwest Jay. What's up?
Hey guys, we cannot leave the fate of the Astros into Gilbert calling in and clarifying his jinx. You have to call Gilbert, get clarification, beg for forgiveness, whatever you need to do to make sure if he gets this hat,
I know.
the Astros will not lose 0-2. Okay? And I know John said they didn't have hats available, but go to Lids, get it custom embroidered, put division champs on it,
Oh my God.
because if they lose, Lance, you do not want Houston to blame you for ruining the greatest season of all time.
This wouldn't
Okay.
be on me.
Yes, it's
Hold
kind of
on.
on you because you
Del,
won't go get the
Can
hat.
you get the number for Sharpview? Let's call Sharpview and see if we can get Gilbert on the line.
Does he?
During the next
Do they
break.
take calls?
I'm going to find out. I don't know if he has. John, did he have his own phone in the room?
Yeah, but no, he's got to use his cell phone.
Okay, well, I'm going to just ask them, what room is Mr. Lou in? Can you have him call the radio show?
133, I believe it is.
Okay.
So what are we trying to accomplish?
We're just trying to have him call in so we can find out if it's already too late.
But you got to go get it today, Lance.
But he's telling me to go to Lids and have a custom division hat. This is going to be like a $60 hat made.
Are we telling
stitching division? This isn't putting initials in.
Are you telling me the team store wouldn't have a hat? They open at 9.
Yes, the team store will have the hat.
They're open at 9.
Somebody stop at the team store today.
Well, or maybe
I'll Venmo you. I'll Venmo you. Stop at the team store, get Gilbert a division hat, and I'll Venmo you. And then you need to take it to him at Sharpview.
you have to be a stranger who walks in and says, "I have a hat to deliver."
He won't care.
That's all right.
If you have
Gilbert
a hat,
won't
he's
care.
fine.
Not that Gilbert won't care.
Well,
so Sharpview doesn't have any standards about who they let in to see people?
No, you walk in. No.
Okay.
I want to see Gilbert. They're like, please.
All right.
So he won't yell at us right now. Yes, they'll be fine with that. All right, let's break. And we got some sound that we got to play from yesterday. 713-780-3776. Right now, though, Lance, you got a little underdog.
Talking about underdog fantasy, a chance for you to win 1,000 times your money. And I know that got your attention because 1,000 times your money is actually possible if you make the right number of picks in your cash pick'em game. And so they have a wide variety, and this is true for your playoffs today. When you're watching your Astros, what you can do is watch that playoff game and go take a look at Hunter Brown strikeouts. They'll put a number like 6.5 strikeouts. You want to go higher or lower on that number? Maybe you say, I don't feel good about that one. What else? Okay, how about extra bases for Yordan Alvarez? 1.5. You want to go higher or lower? You want to go higher than 0.5 on home runs? Well, guess what? That's a multiplier. So that's going to make you even more. So you go higher or lower on these stats for different players. You have to choose between 2 and I think you can go as high as 7 now. And you can stop wherever you want. Let's say you want to do 4 or 5 picks, and then you can even do your insurance where the payout comes down a little bit, but you don't have to win every single pick. There's so many different ways to win. It's incredible. Pro football, college football, playoff baseball. It's all available on the Cash Pick'em with Underdog Fantasy. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward. Head over to the Underdog's simple to use mobile app on UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first Cash Pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance to claim your new customer special of a free pick. And your deposit offer must be 18 or older. President of State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'd say I feel like this team's been fighting elimination all year. We were 10 games back, so we know how to play with our back against the wall. You flush today, come back tomorrow, ready to go, ready to compete, and leave it all out in the field.
A level of confidence, and you got Hunter Brown going tomorrow. It's a guy that you kind of talked into throwing a sinker, and he's been excellent since.
I got all the confidence in the world in Hunter. He's going to compete and leave it all out there, and he's going to pound the zone, and we just got to score some runs for him.
We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
We're fine.
Breggy hits a home run today.
He almost hit one yesterday.
We get a Breggy bomb today. Hunter Brown's going to strike out 8. He'll go 6 2/3. He'll strike out 8, give up 5 hits. Breggy hits a home run. Astros win 5-2. There you go. Play the
5-2?
Astros minus 1.5, and it's gold.
With or without a Gilbert hat? Does that need
With
to
or
happen
without?
too?
Well,
Okay.
without a Gilbert hat.
Okay.
So his 0-2 is dead. His 0-2 is gone. Boop. Goodbye. No hat for you. I'm not going to lids. You know what, Gilbert? I'm going to fade your whole curse.
Mm.
Yep. I'm going to fade your curse and play the other side, and we'll see what happens. And now you don't get any hats.
By the way, I thought Rondazzo did a good job yesterday. Some people were complaining and they thought he was squeezed. I didn't think he was squeezed.
Nah, I thought he was fine.
I thought he was good.
I wanted a couple of those calls early. I
I'll
wanted
tell you,
Fromber to get a couple. I thought Fromber made a few good pitches early on that he didn't get calls, but they also weren't strikes.
You know who I didn't like was the third base umpire. There was a check swing that he every time. No. Did you notice how many times Yiner asked for a check swing?
Yeah,
call?
but he was asking for check swings on things that weren't going to get
I
called.
know he always does. I told you that. Yiner is.
I never really noticed that.
Yiner leads the league in checking for check swings.
What about that one? No,
Yeah,
Yiner, no.
What? But one of them was a swing, and he didn't give it to us. And I'm done with that guy. By the way, I hope he's not behind the plate today. He doesn't seem to like the Astros. He didn't seem to like the Astros at all. All right, who's on the line, Del? Anton, what's up, Anton?
What's going on, fellas? Just want to give a shout out to my Tiger fans out there, man. Good win on yesterday, and just want to say that the Astros, y'all the LeBron James of basketball.
No.
And yeah, 7 straight titles and 2 rings. That's LeBron James stat. Bye-bye.
Wow.
Ooh, that hurt.
That did hurt.
That was something felt wrong. Something felt terribly accurate, and that didn't feel good.
Lance,
Never
you look
thought
like you're on
about
a
that.
phone call. Can't you get a headset or something? I mean, you've only been doing this for
He does have
25
headsets.
years.
He just
It's a
doesn't want to put them on.
stream. No one can see
He
it.
doesn't wanna-
300 people or 340 people
For
are
some
watching.
reason,
Who
he
cares?
refuses to put on headphones.
But why don't you just wear them?
I'm not wearing my hat today. I didn't want to put a headphones
Do you have?
on.
Oh, you don't want to mess up your hair.
There. You happy that only you can see this? So what do you care?
No, there's a bunch of people watching you.
Address the LeBron James
What if Melissa
issue.
Blanco comes in? Then we're
Don't
gonna have a bunch
care.
of people
She didn't
watching.
care.
No.
Address the issue. Are the Astros actually LeBron James?
The Astros are not LeBron of all people. The Astros are Michael Jordan.
What is he, 3-7?
No, he's got 4.
Oh yeah, he's 4 and
Was it 4 and 6, I think.
no. Is LeBron 4 and 6?
Yeah, he's got 2 with the Heat, 1 with the Cavs, 1 with the Lakers.
He's 4 and 6.
4 and 6.
Better than
I
I
believe
thought.
he's 4 and
It's
6.
pretty Astro-ish.
Oh no, that's why that stung a little bit.
The Astros
I didn't
wish
see that coming.
The Astros wish they had 4.
The punches that hurt
The
the
Astros
most are the
are-
ones you don't see coming.
The Astros are 2-2.
I think
Or
he-
2 and 3
Yeah, overall, yes.
overall. 2 and 3. That's not LeBron. It kind of is a little.
Well, what do you mean it's not LeBron?
bit. It kind of a little bit.
It's-
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we get there a lot.
All you have to do is double up, and it would be
We
times
get there a
2.
lot.
It would be exactly that. Yeah.
We get there a lot. Let's get back there. Let's get back there today. Okay. It starts with today. But I thought Bregman was dead on. We've been against the wall. We've been in elimination games all season. I mean, they started 7-19. They've been eliminated all year long. This is fine. This is a big spot for Hunter to be in. And I got confidence in him. Hunter's going to be just fine.
He's fine. He's fine. 8 strikeouts. You can book all this stuff because they're already in. You can play them like they've already been played. 1-800-626-5700.
Bet it like it's already
676-5200. Yeah, bet it like it's already been played. This is an easy one. Hunter Brown dominates the Tigers, and we're like, okay, see, RELAX, relax.
This is and how about the hometown boy goes back and beats his team that he grew up.
Yeah, that's
loving.
right. That's
How
right.
about that?
Hunter Brown grew up a Tigers fan. Now he's going to dominate them.
Well,
Will Vest grew up an Astros fan.
Is that true?
Yeah, he was from Houston. He had to have been. He's from Houston. He went to Stephen F. Austin. Yeah, he had to have been an Astros fan. I'm going to assume it, but I'm going to know it.
Didn't your son grow up here and he's a Colts fan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son grew up and he was a Tom Brady fan wherever he played.
Yeah, but Alec is an Astros fan and Mason's an Astros fan. Mason was an Astros fan. He was a Laker LeBron fan for a couple years. Now he's back on the Rockets because he's front running. He can't be a fan of a team that's going through tough times.
Then why is he rooting for the Rockets?
Oh, he's back on the Rockets because they're fun to watch again.
Okay.
What do you think the Astros are today?
They're minus 175, 180, I think.
179. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, minus 179.
Easiest money that's ever existed in the world.
And how about the under 6 paid off? Under 6 runs.
Never was even close.
It wasn't even close. Well, till the end, till the last inning, but you didn't even see that, so you don't know.
It wasn't close. Were you waiting for your 3-run homer?
Well, there
Keep
was
waiting.
That ball goes a foot higher. It's a bases clearing double.
Keep waiting.
And the Astros win 4-3.
Maybe I'm the jinx because we almost got a run when I wasn't watching.
No, they got a run. They almost got another 3.
They did get a run when you weren't watching.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No.
How much?
It was 3-0.
How much of the game did you watch?
No, a lot. Well, I watched, like I said, quick as we had our lunch, and then I came. Then I had to listen on the radio. Came back here, watched, and then I left. I left literally at the midway through the top of the ninth because it was done. I already thought it was done when it was 3-0 Scooble. You weren't getting it on Scooble, and then once Vest came in, because I thought okay, now you at least have a shot. And once Vest was dominant, I realized this ain't happening. Let's go, Hunter.
All right.
Hunter Brown's laptop is going to get there
bring
today.
some energy today, like hat energy. That's what we need.
I don't need hat energy. Do you hear how confident I am? You guys are not confident. I just said 8 strikeouts. I don't. But 8 strikeouts. So that's true. 8 strike. I'm not going to Lids to have a hat made for him when Gilbert's going to say, "Hey, this is a new era. This isn't even a real hat."
He stopped saying Lids, the team store.
Oh yeah, that's right. I could go to the team store.
I've said that over and over.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Remember, there's a bounty out. If you get Gilbert his hat, and I'm not taking it. I've decided Gilbert doesn't scare me. His little if I don't get a hat, the Astros go 0-2.
I wish I was there, Del. I would actually go, but they don't have, and I don't think LA has any Astros.
Does Gilbert scare you? No, LA 100% does not have Astros division hats. Going to Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah. It would be I think that business would be closed in a hurry.
There's no academy there.
An Astro store in the middle of LA.
Astros team store. Eric Layton works there. Hey, what's up, bud?
Expanding their territories.
What are you doing here, Eric? Acting stuff right now. Working at the Astros store.
713-780-3776. We're only halfway through. Let's go. What do you guys want to talk about? You're more than welcome. We'll get off this if you want. We will. Okay. Don't think we won't. All right. We'll threaten you like Gilbert.
Well, we definitely are because at 9, Josh Pate's going to join.
Josh Pate is going to join. We're going to join us to talk a little college football. Right now, I'm talking about my man Kent Jones. Kent Jones is fantastic at what he does. Kent Jones has been doing this for 30 years. Kent Jones will get you a mortgage. And are you on the fence about whether or not you want to buy a home? Call Kent Jones and get a scenario quote. Kent Jones will give you that scenario quote and tell you whether or not you know what kind of money you're going to need down. And in a lot of cases, it's not that bad. People, the government is incentivizing first-time home buyers. So if you're somebody that's renting and you've never bought a home before, it's a real possibility. And Kent knows all of the ways for you to do this. The dude is fantastic. He will work it. He will work it hard. That he is going to make sure that you get into that home and save thousands and thousands of dollars doing it. It's what Kent Jones does every single day. He's done this with our listeners, and he is going to continue to do this, and he'll do it for you. He's the best, I'm telling you. And do it right with a broker, okay? Because a broker is going to make sure that you get into that home and save you as much money as you possibly can. Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-LOAN, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. He's great. He's going to give you personalized attention that you're not going to get anywhere else. If you're going to buy a home, you have to go 713-520-LOAN.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 737-803-776 is the number. Josh Pate going to join us top of the hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got Astros baseball, 1:30. Micah wants to talk about the game yesterday. What do you say, Micah?
Hey, guys. The thing I wanted to bring up that really upset me, other than the game itself, was listening to Michael Kay. I mean, oh, my gosh. He sounded like so biased and so giddy every time the Tigers did anything good. And I felt like Tim Kirchin was sometimes trying to, like, keep him like, hey, guys, look, there's another team here. But anyway, that drove me nuts. So I hope the Astros hit like 5 or 6 home runs and he's got to pull his see ya like all day long, and it pisses him off to have to say it. And then the other thing that drove me nuts was a spot. I know all year long he's done his thing where if we're not up by the 7th inning, he goes to the pots and pans pitchers, king or and I thought, well, this is great, perfect. He's going to save Hader for game 2 and 3, and then he puts him in the 9th, and I'm like, what are you doing, man? So anyway. I'll have to watch the game on mute today because I've had about all the Michael Kay I can take. But just remember, it's on you, Lance. You ain't going to cap, then you know Astros better luck next year anyway. Keep those egg rolls frying.
This is too much. He's doing too much on this call. Get him off. Blaming everything on me.
I don't know. I
haven't done anything wrong.
You liked that first half when it was Michael Kay.
Yeah, that was fine. That part was fine until I got blamed.
The solution to that is to listen to us. 97.5 will have the game. Watch it and listen to us.
No Michael Kay.
Michael Kay.
Michael Kay
on our
free.
broadcast.
I didn't find he was that. I could hear the whole game. I heard it. I didn't find he was that biased, if you want to know the truth. They were trying to, listen, you had to play up the Tigers angle because the Tigers are, what a surprise story they are. And, oh, by the way, you ain't finding a more dominant outing than you got from Skubal. And then Vest as well. I mean, it was, listen, the crowd couldn't even get into it. Nobody could get into it. Nobody could do anything. It was just like, wow, this is a big popcorn fart for 8 innings. It was awful.
Yeah.
I mean, so I can't blame the fans. I can't blame the announcers. I can't blame. I mean, you just got a dominant performance from Skubal. Oh, well, you tip your cap and you move on. And you beat them today. That's all. And if you don't beat Tyler Holton or whatever his name is, then it's on you. If you can't hit this guy, then it's on you because he's not good. They spent their bullets. Now, I do agree with him that Josh Hader was an interesting decision in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
I know you want to keep it within 3. I get that. But you might need Josh Hader today. Okay, Josh Hader, he only threw 15 pitches, so he's going to be available today. You're going to use him for 3 straight days? And then, oh, by the way, you only get 1 day off, and now you got your division series as well. Unless Josh Hader said, listen, I need to work because we haven't played in a little while, and you haven't needed me in a little while. I need to work. Okay, I get it. But to bring him in a useless situation, he brought in Michael King or Brian King. He brings in.
I thought you had faith in Brian Abreu.
He brought in Neris, who has been bad.
Yeah, but
he brought in King.
I thought you had faith in Abreu.
I do have.
Let him close. What are you worried about? You told me he's been great.
He has been great.
Oh, then we got to close it. We got 3 closers: him, Presley, and Hader.
Well, are you sure you don't want Hader in a game situation in game 3?
I wouldn't have thrown Hader yesterday, but
that's what I'm saying.
But his opinion is probably you also think Abreu is really, really good. So just have Abreu there. What's the problem?
Well, no, you're not. He's not saying that.
Hunter goes
to
6.
Close Abreu. He's going to close Hader.
But you're going to run him back-to-back outings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When you can. It's not like he threw too many pitches. You can.
Wait, you got to run him back-to-back outings. You have to run him in 3 outings.
No, he's not doing that.
Yes. We'll watch.
I'll bet you he does.
Wait a minute. If it comes down to game 3 and you're up by 1 in the 9th inning, I guarantee you Josh Hader's on the mound.
This is a dereliction of duties by the Astros across the board.
That's why I thought it was odd.
No. Not just with him. You have Brian Abreu, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader. If there's anybody who has enough pitching and enough experience in the postseason, it's the Astros. if you're saying you have to run the same pitcher 3 games in a row, then you're basically saying you don't have pitching.
If you're saying he should throw Ryan Presley in the 9th inning of Game 3,
Brian
one
Abreu.
by one, then you're a derelict.
Brian Abreu. I've already spelled it out. Let Brian Abreu close today, or let Hader close, and then you have Brian Abreu in Game 3. What's the problem?
Well, I don't mind that, but that's not the way they do it. Brian Abreu comes in the 7th inning. That's not the way they do it.
When's the last time you saw Hader pitch 3 games
He's
in a row?
not going to do that. I'm just telling you.
But when's the last time you saw Hader pitch 3 games in a row?
It's the postseason, man. I don't care. Just do it. You're making $95 million.
But these guys are supposed to be really good. Abreu.
Yeah. They ain't Hader. They didn't get $95 million, did they?
That's not. But Abreu's got a job to do too, and it wasn't just one closer last. You've been able to close with different players over the years. Why is Josh Hader the only guy who can get somebody out in the 9th when he doesn't always get guys out in the 9th? He's had blown saves. If it's the game's tied, there's a good chance he'll lose it. So why can Brian Abreu not pitch in the 9th? What are we so afraid of? I've never seen you this afraid, John.
I'm not afraid of anything. I'm just telling you what they're going to do. I'm not afraid of Brian Abreu closing, but he ain't throwing Brian Abreu in the 9th inning of Game 3. He's just not. He's throwing Hader. I'm telling you.
Then I don't know if Hader's automatically in today.
Hader's automatically in today.
Hopefully you got the big lead.
They're
and
both elimination games.
It doesn't matter. Astros are going to win 5-2. But at 5-2 though, they still might bring in Hader.
Yeah.
But see, I don't want them to. If you can save him for a game, save him. Have some confidence in the guys you pay.
I thought it was a bit odd bringing in Hader in a 3-point down by 3.
I did too. It just didn't. But it almost felt like I just assumed he needed work. Like he wanted to get him. He wanted this is his day to throw, and we'll throw him, and we're not worried about.
That's not how he does. That's not how they do it. But maybe he's with a little bit of time off or whatever because they didn't have.
That's what I mean.
This weekend.
Although they didn't have a need for him, but it's not like they've had huge time off. They had Monday off and then right back at it on Tuesday.
I know, right? Well, I don't know. I thought it was a bit odd. I know you want to keep it close and you still want to give your team a chance to win, and they did have a chance to win. They had a chance to win in the end, but because they kept them within 3. But I thought you wasted Hader in that spot. I thought it was a waste. 713-780-3776. Whatever you guys think, you're more than welcome to get in and discuss that. You are more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Shortest wait times in the business. We got another call, right?
Yes. Do you want to take Lazy J now or come back?
Get Lazy J now. He says a little ridiculous. He always says ridiculous things that we can just ignore.
Okay. Lazy J, say something ridiculous.
Johnny G, man, I thought we were boys.
Well, we are, brother. I can't say brother because you're.
Hey. Yeah, okay. Let's not get started now. Calm down. Since you're out there in LA, man, let me get one of them P. Diddy freak off videos. I heard they selling them out there in LA. You seen it yet? Or you give me one. I want to see something.
The what?
He
freak off videos.
Since you're in LA, can you secure a freak off video?
They're selling them out there in LA. The undercover P. Diddy freak off video.
No, I don't have one.
So apparently, there's the people who have them are shopping them to multiple. They're shopping them to the people who are in the video, like celebrities, and saying,
that's called blackmail.
Well, it's also called catch and kill. Because guess what? They just say, would you like to buy this? Because we're going to be shopping this at other places. And it's called catch and kill, where you buy it and you destroy it.
Yeah. Well, or
it is blackmail. No. But guess who doesn't want you to know? Guess who doesn't want to go press charges on blackmail? Hey, excuse me, it's me, LeBron. I was just want to know. I bought a P. Diddy video. What, did he not go to the Diddy party? Did he not say there's ain't no party like a Diddy party?
But was he participating in the freak
off?
In
Lazy J, the LeBron guy?
He is.
Oh, this is the best then. Stay here, Lazy J. Let's talk about this. LeBron was actually at the videos. Your boy, hold on. You want to see your boy on a freak off video? You like LeBron that much?
No, I'm good on that. I'm good. He left early, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. LeBron had to get home to read the kids' bedtime stories.
That man's a good father. What are you saying?
LeBron's the only athlete that's been married with his high school sweetheart. That's actually black. You know, Dr. Umar Johnson would be proud about that. But I wanted to get in and talk some quick Astros right quick.
An Umar reference.
What do you think of? I like Hunter Brown, man, but man, what about Kikuchi? I know he started for game. He's going to start game 3 when it goes there, but just what happens if just say we don't win today? Kikuchi hits the market. I don't think he's going to be an Astro next year. Is it going to be Garrett Cole all over again? I'll hang up and listen.
Is he going to be Garrett Cole?
Well, it's going to be Garrett Cole where he takes off and then goes and gets money somewhere else.
Well, he's going to take off probably anyway. I don't know. Do you re-sign Kikuchi? It'll be interesting to see how much money.
I would take a strong look at it.
If Kikuchi does not get an opportunity to pitch because this doesn't go the way we want it, do we rethink the trade or do we go, you know what, worth it if he doesn't even get a chance to pitch in the postseason?
Well, it was worth it. He came in and won 9 straight games. That's awesome. No, he was absolutely worth it. And you know what? That's on them if they don't get to game 3. It ain't on. That's that.
Well, that's part of the equation. You made a trade because not just to win the division. You made the trade because you think Kikuchi can help you in the postseason. If he doesn't get the opportunity, this is why I'm asking. Because whatever Bloss and Loperfido and Wagner will be, he's playing the song. The thought was you're adding Kikuchi to become a part of your postseason rotation, and we're 9 innings away from that not even happening. So I hope he does get the pitch because that would mean we get a game 3.
Yeah. No. And I still think it was.
I hope he pitches too, so he can pitch it whenever he comes into the mound. You see him coming out of the bullpen to make the first pitch. Paul Wall says something like "play ball," and then all of a sudden we hear this. It's Pop Kikuchi.
Are you sure we can play that on the air, Del?
Well, there are some rights issues. I'm not sure what we can and can't play.
Rights issues.
Yeah,
there's Company Mandel at it again.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
Never cared
this
about
is a new
that.
song called Pop Kikuchi.
Sometimes
We've never cared about that, Del.
Sometimes demonetization of YouTube means something to people. Sometimes it means something to people. That's all.
How about this? It means something to talk to Josh Pate, and we will do that in about 12 minutes. So we got to break it here. And Josh Pate is joining us at the top of the hour. Don't you go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Quick segment here. Davante Adams is a pain in the ass again. Wants a trade. Antonio Pierce wouldn't even say his name. He said he was asked about whether or not Max Crosby and Davante would play, and he said, "Yeah, Max looks good. We'll see what happens with Max. I don't know about 17." That he called him 17. Davante Adams, 3 possible landing spots, and we'll see what you think. The Steelers, the Jets,
and Chiefs.
And, well, the Chiefs would be one, but I don't know that the Raiders trade with the Chiefs. I doubt that.
Oh, yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, for a first rounder, they would.
And the other one is the Bills.
That's a good one.
That's okay. First of all, he would not be happy in Pittsburgh.
Y'all want Keon Coleman? That's the first thing I do is, y'all want Keon Coleman? We'll give you Keon and a 4th.
But yeah. By the way, what is the market for Davante Adams?
I don't know. I mean, he's wherever he gets traded, he's going to immediately want more money because he's a receiver. So I would say probably knowing that you have to probably give him more money, I'd say second. I'd say a second. A second new contract is my guess. He's over 30. How old is Davante now?
What about the Jets?
Davante Adams is 31. He turns 32 in December.
Nathaniel Hackett is catching it. Garrett Wilson went on a podcast and was like, "Man, I don't know. We just don't. I see all these inventive plays by all these other teams, and we just don't do them."
No pre-snap motion. It's honestly, man, Aaron Rodgers has made him. Aaron Rodgers has really elevated, I guess, his persona because I don't see it. Didn't see it. It was bad in Denver. Don't see it here. I was watching a lot of that. That was a terrible game.
It was a terrible.
Honestly, watching. I mean, you know that Nick's didn't throw for 70 yards, right? Nick's got a win throwing for 60 some odd yards, maybe 60 yards. That was, and I was watching that on the multiple screens that I was watching on the multi-screen I have, and it's like, holy crap.
And some of his throws were awful.
It was just who could get a first down so you had a better chance to punt and put the other team. It was literally, can we get one first down so we can flip the field a little bit? And Aaron Rodgers never had a shot. It was really, really bad. Garrett Wilson is turning into a non-factor because they can't figure out how to get him to football consistently enough.
He's frustrated. And listen, you give Aaron Rodgers a whoopee with Davante Adams coming there. You someone who's Hackett is familiar with too.
Aaron,
you give him a weapon.
Yeah, Aaron. It was Aaron's number one guy for years.
Right.
And Garrett Wilson. Woo. It'd be huge, but I don't know what you give up. I don't know. I think you might give up a player, not just draft picks. You might give up one of your pass rushers, but they got some injuries. But you might give up one of your pass rushers. In his last 2 games, Garrett Wilson has 10 catches for 74 yards. Terrible. Everything is super short. He's averaging 9.6 yards per catch. He's averaging 11.8 for his career. That's terrible.
Yeah. All right. We got Josh Pate coming your way next to talk college football on the other side. He was at the big game. Was that a great game? Turned into a great game. He was there.
Did he leave early to beat traffic like I would have?
I don't think so.
I would not have seen all that, by the way. You do know I would have left, right?
That's
right.
Then you wouldn't have got his contract.
I would have not. Yeah.
Well, but if he got hit by a tractor trailer on the way home, who would he call?
John Daspin and the Daspin Law Firm. 7-1. That's elite level. That's an elite level transition right there from John. An assist. That's an assist. John Daspin is the one who is going to be the phone call you make when you need to find a personal injury lawyer who will help you not only recover the medical cost and help you pay for the medical cost. I mean, because look, even if you don't have insurance, you don't have medical insurance, you need to go to the doctor. You need to see what's going on with your back, your legs, whatever was injured. You need x-rays. You may need an MRI. You may need a CAT scan. I mean, serious injuries that are untreated can become very big problems for future health. And so someone else's negligence, I mean, you need to make sure that all the hospital bills get taken care of, but all the tests are run that you need run, physical therapy is done, your time missed from work, John Daspit will get you paid for that because that's not your fault either. And then your pain and suffering is accounted for. So John Daspit makes sure that the insurance companies pays their fair share to you when you have been injured on the job, no matter where it is on the job or on the roadway or out in the water. There's a lot of different types of law that they work with. You can go to the website and go to daspitlaw.com and find out for yourself. But John Daspit is a winner, and he will win for you. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 9 o'clock. Time to bring in Josh Pate, our college football expert, the Josh Pate College Football Show on CBS Sports. Joining us once again. Josh, welcome back in. What a game. What a game you were at on Saturday night. It was so crappy the first half, and the second half, holy cow. What was it like being there in the middle of all that?
I didn't want to say it Saturday night. I didn't want to say it Sunday, and we've even let Monday go by. But it's middle of the week now. I am willing to say that is one of the 2 or 3 best I've ever been at, best environments I've ever been in. I think with college football, you try and explain it to your pro sports buddies. The best moments happen in the regular season. This is not a sport where you build to the best moments in the postseason. The games may be more consequential. They may get a higher rating in December and January, but that was as good as it gets. And I think you got to have an Ohio State, Michigan on the field, or a Georgia, Alabama, in that they compare themselves to each other. They staff against each other. They recruit against each other. And whether they admit it or not, down south, everything is done in Tuscaloosa and Athens with the other in mind. And so for it to play out that way between those two teams and then to feel it during it and then afterwards is unbelievable.
It was. So my son was obviously there. He works on Alabama's football side. He was bummed because he didn't get to meet Josh Pate. John, just so you know, he's a big Josh Pate guy. The kids love Josh Pate. And so anyway, he was down there in the end zone. He was showing me where he got to watch a game. And literally, Josh, we all watched it. At 28, you thought there's just no way. Carson Beck looks terrible. Alabama's rolling. What do you take away from the second half more? That Carson Beck and Georgia showed that they're better than they looked in the first? Or do you take away a little bit that what happened to Alabama in the second half where they just offensively couldn't do anything?
I'm going to tell you how I choose to look at this stuff. It's an atypical game, obviously, from a game script standpoint. So if I tried to make it about Georgia in the second half, there's this other side of my mind that says, well, yeah, but Kirby Smart himself told you afterwards that's about as atypical a game condition as they'll be in. It's very tough to evaluate it from a predictive standpoint. The way I choose to look at those games is I pretend it wasn't lopsided in either half. In the net, I can make criticism or compliment about both teams based on how they played in a half. I just look at it as, how would I feel if this were a back and forth game the whole time and Bama won by 7? I feel in the aggregate, Bama overachieved a little bit relative to whatever expectation had been. And so, that's how I choose to look at it, because the other way will drive you crazy trying to figure out if Bama's really this or if Georgia's really that. I think we just saw a great game. You saw strengths and weaknesses of both teams. If they meet again, it won't be for another couple of months, at which point, if those staffs are worth their salt, those strengths and weaknesses, especially the weaknesses, will have been addressed. And so I kind of leave it for what it is.
Josh Pate with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. At halftime, they were what's his name? Booger. Booger was at halftime, and he's like, Travis Hunter is right after seeing Jalen Milroe the first half, he was saying Travis Hunter is the clear-cut favorite. Jalen Milroe's doing that against Georgia, while Travis Hunter's doing that against UCF.
But Colorado is 4-1 right now.
They are 4-1, but look at who they're playing versus who Alabama's playing. And Cam Ward is in the conversation as well. How do you have those three, Josh, right now for Heisman?
I'd have Milroe number one. I don't really understand where anyone comes from in late September, early October, saying fill in the blank and it's not close. I mean, we're not halfway through a season. So the picture hasn't even unfolded. If we're being real, there are things that will decide the Heisman race that haven't even happened yet. So I don't know how we're talking about something as if it's decided. So if you want to go Travis Hunter, I got no problem with that. I personally, this week, would go with Milroe. Last week, I probably would have told you Travis Hunter. So I do this crazy thing where I like to judge it week by week and like to keep my opinion fluid on the whole matter that should be a season-long matter. And I'm just telling you, man, watching Milroe, that's as good a performance, all things considered, as we may see in a game all year, Bama or otherwise. So I'm going to treat it as such myself. Anyone else can do whatever they want with their vote.
Boy, is that okay. Rank the wide receivers that you've seen or that so far. I mean, Smith at Ohio State is, but Williams, this 17-year-old kid is
Smith
incredible.
and Williams are special. Both of these guys are extraordinarily special.
I think I'm going to use the strategy Meemaw taught me in the South. So if you grew up where I grew up, that's right in the middle of like Georgia and Auburn country, which means I was driving. People are talking all the time about Bo and Herschel. Which one would you take, Bo or Herschel? So Meemaw taught me a long time ago, just tell whoever's trying to argue with you about it, they can have first pick, and you'll take whoever's left over. Because there really is no losing proposition there. I will tell you this, though. Like Ryan Williams, I think there was a little more skepticism about coming into the season. Everyone thought Jeremiah Smith was going to be an animal, and he is. And he's probably one of not only the more freakish, talented players we've seen come out of high school, but also very polished. Ryan Williams, of course, skips the grade, and he's not an early enrollee, and he's smaller in stature, so there's just naturally more skepticism there. I had it too. I mean, I remember talking in our preview for Alabama, and I said, hey, I think that guy's going to be really good, but they'll probably have to work him into the rotation as a true freshman. and he's been their best receiver from Bell one.
From day one.
Started to really hear that out of fall camp, and man, they're both insane to me. So I'll go fractions either way, but I'll let you have first pick. I'll just take whatever's left over.
So if you don't know Jeremiah Smith, he's 6'3", 215, comes from Miami Gardens, which cranks out a lot of talent in Florida. He is not only big, he's fast. He has great body control, plays like a veteran wide receiver. He's explosive, just super talented.
He can catch everything with one hand.
He's he's got 19 catches this year, 5 for touchdowns. He's averaging almost 20 yards per catch. And I just want to make sure we mention that, because if you haven't seen him yet, but you did watch Ryan Williams, you may think it's like nobody can touch Ryan Williams. These two guys are both on the same level. They're both true freshmen. I think Alabama's going to have their hands full with Ryan Williams. He is a little extra. How about the fact he put Michael Vick holding a dog as his avatar on his Instagram because he's a dog killer? I was like, hey, this may be a little much, Ryan. Easy.
So it's interesting what I would think about him from a distance as opposed to what I think about him. I got a little knowledge about him. I've been around him a little.
Oh.
Seen this before. Guys who are totally different when the game starts versus off the field. You talk to him, your concern would actually be, boy, this kid's kind of soft-spoken, a little shy.
Really?
I don't know if he's got that killer. I guarantee you'd say that about him if you met him. And then you'd watch his play and you would say, there's no way this is the same human being. There is absolutely no way.
Wow. Did not know that about him. I know he's really, really talented. Do you have a feel for top team in the nation right now? I'm looking at, Georgia and I thought Carson Beck did a nice job of answering. He's been kind of sleepwalking through the year. The first half was a disaster. He really showed what he's capable of the second half. I'm not sure that Kirby and their defense is as good as it needs to be. I didn't think that going into the season. Alabama's good. Ohio State's really good. I think Texas is really good. How do you see the top 4 or 5 teams right now in college football?
So I think it's top 6.
Okay.
I think you include Tennessee in that group.
Yes,
and
for
I
sure.
would say
You're going to say
right now, and I like to run numbers on this stuff. Right now, I've got 4 points of separation between 1 through 6. So that's a really good thing. It means you got healthy, competitive balance, at least at the very top. I mean, we got half a dozen teams that are in the top tier, and I don't know the last time we really said that in the first half of the season. And so I feel good about saying I put Ohio State at number 1 this week in power ratings.
Mm-hmm.
I would have no problem with Bama there. I'd have no problem with Georgia there. Texas, absolutely. I'm still waiting to see Oregon really hit the gas, and they got a shot coming up in a couple of weeks, obviously. Tennessee's in that mix. Be careful on the road at Arkansas this week. That Arkansas game hosting Tennessee is really interesting because Arkansas is in total desperation mode, wounded animal mode, at home. All the stuff you would say about a potential upset, you would say about that game. And yet, if Tennessee's really what we think they are, they should go in there and win anyway. They should go in there and win by 2+ touchdowns anyway. So not will they win, but will they go in there and own the moment? That is very interesting about them. Hey, don't just overlook Auburn going into Georgia. Auburn's had critical turnover issues this year, but Auburn's looked very good absent the turnovers, which doesn't matter, but it only makes me wonder, is there a week coming where they all of a sudden just don't turn the ball over? Because if there is, that team could magically pop a top 15, top 20 caliber performance on you and have you in a lot closer game at the end than the spread would indicate. So everyone's going to sleep on that Auburn-Georgia game. I'll pay attention to that one as well.
Josh Pate with us here, college football expert, the Josh Pate College Football Show on CBS every week. Brought to you by Damaris Barbecue right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we appreciate Damaris. Thank you for doing that, Yanni and Frankie and the rest of everybody over there. Josh, the Pac-12 has been putting together a league over the last couple of weeks. Does it really matter? What is college football going to look like in 3-4 years? Are we going to have? Is it going to be a 48-50 team, one big league, or is it because of the television deals that the SEC and Big Ten are never going to give up what they got going on right now?
Well, I think they've figured out really how to present what they want in a front-facing manner. So the whole Pac-12 thing, I refuse to talk about it because I hate that conference alignment happens during a season. You got all spring and summer to do that nonsense. I don't want those headlines dropped on me during the middle of week 6. Having said that, I don't think we're ever going to see a world where whatever the Pac-12 is viewed as equal to that of the SEC or the Big Ten again. I think the thing to pay close attention to, and I'm fairly certain you guys have seen these headlines, but if the listeners haven't, is this thing that's about to happen in Nashville next week. So the Big Ten and the SEC are going to have kind of a little quasi-unprecedented event here next week, closed to the public, obviously, where the athletic directors and the commissioners and power brokers are going to be here, and they're going to meet, and they're going to meet in the middle of a season, right in the midst of conference realignment, right in the midst of leading up to a look-in clause on that college football playoff deal. And what they want, at least reportedly, is 4 guaranteed playoff spots apiece. And I think anyone in their right mind understands that's either a leverage play or it's inevitably going to expand. Here's what we want in the expanded format play. Either way, it's a flex in signaling that we're going to run the world one way or another. You decide whether you want to be a part of it or not.
Yeah. Well, they got that kind of power right now. I mean, those two leagues are head and shoulders above.
But does that never bother you, John, that we have to talk about how these people have power and so they're going to exert it and F over everyone else? Like, this just bothers me so much that the golden, this is a golden goose era of college sports, and pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. And I mean, right now, there are so many universities and conferences that literally don't care about anyone else other than themselves. And instead of keeping it robust for a lot of people, they would rather squeeze as much as possible out for themselves and everyone else be damned. And in the meantime, it's going to eventually hurt their product because they're eliminating other colleges. I know, and that's true.
I mean, when you got the golden rule, when you got the gold, you make the rule.
That's true, but it just really bothers me that, I thought it started with Texas and the Longhorn Network was one of the very first signs that they're not really playing by the rules that everyone else is playing by. And then it had a domino effect on Nebraska, Texas A&M. It had a domino effect. It was the beginning to the end for the Big 12, frankly. It just took a little longer.
Josh, where you going this week?
Headed to College Station. I'll be right in your backyard tomorrow night, actually. Going to be there all weekend. And we are going to take a look at a rested Missouri team coming in there as a small underdog against Texas A&M. I think, and I want to say this very cautiously, I think there's another gear that A&M team can hit. If they do, then this is a perfect weekend to make a statement at quarterback situation or not. This is the weekend to show roster-wise, 1 through 85, staff, etc. We are better than a perceived top 10 team.
Yeah, Missouri is a perceived team because they haven't played like a top 10 team.
Well, they're perceived, but they've got a little pedigree now with Eli Drinkwitz.
They got that.
They got Luther Burden.
Great,
I mean, yeah.
But have they played like it?
But has A&M?
Well, nobody's saying they're a top.
But
10
A&M's
team.
a favorite over the other team. But they're a dog. That's what is a little puzzling to me. Is if you really think they're a top 10 team, why does Vegas have them as a small dog? A&M has not been impressive this year. They got a small cover. Small cover last week, a cover nonetheless.
But Marcel Reed has really taken over that job.
I think he has. I think to the point where even if Wigman's ready to go, I think Reed will start this Saturday. I think him and Le'Veon Moss running the ball match up a whole lot better than trying to throw it. Now, having said that, wouldn't be shocked to see Wigman in the game. There will be opportunities for him in the game, but I think you stick with and ride with what's been working for you recently.
Absolutely. No, I think the fan base would be a little pissed off if you want to know the truth, because Reed brings, he brings something to the offense that they just hasn't had. That elusiveness, that ability to run, the dual threat that they really, really need. They got to have that with that offensive line. They've got to have that. That is Josh Pate, and he's here every week, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll look for you on the sidelines for that football game, Josh. Well, welcome to Texas, brother, and we will talk to you again.
Hey, and don't skip leg days, okay?
Yeah.
Never. You know me. Never.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I
You gotta
don't
make
know,
sure you
Josh.
keep the base strong too.
Josh,
You
I
want
don't
to
know. It
topple
seems
over.
like you're working the arms a lot harder. I don't know. That is Josh. That is Josh Pate right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks again, Josh.
You just offended him.
Well, I'm sorry, but dude's got some guns on
He's
him.
got some guns.
He does.
He said never. He's like, I know, I work them both. He already told you, if I can't just get one workout in a day, like that's really that hard that I can't find time for one workout.
Well, yeah, it's really that hard. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna work out during.
I like Missouri over A&M this week. I like them
You
to
do?
win. Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like the Aggies
Last
this
week with 5-star, I gave you over Mike Evans yardage, easy W. And I'm telling you this week, I don't love the Ags against, I think Wisconsin. I think Missouri will.
I don't know.
Clip them at College Station.
Has not played well. I'm going to go. I'm going with the Ags this week. -2.5.
Look at you, all agged up.
I am. Well, it's more the stage for the Aggies.
All right. Well, you think the Cougs can score this week?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't
While we're
say
making
that.
college predictions, will Houston break their stretch of, 2 straight games of shutouts? I don't know when the last time University of Houston scored a touchdown.
This is an interesting one. TCU Horned Frogs this week -16.5 against the Cougs.
What's interesting?
Dana's working for TCU now.
Oh.
We'll see if he doesn't have something planned for him.
What is he going to say? Donovan Smith can't score.
He's helping the defense. So we'll see what he has in store for Donovan Smith this week.
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
It's not even Donovan Smith. At this point, it's the offense can't score a single point.
No.
When is the last time Houston scored? Let's see. Houston scored in the fourth quarter against Rice. Donovan Smith had a 37-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter with 7:10 to go. That's the last time they scored a point against Rice. Wow. And that was September 14th. That was in the summer. Now we're in the fall.
It's October.
Yeah.
Now it's October.
It's October and it's the fall and it's beautiful. The leaves are changing down here, John. You're missing it.
Well,
you're missing it. Beautiful. The leaves are finally changing.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back Sunday. Just so you know.
You're already back?
I'm back Sunday. Yeah.
You can't quit. No, Dell, you can't play.
I'm coming back Sunday.
You can't play it for him. He's coming back.
I'm coming back. I'll be back for a couple of weeks, actually, just so you know.
Go into Lulin's. Gonna grab a beer with that lady
on the ride.
There it is.
Headed
to the Marist.
You know who's not here in L.A.? The Zaddicks. The
Zadok Jewelers. He's just let him have his
seen Pepperdine?
Let him have his time, John. Go ahead, Del. Do your song. Abigail's in there. He's afraid to sing now.
I'm trying to think of another lyric for John. Buddy. It's just another perfect day. John loves L.A.
He loves it.
He's taking off his headset. It's no longer fun.
No, it's not fun anymore. John's not there for us to torment. I want to talk about Zadok Jewelers. Torment is not the word you use when you're trying to get engaged. That's a beautiful time. That's a great moment. That's a moment you're going to want captured. Listen, I know there are a lot of you out there right now that are going to do it big, and that's why Zadok Jewelers is perfect for you. You want to get the pictures, and you got to get it you got to get it properly, properly lit for the Insta and everything. If you want to really make it perfect, you want to make something that is going to stand out for the engagement, let Zadok Jewelers do it for you. They're upstairs. They have 2 levels, and it's 28,000 square feet. The upper level is all about bridal. It's all about I do. It's all about finding a perfect ring, creating a perfect moment. And it's more than just a ring. They handle everything upstairs. Like, it's crazy, the service that they offer. And this is the months coming up. This is when most people get engaged, is during the fall when the weather starts to break here. A lot of people go out and get their engagements done. So let Zadok Jewelers walk you through it, educate you on the diamonds, find the perfect setting, find the perfect ring, and make the perfect moment, make the perfect memory. Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a problem. Gilbert has put the curse on the Astros because he didn't get his division hat. Lance is too lazy to go get him one today, okay? And
I could leave right now if you want.
You're not right now.
Well, then there we go.
Now.
There we go. I can't do it then. I got a lunch meeting. I can't do it.
So has anybody stopped off yet at the Astros team store?
Oh.
A hat?
Yes, actually, hold on a second. This is not going to help, though. But, yes, it's done. I got next day delivery, so it costs almost as much as the cap. But taking no chances. I don't need any money. I'm just telling you guys I got it. Dude is relentless. Hold on a second. This is the problem. Poor Marine actually purchased him a hat. He got the hat. When was this done, though? Did he order today? It's not going to matter unless they win. They have to win today.
Well, it'll matter.
He's getting it sent to Gilbert. He's getting it sent to Gilbert to the nursing home Gilbert's in. So actually, yes, he stepped up. Poor Marine on Twitch stepped up, and actually the hat cost him $33.99 and shipping cost him $28.99. He just kicked in $62 for Gilbert for his hat.
Okay, Gilbert is on the line right now.
No. Where is he?
How are you doing? I told you they will lose. Well, get myself after a lose. I knew that was going to happen.
Well, wait a minute, Gilbert. Can you take the curse off because the hat is on the way? It's going to show up tomorrow. It is going to be there tomorrow.
Yes,
so you could
100%.
Can you please take the curse off?
He sent it to the nursing home. Yeah, I'm looking at his direct message to me here. I'm looking at it's sent to Gilbert Lou, although he spelled Lou Lou. That's not spelled right, is it, Gilbert?
Yeah, it's
LU, right?
Sharpview Nursing Home.
7505 Belle Reve Drive, Houston, Texas, 77036. Yeah, that's it. It's sent to your name. Astros Division Championship. So, John.
Anyway.
What'd you say?
Gilbert, are you going to take the curse off?
Well, get the cap tomorrow. I hope they win today anyway. You got the cap. And Lance, thank you very much anyway. Lance, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, when are you going to come?
Okay, you can ask me a question, but first you have to answer our questions. What did you just say? You said they're not going to win anyway today?
They'll win today anyway. You got my cap. That's good. They will win today.
Okay, so the cap. Hold on. We're not. Let me finish. Okay, so they are going to win today because the cap was ordered. It doesn't get there until tomorrow. One of our listeners spent $62 on your cap.
They'll win today. If you order cap, we'll win tomorrow.
Okay.
Win today and tomorrow anyway.
Oh, thank God.
Also, the Astros need to do is bust to the first baseman, and then a scoring strike. That's the one big problem they had. Yeah. And then he do anyway. Is the butt on base, Does that make sense?
Not really.
John, really.
I didn't understand.
Did you catch all
that? I
that?
speak fluent Gilbert, and I really didn't get much of that.
Gilbert, can they get you a wired connection phone at all, like one of the old school wired phones? Because we have a hard time hearing you on this one. And then your face will hit up against a button, and it'll go. Beep. How's that?
Yeah. Anyway, now I gotta live you up on a God anyway.
I didn't catch that one either.
All right, then. Well, go ask us, okay?
All right. How's that?
Right.
Hey, you got a hat coming. How's that sound?
That sounds good. Just have to wait for me anyway,
We'll have a waiting for you. That sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you, Lance, anyway.
Yeah, no problem. I did it.
Bye.
Yep. So I'm good. So I've taken care of my part, even though it was a listener who did it all. Literally, I did nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
Hey, Lance, I was praying for the enchiladas. When did they come up in the enchiladas?
Oh, well, the enchilada was just kind of a.
No, he wants enchiladas.
I was just kind of. I thought he would say he didn't want enchiladas.
No,
so now
he wants enchiladas.
So I said
Where are
enchiladas.
the enchiladas?
Oh.
Enchiladas with cheese in there anyway,
And some cheese will be in there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just. Is there a Mexican restaurant, somebody listening who wants to give me some enchiladas? I guess I can go to. Well, yeah, I've got Papacito is a little expensive, but it's right by my house.
Yeah, but that's all right.
I could go to
Enchiladas for Papacitos. There we go.
Yeah. What about tamales instead?
No, enchiladas.
Hold on. You don't have Gilbert's palate. Gilbert, would you rather have enchiladas or tamales?
Enchiladas. I love enchiladas.
Dang.
I don't even think he's saying enchiladas.
Yeah.
What do you think he's saying?
Aunt Jemilas or something.
You think he wants Aunt Jemima?
Gilbert, say what you want again. What is it that you want? Listen.
Enchilada with cheese on there anyway.
Yeah, that sounds like Aunt Jemima.
It does.
Enchiladas with cheese. You don't have Aunt Jemima with cheese. So
just cheese just cheese enchiladas, right?
Right.
And they come with rice and beans usually. So are we good with that? Spanish rice and refried beans?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Well, see you later then, Bob. Thanks very much, Lance.
Well, wait a minute, Gilbert.
Wait, Gilbert.
Since you're, Jackie says, since you're in such a forgiving mood, could you extend Lance's life maybe past 2027?
Yeah, you told me when in 2017 when I was at 790, you once told me that I would die in 2027, and we would. Yes, Abigail, that happened, and we were wondering, is your prediction still the same, or has it changed? Like, what are your thoughts right now? I hate asking this question, but when will
When
I die?
Can you please extend that?
What are your thoughts on that, Gilbert?
What's that?
Well,
do we believe he's causing the death or just predicting?
No,
the
see,
death?
I don't think he's causing it. He was predicting. I don't think he can extend it. But if he can, well, he just said the Astros will win, Dell. He just told us the Astros would win today and tomorrow.
Well, he did put a curse on them.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
He said,
But
if I don't get
curse
it.
on Lance, too.
Did he, or did he predict something?
Gilbert, was that a prediction or, are you sure? In 2017, you said I would die in 2027. Do you still think that, or have things changed?
No, you'll live for about another 37. How that sound?
Yeah, he gave you an extra 10 years.
All right, got an extra.
Got an extra 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, Gilbert, you told me
That sounds
32. Can you extend me to 37 or
Yeah,
so?
is John still dying in 2032?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
well, there it is. When does Dell die?
Who's that?
That's you. The other
You
guy.
were born in 1970.
No, I wasn't.
Dell, when were you born?
But Gilbert, I was born in the 80s, so figure that out.
1970.
I wasn't born in 1970.
When does Dell gonna die?
You were.
He won't. He doesn't believe me.
Gilbert, when was
Gilbert? When was I born?
1970.
No,
I was not born in 1970.
You're talking to Dell.
Not John or
Does he
Lance.
know who you are?
Probably not.
Dell, do you know?
I'm a millennial, Gilbert. So when am I dying?
Gilbert, do you know who Dell is?
We're not talking about Dale Land.
No, I know, but when is Dell gonna die?
You don't have an answer for that. I'm a child of God. You can't predict that.
I don't know. Prediction on Dale.
I told you I'm a child of God. He will not do it. You two, evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He agreed.
All right.
All right, then. How's
what
that
a
sound?
great show. You just got the Astros got to win, and you got another 10 years to live.
And you are still dying in 32.
I'm still in 32, but I'm gonna hopefully bring him another meal.
I just got 10 years on my life.
I'll ask
Do you
next time I
understand
bring him another meal.
that is still kind of an early death for me, but still, it's better than it was. It's better than I was.
You were dying in 3 years.
I was dying pretty quick. Yeah. Time's
man.
going fast.
It
Like
is
at
going-
first I thought I got 10 years and it was like, oh, I've only got 3 years.
I know I'm coming up on 32.
You're
Seems
coming
like
up on
it's
me.
right
It's just, yeah.
Well, considering you, I felt like Gilbert's overestimating.
Run, tell the streets the curse is lifted, says Twitch. The curse is lifted. He goes, no, went today, went tomorrow anyway, a hat. Beep. And then he just hits his phone with his face.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah, that's what's happening.
All right, listen.
The
here's
curse
good
is
news.
lifted. Man.
Here's a good news.
Thank you to
the
me.
curse is lifted, and I've got a
And
solution
he kept
for your
telling me,
payroll.
by the way, John, did you hear him? He kept thanking me. Thank you, Lance. It was
I know.
poor Marine got the hat and paid
I know,
over
but he don't
$60
care.
for the hat.
How about that?
But then I still have to give him enchiladas anyway.
Right. When do you bring my enchiladas? And when are you going to call HR&P? Because HR&P is waiting for your phone call. I need you to call HR&P and help your business. Customize a plan for your business. That's what they do. Every single business is different, and HR&P treats us all differently. We're not the same. All of the people, Chad from CEP and Chuck Watson has come in, and Marcus Payabla from New Orleans Seafood, and I mean all of these people that have come in and given praises to what HR&P does for them. I'm telling you, your business is different, and they treat you, and they're going to treat you differently than they treat everybody else. That was the main problem that we had. Was it was a cookie cutter payroll company that we had before. We went and found HR&P, and they're like, no, your business grows, and you should get a discount on your payroll. So if you have a business that has 1,000 people, it's going to be different from somebody that has 80 people. It just is. Okay, technologically, the way that they do it is perfect. It doesn't matter how big your business is, how small. You don't want to do it with less than 15 people or so in your business. But after that, it's time. It's go time. Make your business better. Make it easier. Make it your payroll perfect. Make your HR perfect. Make your taxes perfect with hrp.net. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5
Good day
and
today.
92.5.
Never been so excited after losing a playoff game. Gilbert lifted the curse. I got 10 more years of my life.
Yeah, it's been a big show.
There's a lot of good things happening today. A lot of good things. You're still dying in 32, but a lot of positives for most of us here on the show. And Astros are winning. Gilbert said the curse is off. They win today and they win tomorrow. You know you can get the Astros plus 145 to win the series, John? Plus 145 to win the series. 100 to win 145.
This is a good time to bet them.
Yeah.
This is a really good time.
I don't even you couldn't parlay them and make that and get that kind of payoff, I don't think.
Do you think they'll hit today? Do you think so?
I think they'll hit enough, sure.
Yeah. You like 5 runs today?
Yeah, I like 5 runs.
Yeah, I don't know. When they go into a funk, they seem to go.
Oh,
it's extended.
We've got trade for Highway Cantina. Judith was listening. So Highway Cantina, who came and brought food, it was fantastic. We'll go there. I'll get the enchiladas. So Highway Cantina can make the enchiladas for me. Bing, bang, boom.
It's always best when it's free.
It helps, and it sponsors.
When Saltgrass did it for me, it was awesome. Got the call.
Yeah, but here's how this is going to work. I'm going to go there and eat lunch and then say, oh, let me get some enchiladas to go. Hey, Gilbert, I'm coming from Edo. It's a little bit of a drive, but I think you'll like this.
No, you just go down 59. You'll be fine. It's not far. It's not far off 59. So it's good. The Saltgrass was right. There was one right there. I went to the other one, but neither here nor there. Thank you, Saltgrass, for doing that. And thank you for the enchiladas as well.
Mm-hmm.
Nice job over there. What's the name of it?
For you talk about canteen, Highway Cantina.
Highway Cantina.
Yeah,
nice. Thank you.
We had them in. They were really good.
Yeah, well, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. That's why they were so good. They were even better when you're not here.
Yeah. All right. Did we miss anything today, Del, on our little show? Our little radio show here on the FM dial? Did we miss anything?
Let me see if there's some stories I've got.
There's nothing really. Von Miller won't be available tomorrow. Sunday.
Yeah. So we don't know what's going on, right? He's suspended for 4 games.
Well, we do know what's going on. Remember, he got in trouble last year.
Violence thing.
His pregnant girlfriend.
Is that what this is based on?
That's what they're pointing to. Yes, from last year.
So they're using last year's in their. Right. Okay, so they're going retroactively.
I guess they didn't make a ruling. All the information wasn't out at the time because it happened.
So something new, but something new came up though.
Well, it happened in November, I think, of last year. I think I was around that time. So maybe they finally have the conclusion to whatever their investigation is. So they hit him with 4 games. So he won't play on Sunday against the Texans. Is there anything else?
That's good news.
Definitely.
That's good news. Well, that's another thing. The Bills. Do you think that Josh Allen wants another diva wide receiver if they should trade for Davante Adams? Davante Adams is now going, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. I mean, Davante Adams is another one. I mean, do you think he wants one after Diggs? And by the way, how big a game is Stephon Diggs going to have on Sunday? Do you think he's going to be pushing it for, hey, I need the ball. I need you to throw me the ball.
I worry about it a little bit. I mean, I'd love for him to have a big game. That'd be great as long as it stays within the flow of the offense. You know, there's a bunch of fans who, and it's kind of the thing, right? You got to pick who you're going to get. If you're a fan, and I mean this with all sincerity, it's not even picking on people. I remember Derek Bell used to be the guy, and then it was Dave Clark, and it was Matt Maloney. Like, you have to pick who the one person is that you can blame everything on. When it's always more, Bobby Slowick is that guy now for Houston. Did you know that? Bobby Slowick's calling really bad plays. Bobby Slowick is a huge problem for the Houston Texans. Maybe time to move on from Slowick.
Did Bobby Slowick false start or hold this week?
I'm just telling you, Bobby Slowick, according to the streets, is just a massive problem for some people. For some people on Twitter, they believe that Bobby Slowick's bad play calling, which is always the easy way out for fans. If they don't understand what is going on with coverages and all that, you just say, it's bad play calling. The fact is, the coverages that are being run right now are taking an element of the game away from the Texans, and the Texans can't run a football. to beat two high shells, you got to be able to run the ball, and they're not running the ball. They're not running effectively. You want to get on Bobby Slowick? I hope you're mad because he's not calling enough run plays, because frankly, running the football is how you beat those two high shells. Is you've got to prove that you can run it.
I heard he just throws. It's all he does is run on first down. That's all I heard.
He does have a percentage of that, but
his percentage is not that high this
right
year.
now, teams are taking some stuff away from CJ. I don't know what's going on completely. I did watch the coaching tape the other day, and it's just CJ typically makes the right reads too. He's not making wrong reads. CJ's reading it right. I mean, and the stats, if you go by passing yards, you say, this offense is humming. I don't know. There's something, just a lot of 50-yard field goals.
There's a lot of things beyond not being able to run the football. CJ is in the same category as Daniel Jones and Sean Watson as far as number of dropbacks, 3rd and 8 or more. As he is in unfavorable situations around, and those are the other two guys around him as far as that's concerned. Now, he's been able to overcome some of it because he's such a good player. The Texans are also the worst when it comes, since week 1, the worst when it comes to run success rate. Like, they're at 23%. 23% of their runs since week 1 are deemed a success. The closest team to them is the Raiders at 28%. So the Texans don't run the football well, and they are consistently putting their quarterback.
Is it all Joe? Is it Joe? Is it the Colts?
Week 1, whatever that, you look into that however you want to. But, and the other thing is, they put their quarterback in situations where he has to overcome unfavorable situations too much.
I think throwing the ball early would really help him working backwards, because the quick throws. What's the latest on Tank Dell on his injuries?
I saw he's expected
to play, right? This would be a great time to get him some quick throws. Let him, just get the ball out quick, sideways, catch and run type stuff. Quick little 5-yard hit, 5 little yard stop routes right there against the zone. Maybe work backwards where you're throwing early so that you are ahead of the chains early on, because then you get to 2nd and 5. Tunsil false starts your 2nd and 10. Then you run the ball again. Then you have a holding on Kenyon. Then you throw 1st down. Then you run, gain of 6. Then Tunsil false starts. You'll be at 2nd and 9, 2nd and 8. This is kind of how these drives go. Then you got Shaq Mason false started. So now we're at 2nd and 13. Then we complete a pass. It's 3rd and 1, and then they line up improperly. That's a 5-yard penalty for lining up improperly. That's kind of how a drive looks right now for the Texans.
Yeah. And they've always, they got to stop shooting themselves in the foot with the penalties, and they got to run the ball better. And if they do those two things.
Yeah, running the ball better really would cure a lot of it.
Cure a lot of stuff.
A lot of it.
How's the ankle? How's Joe's ankle?
Joe's ankle's still not great. We'll know today, tomorrow's the big day, but I don't feel like it's probably going great.
And I don't get their fining system. Derek Carr did a Michael Jackson crotch grab in the end zone and got $14,000, a $14,000 fine. Al-Shair punches somebody on the Bears sideline and he got $11,000. And then the guy who tackled Joe Mixon with the hip drop, I think his was $11,000.
His should have been $150,000.
It should have been. He should have to sit every game that Joe Mixon sits.
Coming from Lance Zierlein, the person who wore a shirt that said "ban the hip drop." Tackle?
No, I said free hip drop.
Oh, free hip drop, exactly. Free hip drop. Now you want to
punish someone? I would give out free hip drop tackles.
So
that's what that meant.
So you don't have a problem with it.
I would give them out for free, but obviously I'm not a football player because I should be suspended. I should be suspended if I do that.
Amongst all the reasons.
Let me tell you something.
When we come back, News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk about Coors Light. I want to talk about, do you think that I was a BW3 throwing down Coors Light, eating wings, eating fries, and watching a ball game? Yes, I was. The answer is yes to all of those, every single one of those. And but the highlight was the Coors Light, the cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I am a big fan. I'm an enthusiast. Now, I continued the Coors Light escapade over at the poker room and really enjoyed myself doing that as well. So, and it just doesn't get any better. Just can you please give me a Coors Light? If there's one way to satisfy a man, go get to his heart, it's through his Coors Light. It's through those blue mountains. And those blue mountains are blue because it's cold. Listen, if you're looking for the world's most refreshing beer, of course a man's going to be happy when you give him a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. You ladies, you too. You can keep Texas chill as well. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. Good news for P. Diddy. If he is released on bail, which has been denied so far, but if he is, P. Diddy promises to ban women from his home if he's released from jail in a new plea.
That guy cares about women.
That guy,
that shows that P. Diddy is an ally. Diddy is an ally. You can tell because he bans women from his home.
Yeah.
Are you though?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's an ally.
He's an ally.
So the behavior he's changing is to keep women out of his home.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And then he won't abuse them.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's great.
I guess he knows himself.
Is he also going to keep men out of his home? Because you heard all the stories? Is he also banning men from his home?
All of humanity out of his home.
P. Diddy's home is a human-free environment.
That's right. It should be. He should be the only one there. But if you're going to try to quit smoking, what do? You give him cigarettes? No. So you keep people away from Diddy, and he won't do stuff to him anymore.
I mean, he's got a point, Dell.
Okay.
Apparently, that's going to do it.
Apparently, there is a 6,000-pound, 43-foot statue of nude Donald Trump.
I did see that.
Oh, I saw that. Why are they doing this again?
Well, it's called Crooked and Obscene, and apparently it made its debut in Nevada, and they have kicked it out. It is going to make a tour around the country, and he's completely nude. You see all the veins and everything
What kind
else.
of country do we live in?
And it's
What
not
are
like,
we doing?
And it's not like a Ken doll.
It's huge.
No,
too.
what I mean is there are like Ken has like no parts.
Right.
This one has parts.
Who's doing this? Who's spending money to do this?
They're anonymous.
Mark Cuban.
I don't know. It might be Mark Cuban. Might be, but apparently it's and it is in effigy of him. Do you want to see it when it comes to Houston?
No,
I don't want to see it.
You don't want to see the gigantic
mean,
43-foot, 6,000-pound Donald Trump?
You mean
statue?
like drive up to it and just check it out? What do you mean? I don't want to see it. I've seen it online already. It's not pretty.
Ooh.
It's not good.
Oh, the online of that.
No,
yeah,
it's
the picture. Yeah, the
the
video
stomach
of it.
is the stomach is especially not.
It's supposed to, I guess, mimic what he actually looks like as far as his entire body. I don't know how they got all the measurements correct, but they tried.
Yeah, they were not very flattering. Not very flattering. I don't think. I don't know. Surgeon in England. Apparently, he was working at an NHS trust. He couldn't find a scalpel, so he used the penknife that he had just used for his lunch to cut his fruit to cut open the gentleman. Do you feel like they should? The Royal Sussex Hospital in Brighton should get more scalpels?
Yes, but I like the fact that man just knows how to make things. Yeah, he's resourceful.
How about we focus on how resourceful that doctor was?
All we did was talk about MacGyver forever, about how, look what he can do with all this stuff. How about say the same thing about the doctor and start? Don't tell me how big what do you always say, John? Don't tell me how big the ways are. Just bring the ship in.
Well, this particular hospital, 4 whistleblowers said patients had died unnecessarily and effectively maimed there.
Oh.
And they're facing manslaughter charges.
Oh, that's not
So
great.
is it about the tools or the person holding the tools?
I think it's the people that are all there working there.
The tools aren't great either. So.
Yeah, I don't think. And they need more. They need more scalpels, I think.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they need more scalpels.
Up the scalpels.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on
That's
ESPN
not
97.
true per se because there is no Mapes today.
And Abigail's covering the camera so no one can see her on the stream.
Abigail, don't cover the camera.
That's Lance's idea.
That's been discussed.
It's your idea. It's up to Abigail if she wants to do it or not. If she
Abigail,
wants to,
it'll be funny.
She's
Let
allowed
the people
to.
see you.
It'll be funny.
Or not.
So-
she can choose. She doesn't have to be on camera.
No, she doesn't have to
In
be.
fact, we don't even have to do the whole let's put a towel over the camera. There's a setting where the producer's not on screen.
Oh,
so we can do that too. To
Well,
upset everyone.
That'll make everybody nuts. You think they want to look at you or
No,
Abigail?
but they already hate me anyway. I don't care.
I know,
Why
right?
is Sean not there? Is there a new season start? Is this today's signing day on in college football 25?
No, he's moving today.
Okay.
Oh, did you get his address for everybody?
Why would I get his address?
Get his address so that people can come and visit.
Sean doesn't want people visiting him.
You don't know
He's
that.
too busy
You don't know.
plotting on Quinn Ewers' downfall.
I thought he loves Quinn Ewers.
No, he loves Arch, not Quinn.
Oh, wow. Well, Quinn's coming back, by the way.
Yeah, after the bye week, Quinn is expected back.
Yeah, Quinn's coming back. So sorry, Mapes. We're done. Abigail and Dell are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Go Astros.
Welcome into the show. All week, the word accountability has been used, and really stretching back to last week, considering the Texans' penalty problems. So this show needs to be held accountable. There was a lot of schoolboy slander yesterday, mostly from Sean Mapes. So I'm putting the blame on him, and he's not here to answer for his slander. He is in the process of moving. He'll be back tomorrow. He said he wouldn't learn Scooble's first name until he did it in the playoffs, and he did. Scooble was his dominant self. The Astros don't score a run until the 9th inning, and they go down 3-1. And the other thing we need to be held accountable for is not mentioning how bad Fromber was last year. We operated as if, Fromber is just going to be nails. He's a good, proven starting pitcher in the playoffs. He's going to be fine. The person in question should be Scooble, who's never done it before, even though he was coming off a Cy Young worthy season, one where he won the Triple Crown in pitching. Well, we saw, despite Fromber's really good season, bad Fromber was back, and for an inning. He didn't go very long in the game, but it was brutal. 3 2-out singles, drives in all the runs as the Astros go down yesterday 3-1. And now it's an elimination day. I didn't think it was going to be the case today. I thought they would win game 1. They'd find a way. Scooble, as good as he was, I thought Fromber would be, at least he would match him, and they'd find a way to scratch across some runs and win it. Just not the case. So now we're in a moment where it's desperation time, and we'll hear from Alex Bregman in a little bit here. He talked about how this entire season's kind of been like this, where the team has had their backs against the wall because of their slow start, and every month, every game felt like must win. That's probably hyperbole by him, but the season has been won, at least the first part of it, where they needed to make up for their poor play, and now they need to do it again. It'll be Hunter Brown on the mound against a combination of Tigers pitchers. They'll have an opener, and they'll try to make it work. But they got the one they needed to get. They had their best pitcher on the mound, and they got it. Now they've made this not a long series because it's only 3 games, but for the Astros to win it, they have to go to the wire. And what does that mean? Joe Spada talked about it, how he's going to treat this game today. If he needs to use Kikuchi today, he'll use him. So what does that mean? Whether because of an injury, hopefully not, and also hopefully not because also hopefully Hunter Brown's not bad, but Kikuchi is on the table today. So don't simply expect, Hunter Brown today, and if we get to play a game through Kikuchi. If he has to go to him, he'll go to him. We saw some of that, how he operated yesterday when he threw in Josh Hader, which was questioned. The Astros were down 3-0, and he threw him in there to hold it down. And you know what? It almost worked out for him. A lot of the criticism of Espada's move for Hader was not in hindsight. It was at the time. But if you look at it, he got what he needed to out of Hader. And if not for, as Espada said, a couple of inches one way or the other, that ball's down in the corner that Hayward hit. And the Astros are winning that game 4-3 because Chaz, who had a nice at-bat previous, is scoring from first. Those are the margins in some cases. Hayward hit that ball hard, just right at a guy, and the Astros go down. Now, I mentioned Sean Mapes isn't here to be held accountable for his lack of respect for Scooble. That means there's someone filling in. I don't know if she's made the decision to be on camera because that was floated by Lance Zierlein that she could decide not to because, hey, don't give the people what they want, I guess. That's our motto here. But let me introduce someone who's never produced my show before, at least when I was here. She did produce it when I was out on vacation in Raheel and it was Michael Carroll was in. Oh. They were out at out at let me pause. I can pause. Out at East River 9, and she produced it back here at the station. That voice, the interrupter, is Abigail. Abigail's producing the show today. Yeah. My mic, my show. I'll say what I want.
Oh, right. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. If you don't know the background, we're very combative. So let's see if we can avoid that throughout the show. Probably not. It was already started. But Abigail's here. She'll be producing the show. And I don't know if we have an intern out there right now, but if not, she'll be taking the phone call, 713-780-3776. That's the number to call if you want to talk Astros or anything else. We'll get into some other stuff too, but obviously the focus throughout the day will be the Astros as they're on the brink of elimination. It's elimination day. We could be done with Astros baseball by about 4:30 today. When the Killer Bees come on to do their unofficial post game, the Astros season could be over just like that. It is what happens when you start off so slowly. that no matter how well you play, you are in the wild card round. 2 games into your playoffs, it could be over. That's where we are. I don't know if that's hit people. I imagine once the game begins, and particularly if it doesn't go well early, that'll start to take hold. But it's kind of nuts after 162 regular season games where the baseball season seems very, very long. And considering what this team has done, there's always a deep playoff run. Normally it starts later, but we're always talking about this team to the middle, at least the middle of October, and sometimes in November. We saw what happened last year where they were 1 game away from going back to the World Series. It always feels like we are preparing for November baseball. It could be over October 2nd.
But according to Gilbert on John and Lance, we will win both games.
Yes, if you missed it, the saga that is Get Gilbert Free Stuff continued earlier today. And Gilbert, because he heard that a listener ordered him a hat and it's next day delivery, so it'll cost the listener like $60+ to get Gilbert his hat. The hat will be a division title winning hat from the 2024 season. The hat's on its way to where Gilbert is now residing. Gilbert has lifted what I guess was a curse he put on the Astros. Initially, he said if he didn't get his hat by Monday, they would go 0-2 and be out of the playoffs. Now he's saying they're winning today and tomorrow. So if you had real concerns, I guess that first segment is not needed. They're going to win. They're making it into the divisional round thanks to a listener who decided I need to get this done. So Gilbert's going to get his hat. He'll eventually get enchiladas and with cheese from Lance. So all is well. We don't have to worry about it, right? Hunter Brown's going to be great. The Astros are going to hit the baseball. We're talking about a joyful post-game, unofficial post-game with the Killer Bees later today. So here's the setup. We are doing our normal show with a special guest producer. And then at 12, just like yesterday, Gallant George will do an hour. And then the official pregame on ESPN Radio, or at least from ESPN Radio, will be on our air on 97.5. And then the game, and then the Killer Bees, just like we did yesterday. Hopefully, there is a better result. And I heard a couple of people call in, or at least talk about the fact that Michael Kay, the Yankees announcer, is on ABC calling the game. And it just sounds weird to have that Yankee synonymous with Yankees baseball calling Astros baseball. I imagine it's going to get really annoying if the game isn't going well early to listen to him call the games. I don't know if he had a bias. I didn't hear the game. I had the game on, but for the most part, it was on mute. Had on my laptop, was watching other things. It got second screen status, so I didn't hear him. But from the anecdotes I've heard, no one was looking for Michael Kay to call the game. So he'll be there. Hopefully it's in a win, and then we can talk about tomorrow where we hope it's Kikuchi. But as I said, Joe Spada's not making that guarantee. We could very well have Kikuchi on the mound today, just depending on how the game goes. So, all right. Down 0-1, got one of your best pitchers on the mound, which was the same could have been said for yesterday, but the best part about it is there is no Scooble. There is no There's no Garrett Cole to Justin Verlander with the Tigers. They are going with an opener today, and let's see if the Astros can take advantage getting into that Tigers bullpen. We'll hear from Alex Bregman, his thoughts on this being an elimination game and how it compares to the season overall when we come back. Abigail in for Sean. We're just getting started. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I'd say I feel like this team's been fighting elimination all year. We were 10 games back, so we know how to play with our back against the wall. You flush today, come back tomorrow, ready to go, ready to compete, and leave it all out in the field.
Level of confidence, and you got Hunter Brown going tomorrow. It's a guy that you kind of talked into throwing a sinker, and he's been excellent since.
I got all the confidence in the world in Hunter. He's going to compete and leave it all out there, and he's going to pound the zone, and we just got to score some runs for him.
Alex Bregman, yesterday after the game, he went 2 for 4. One of the few Astros who hit the ball well, nearly hit a home run in the game. They go down 3-1. Cal Tucker 0 for 4, which is just a continuation of what he did in last postseason, where he had 6 hits and 40 at bats. So Cal Tucker, in his last 12 games in the postseason, is 6 for 44. Not exactly what you're looking for from your star outfielder, who we want to give him some bail, shoot him some bail. He's coming back from an injury, but at this point, we're going to need him to be better. Particularly, not that this is a contract negotiation that's messy, but we know what he's going to ask for. At least we assume we know what he's going to ask for, and he's not, at least in the postseason, hitting like a guy who deserves anywhere near that number. I heard some of the Bagwell. At least I read one of the comparisons. He's very Bagwell-like, the Jeff Bagwell who is unfortunately known for not coming through. I don't want to put that on Kyle Tucker, but you can only go by what you see. He has been he was much better in the 3 previous postseasons he was a part of, but last year and this year, so far, it's only been 1 game, but of course it could end after 2, unless we're going by Gilbert taking off the curse. He needs to be better. He is their second best hitter with Jordan. Jordan had a 2 for 4 outing coming back from his injury. So certainly he wasn't hampered by not getting at bats and being injured. So Kyle Tucker certainly had more time to get in the flow than Jordan did. And Jordan was back to being Jordan. Guys like Kyle Tucker need to be better. I mean, you go through it. They had 7 hits. They didn't really get going until the 9th. And that inning from Fromber, I won't say it popped out of nowhere, because Fromber is very capable of one of those innings where it's like, oh, are we talking about his mental fortitude again? What happened? How do we get here? All of it happened with 2 outs. And Fromber as a guy in the postseason, we're talking about Kyle Tucker that way. Fromber in the postseason, he's kind of been off and on. You look at him since he's been an Astro, he'll have one really good year, and then he'll have a bad year. And not just bad, like awful. You look back to 2023, he was terrible. 0 for 3, ERA at 9, and 12 innings pitched. So if we're just going by it, if we're going by the trend, you think to yourself, 2020, in the COVID year, good. 3-1, ERA under 1.9. 2021, bad. 5 games, 5 starts, ERA over 7.7. 2022 in the World Series year, he was 3-0, ERA of 1.44. 33 strikeouts in 25 innings. Last year, as I said, 0-3, ERA of 9. And then this year, you think, okay, we're back. Fromber, it's an even year. You're supposed to be back to being a proven, really good postseason pitcher. Well, we got 4 1/3 and those 3 runs in that fateful second inning, and we may not see Fromber pitch again, just depending on how this series goes. Not what you're looking for from your ace, particularly when he's matched up against the best pitcher in baseball. That was unfortunate. So we'll see what Hunter Brown can provide and what that lineup can provide. We need them. We need them to show up, particularly Kyle Tucker. That guy needs to be the guy we know he's fully capable of being. And Blake wants to talk about Kyle Tucker. What's up, Blake?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I was just going to say, if Kyle Tucker is doing so bad, why don't we just bench him?
We don't, they don't do that, man. It's baseball. I mean, like if a corner was getting his ass kicked play after play, even in the playoffs, a football like D'Amico or whatever, whoever the coach is, would bench the corner. We can't win games with you.
I just wanted to. Right. No, I agree. He's still an all-star.
Yeah. He's gonna play. We just need him to play better. I'm not writing him off. We just need more. The guy has been awful in his last postseason plus.
Yeah.
And we know he's capable of more. We just need more.
I agree.
All right, Blake. I appreciate it. Yeah, I get it. Why not? Why don't we just bench him? Understood. The Laramie Tunsil thing that's been going on the last week plus or so. There's no recourse other than for him to play better. When he's on, he's one of the best players in the game. He's one of your best players. So go out there and show it. That's all. Now it's tough. The playoffs tell. It's a quote, I think, from Pat Riley, I think. You find out who your guys are once the playoffs hit. And Kyle Tucker has been better in postseasons. Just the last 13 games, dating back to last year, he has not been. And that's helped lead the Astros to a 3-1 loss. I don't know if this is true. I mean, people can call in about if they actually were at the game. But there was someone at the game. I think he's of Apollo Media, which actually had a space in this building at one point. I don't think they have one. I think they've moved to a different location, or maybe they're still there. Not sure. He was at the game. He tweeted quite a bit about the lack of energy from the fans. It wasn't a question about the crowd. Now, there were some empty seats, and obviously the easy thing to do is attribute it to the start time. It's a Tuesday. It's not a divisional round game. Is there a lack of interest? I wouldn't say that. But I think this has been a criticism of Astro fans in the past. They don't know when to stand. They don't know when to get up and cheer when it's a 2-strike count, when your pitcher has a guy down. I wasn't there. I was watching, as I said before. I didn't have the sound up. But if anyone was there, I'm interested to see if that reporting from new media, a guy who's a fan but also covers the team, is true. I didn't get a sense of it, but maybe people who watched or did happen to go did. Was that crowd an energetic one? And I'll just read you guys some of what he said, because I am interested to see, because my thought was, is this, and maybe it's just the energy of the show yesterday, is this a playoff series that people are as excited about, or at least they would be as excited about if it was like the Yankees and maybe you're in the divisional round? But it's the Tigers. They're very anonymous other than AJ Hinch and Scooble. How do we feel? Some of it was, get up. Doesn't matter what the score is. If your pitcher has 2 strikes on him, cheer. If your batter works a 3-1 count, cheer. A lot of, I guess, according to this guy, lack of energy. Apollo Josh won. I think he works for Apollo Media, so I wasn't there. Anyone who showed up, I want to hear from you. Did that feel like a playoff atmosphere? I know in the ninth it did, when they're close to coming all the way back. But according to one attendee, it didn't feel like what a playoff game should feel like. We'll see what today feels like when it ends if they don't win. And I think the team will be fine, but I think that crowd's going to be a little anxious. There'll be some murmuring, particularly if they don't get off to a good start. Whether Hunter Brown is good, Hunter Brown, and he doesn't have a problem, but as long as they're not putting runs across, it'll become a more anxious crowd. Because I do believe there was an expectation that this series was going to be a relatively easy one, maybe it was going to be short no matter what. But I think a lot of people thought we're winning this in 2, even with Scooble. Just the thought that the Astros would find a way. Now you're going the distance, and I wonder how that crowd will react if it doesn't go well early. People are asking you to flex on camera, by the way. I don't think she has to do that.
Of course you had to read that one,
though. No, it popped up. I'm sorry.
Oh, right.
I don't know. Just someone asked if you would flex. You don't have to. There are no demands.
No, why don't you flex?
Well, because people aren't looking for that from me. In fact, it was a request.
You're on camera too.
It was
it's not just me.
If someone made a request, I could either do it or not. I'm just telling you, this is a request.
Right.
I don't know. I'm not reading Twitch. I'm not reading YouTube. I'm not reading the YouTube comments. Someone tweeted me directly and said, "Ask you to flex." I'm simply doing what the people ask. You don't have to.
You simply are doing what the people ask. Okay, great.
Yes, and he didn't spell your name right. He called you Abigail. So maybe even more reason not to flex. But there it is. There's the voice of Abigail. She's in today. So I don't think you have a really a public Twitter, but I don't know if you read Twitch or YouTube comments. So
No,
yes,
I try not to read
there's
those.
someone new in there. You guys can relax or react accordingly. I don't care. It just so happened to come from a frequent tweeter, and I thought, hey, if she wants to flex, she can flex. If not, I guess the thought would be for people who I'm not going to give your Instagram away, but would you consider yourself an influencer?
Oh my gosh, no, I would
No,
not consider
but you do
myself.
have a fitness-centric account.
I would say that I post fitness stuff occasionally.
Yes. So you are not beyond flexing for a camera, but it's your own personal camera.
Personal use
Yes.
when I want to.
Yes, but she is not in the mode of flexing today. But she has done it in the past. Trust me, I've seen it, but not personally. I've seen it on camera.
That's crazy.
You do a lot of flexing on Instagram, right? Is that not true?
Okay, I'm not saying that that's not true or that's not, but
I've seen it.
You're calling me out. Oh my goodness.
Why wouldn't I call you out to your face?
Yeah.
Without a microphone in my face.
I walked into the studio last week. He goes, "Oh, you're not wearing gym clothes. Fake news." I was like, crazy.
First of all, I would never say fake news. That's wild. That's a wild accusation. I would never say fake news.
Then what did you say then?
I did say you weren't wearing gym clothes. What are you doing today? Because you normally are. No matter when you're coming here, you're normally off the gym. It's part of your daily routine. Is that crazy to say?
Okay, what's part of your daily routine?
Snapping after the show. I'll eat lunch and go take a
waking
nap.
up all of a sudden acting like you missed the show.
That happened once. You're going too deep. Like no one's gonna know what you're talking about. You have to. Here's a lesson. You got to be broader with your topics because now I have to add context to what you said. It doesn't help anyone that you said it that way.
But you can add context.
I don't want to.
We're here.
It's time for a break. I don't want to. All right. Let's not ever go to Abigail again. That's my lesson learned. When we come back, we'll get into some Texans news. It is a practice day. They're back from their day off. He says occasionally. That means every day. Yes, she does flex every day. At least for her Instagram account. Are we
about to go to break?
When the man's right is right. When I want to, sure.
Oh, right.
When I want to, sure. Okay, we will go to break here. We'll talk some Texans. We'll get into some NFL news because there is I don't know if you want to call it a trade request, but a star wide receiver is now on the block, and the Texans also get a little bit of good news. It's not from a good story, but one of the Bills' best players won't be available on Sunday. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
This comes from Bob Nightingale. So we're going to find out the power of Gilbert versus the power of MLB history. Since MLB adopted the best-of-3 format in 2022, teams who won Game 1 are 8-0 in those 8 series. In fact, of those 8 series, only one was not a sweep. So the Astros have to do something. It's not very historic. This only started in 2022. But history suggests the Astros are losing today. They're not even getting into a Game 3. So we'll see if getting Gilbert his hat will change things. Because he said yesterday they're going 0-2, which would mean he was down with history of baseball. Now he's reversed course because the man can be bought, and all it took was a hat. So we will see if things change. But at the moment, oh, wow, we're looking at an Astros sweep at the hands of the Tigers. That doesn't feel great. I do think probably one major difference is generally the team going for the 2-0 sweep didn't have a bunch of openers trying to get it done. An opener trying to get it done. They usually have a second solid starting pitcher. The Tigers do not have that. So we'll see if that's the difference today when the Astros and the Tigers get going here at 1:30. And you can hear that game right here on ESPN 97.5. Okay. I was going to get to some Texan stuff, but we got a call. And calls always take precedent on this show. We actually do have the shortest wait times as opposed to the liars from the morning show. So, Keith, you want to give me a fun MLB fact? What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, love the show. Love the morning show as well. Obviously, loyal listener. I've got 2 MLB fun facts for you before the Astros get going later on today for Game 2. The D-backs scored the most runs in baseball all year and missed the playoffs. The Mariners allowed the fewest runs all year and missed the playoffs. And my Astros fun fact is the Houston Astros have now lost 6 consecutive playoff games. Thanks, Phil.
He means home games. Obviously, they went to Texas and won the 3 road games. You know, the reason they weren't in the World Series with a chance to win a second consecutive title because they couldn't win home games against the Rangers, which followed the course of the season where they were an awful home team. So another home loss that continues. And to his Mariners point, the Mariners had 92 quality starts. Since I'm now Tim Kirchin, apparently, given baseball stats. They had 92 quality starts. The MLB average was 58. And that Mariners team did not make the playoffs and didn't win the division. The Astros won it by a comfortable margin. That's how bad their hitting was. The Tigers aren't as bad, but they're not great. It did not matter yesterday because they got to Fromber when they needed to, came up with big hits in that inning with 2 outs and won the game 3-1. Okay. Let's move on to the Texans. Anyone else want to get in? Certainly you can. If you want to turn this into fun baseball stats or any other stats, you can do that as well. So the Astros lose. We'll see what they do later today. The Texans, they have a game against the Bills coming up here. The Bills coming off an ass kicking at the hands of the Ravens. The Texans squeaked by the Jags. Both teams are 3-1. The Bills are going to be without Von Miller. He suspended 4 games for violating the personal conduct policy. That's sometimes a very vague thing, but if you look into the reporting on this stems back from last year, where Von Miller had an incident with his girlfriend in November, where he was accused of assaulting her while she was pregnant. This happened in Dallas during the Bills' bye week. So the NFL has apparently concluded their investigation and decided now is the time for punishment. So we will not see Von Miller on Sunday and 3 games after that. He was accused of putting his hands around her neck, pulling her hair, and trying to shove her while she was trying to get her things while they're in the apartment that they both lived in. So that's why Von Miller won't be seeing action against the Texans on Monday, or excuse me, on Sunday. So while it is an awful story, particularly if it is true what Von Miller is being accused of, the Bills are going to be without him. And it certainly doesn't hurt the Texans' cause when it comes to protecting C.J. Stroud, which throughout the season they've had issues from time to time doing. Some transaction news that might occur. The news has come over the last couple of days that Davante Adams and the Raiders are nearing a breakup. And now we have the reports of the Raiders actually shopping Davante Adams. Davante Adams, former Packer, traded to the Raiders, and he was thrilled because he was going to get to play with his college teammate, Derek Carr. Now, Derek Carr's been gone for a couple of years now, and they have a new coach, Antonio Pierce. So now they are not against trading Davante Adams, which is a little wild considering the Raiders are 2-2. They're not a contender, but they're certainly not in a spot where you would think they're trying to throw away the year. They're not the Jags. If the Raiders are 0-4, you could understand shipping off Davante Adams. They don't have a clear young quarterback to lean on. They drafted a tight end in the first round. So you could understand going, you know what? This team is cooked. Let's trade Davante Adams, see what we can get. This is just a personality clash. You know how desperate you have to be as a new coach. Maybe the problem is, or the thing is, and Antonio Pierce is a new coach with a little bit of he's got a little bit of grace from ownership, so he can make a move like this, considering what they thought of him hiring from the interim status that it was last year. Hey, you can do what you want. You can set the team up however you want. Davante Adams isn't someone you traded for. So the teams on Adams' list are predictably the Jets and the Saints. Why? He played with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. And as I mentioned, Derek Carr is his college quarterback and a guy he got traded to the Raiders to play with. So there it is. Davante's not anything. He's anything. What you know him as is consistent. He wants to play with his guys. And Carr and Rodgers are his guys. Both teams 2-2. Both teams have the same record as his current team, but he's willing to make that move to get away from the Raiders. The Chiefs aren't expected to be an option, so that disaster scenario of Patrick Mahomes potentially acquiring Davante, or at least playing with Davante Adams, not on the table as it stands right now. Who knows what the Chiefs will do, considering Rashee Rice is likely done for the year. Although I don't know if that ACL has been confirmed quite yet. ACL tear has been confirmed quite yet, and their offense is kind of sputtering, and I wouldn't say inept because they have Patrick Mahomes, but they're not operating at full capacity, and losing Rashee Rice and still being without Hollywood Brown is not going to help. So we'll see. If Davante Adams winds up with an AFC contender, I don't like it. I mean, the Texans are fine at wide receiver. They just need their guys to be healthy. But Davante Adams being traded to a good AFC team like possibly the Ravens could change the complexion of how we look at these teams. I think the Ravens, as we've seen, despite their tough start, now they're back to 2-2. I think they're at a minimum are the second best team in the AFC. The Chiefs, they have Patrick Mahomes, so I'll give them their number one status despite the injuries. But I don't need to see Davante Adams wind up as a Raven. I think that makes the Texans a clear 3 and maybe even a 4, because the Bills aren't going anywhere either, and that's another team people are speculating about. Would the Bills make a move after getting rid of Stephon Diggs? Would they make a move for Davante Adams? So if the contenders are looking to acquire a big-time wide receiver, I think it probably pushes the Texans down the pecking order just a bit. We'll see if Tank Dell, one of their receivers, is back on Sunday. The expectation is that he will be back. Practice is back today. If he's out there, you feel pretty good about his status, even if it's in a limited fashion. Just knowing he's back out there makes you kind of feel good that he'll be available for Sunday. Joe Mixon, another one you want to see. We're about that time frame where they were saying he could be back. He's missed the last 2 games. Does he get back to practicing? And then you may have a full complement of weapons for C.J. Stroud, as Nico Collins has established himself as not only the number 1 in Houston, but maybe the number 1 in all of football. He leads the Texans, obviously, in receiving yards, and he leads the NFL in receiving yards. He's the number 1 guy right now. And all the conversation going into the year was about how many guys could catch 1,000. Well, could go for 1,000 yards with the Texans. Could we get 3? Could we get Tank? Could we get Nico? Could Stephon Diggs add to that as well? Could they do something rather remarkable? Right now, there is someone on pace for something remarkable, and it's Nico Collins. He's on pace to go for 2,000 yards, a little over 2,000 yards, which would be record breaking. Will he do that with Tank and Stephon Diggs in the equation? Probably not. But at the moment, if we're doing the on pace guy thing, through 4 games, Nico Collins could be set to make some history with the Texans. So we'll see how that goes going forward. When we come back, we talked some wide receiver stuff in the segment. We're going to hear from Stephon Diggs. He did a podcast, and those can go a couple of different ways, but he explained why he decided to get out of Minnesota. And while there were a lot of narratives being spun about him as a player, him as a person, and why he wore out his welcome in a couple different spots, we'll hear from the man himself when we come back about why he decided playing with the Vikings wasn't something he wanted to do anymore. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So, Stephon Diggs, a lot of conversation about him coming into the year, and we're through 4 games, and the numbers are modest. He scores touchdowns, though. Scored another one, Sunday in a Texans victory. We all remember the play, right? Looked like that was going to be a throwback. He had a couple different options. He made the smart decision, pulled the ball down, ran into the end zone. So he has found a way to get into the end zone quite a bit with the Texans. Just the passing, at least the passing stats as far as his numbers aren't the best. Like, we've got a number one. It's Nico. But if he's just going to score touchdowns, if he's just going to be turning to Chris Carter, that's cool too. And Chris Carter played in Minnesota, so did Stephon Diggs. There's a big story on ESPN right now about the Bills Josh Allen thing between Stephon Diggs and that organization, that quarterback. And I think it's coming from the Bills side. Let's hear Stephon Diggs in his own words, going back to his first team, the Vikings, known for the Minnesota Miracle, the play that got them to the NFC title game the year the Eagles, I believe, went on to win the Super Bowl. That's probably his biggest moment as a Viking, maybe the biggest moment of his career so far. But that relationship ended, and there are guesses about why. Here's Stephon Diggs explaining why he no longer wanted to play for the Vikings.
It was like they treated me like a number one, but then at times it kind of like they played me small. So it was kind of like a little bit of a mind game as well, like being young and just being there. And I felt like a rejoice because I was like this, damn, I need to take my own life into my own hands. Like, and it was rolling the dice. Like, this ain't boxing. I'm not just by myself. Like, this a whole team. Like, could go sour real quick. So when I wanted to get out of there, I was like, when I tweeted, I was like, I think it's time for a new beginning. That was me betting on myself. And it's odd. People don't even know.
What was you and Adam's relationship like?
Great. That's my bro. Like, I ain't no hater. Like, you know what I'm saying? I love bro to death. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love seeing him have success, but I just knew for me, I just wasn't going for it. Like, I'm like, listen, I love what y'all got going on, but it ain't necessarily the best situation for me. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Teams always look out for the best interests of themselves. And I never wanted to rub anybody the wrong way because my reputation was I worked hard. You know what I'm saying? I kept my nose clean. I did what I was supposed to do. So when the rumors came out that I was a diva or I was this like that, I was like, man, that's water off my.
The music's very dramatic. Is that a violin? A cello? What's the music?
I think it's a violin.
The man's just talking about the Adam in question is Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen was the surprise star for the Vikings. It's been so long ago. I remember Adam Thielen lighting up the Texans and no one knowing who Adam Thielen was. I think back during the Bill O'Brien his time with the Texans, Adam Thielen showed up. I think the game was in Minnesota and cooked the Texans. And this was at the very beginning of the Adam Thielen experience. And Stephon Diggs decided, I want to be a number one. And he made his way to Buffalo and certainly became that. So in his words, it was nothing other than I need to be the guy someplace to show people what I'm capable of. And I don't know if you want to position it as not sharing the spotlight with Adam Thielen, but sometimes you want to spread your wings, right? It feels like that's what he's telling everyone. I was happy there. Everyone was cool, but this wasn't the spot where I was going to find who I was as a player. Now, going to Buffalo and Josh Allen, that was a bit of a gamble because Josh Allen was the inaccurate, super athletic quarterback, and that could piss off a wide receiver. And those two thrive together. Now they'll face off against one another, kind of. I mean, obviously, they both play offense, so they won't actually have anything to do with each other other than probably a little handshake, a little dap before the game begins. So now we know, at least according to Stephon Diggs, why he didn't want to be a Viking anymore. So take him at his word if you so choose, but at least we now have that answer. He scored 3 touchdowns this year, 2 receiving, both in the Colts game, and then he also has 1 running. The numbers through 4 games, he has 25 receptions, 233 yards, and 9.3 yards per catch. Modest. Those are modest numbers for a past number 1 wide receiver. If things continue this way, it'll be clearly his lowest per catch average ever. And if we're looking at where he stands, maybe not since his rookie year, where his catch total was in the 50 range, would it be as low as 25? But hey, he joined a team, or would it be as like on pace? He's probably going to be in that 60 or so range if this continues, and if Nico continues to be the number one. And we'll see what Tank Dell does when he gets back, because Tank Dell wasn't featured very much in his first couple of games too. Texans are going to have to protect better, and I guess Nico can't be CJ's clear number one for those numbers to change. But so far, those two, Tank and Diggs, have become mere compliments to Nico as he continues to eat up targets and yardage, and that's why he's on pace for a maybe an historic year as long as he and his quarterback can stay healthy. We're on pace for over 2,000 yards. Before we wrap it up, there's nothing like getting advice from your mother while you're doing a show. She doesn't know that the guest producer and I are very combative on occasion. And she texts me and goes, "Hey, maybe don't engage. She might take what you're saying the wrong way." She used to do this to me when I used to work with a good friend of mine, Kevin Joseph, KJ, who, if you guys have been listening to whatever iteration of the station over the last 17 years or so, you would know him. He used to do a show here a long time ago and also was a producer for my weekend show. She would do the same thing. "Hey, Kevin might take this personally. Don't say what you're saying." And I would have to say, in the most respectful way possible, I don't need the distraction from the person who raised me. I appreciate it, but it's just distracting. We can talk after the show, Mom. Thank you. And
I feel like she doesn't know that from the very beginning as an intern.
Well, you gave me crap initially, so it was on site from that point on. On site.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry about it, Mom. She'll be fine. And if not, Sean's back tomorrow anyway. Who cares? For real. I mean, if she doesn't like it, that's fine. She ain't gonna be here tomorrow.
I mean, I may be here whenever Sean's out again.
I probably could request someone else.
Okay, who?
What's AJ doing?
That's crazy.
You thought I didn't have a name. You thought I didn't have a name, and I had one.
I didn't even know you remembered them.
Yeah, I'm not like John Granado. I meet the team and remember their names. I could simply request AJ, and that'd be fine. We'll see. Maybe,
right. Okay.
Maybe he'll skip over you in the hierarchy of producers, at least when it comes to my show. Joe's right down the hall. We can have a conversation during the break.
Oh yeah, bring Joe in. It's fine.
No, not on the air. I'll just let him know. Hey, going forward, no more Abigail.
That's great.
Simple as that, Mom. It'll be all worked out. All right, we got one more hour to go. I mean, probably the Twitchers and YouTubers wouldn't be thrilled, but it's my show. What are they going to do about it? We got one more hour to go on this show featuring producer Abigail. When we get back, we'll get into more Astro stuff. We'll hear from Alex Bregman. He spoke about what they had to deal with Scooble yesterday and why it was so difficult. It's probably pretty simple. He throws in the hundreds, and he just pitched like a Cy Young. But we'll hear from Alex Bregman when we come back, and we'll get into some NFL stuff because there's other stories to get to as well. We're 1 hour in. We got 1 hour to go. We'll be back. So what's the setup for you guys if you want to listen to Astros baseball and listen to Nice M5 at the same time? We're going to do this show till 12, our normal time, and then Gallant George will be on from 12 to 1. That will lead into the Astros Tigers post game from ESPN Radio, and then the game itself at 1:30. And then no matter when the game ends, the Killer Bees, I imagine as long as it's a reasonable time, I don't know if it's an 18-inning game, we'll hear from the Killer Bees. But if the game ends like it did at the same time it did yesterday or before, you're going to hear the Killer Bees to give you your unofficial post game for the Astros. Hopefully it's one where we're talking about a 1-1 series, and then we're going into a winner-take-all tomorrow. Bob Nightingale put out the stat, I read it earlier, that history says the Astros aren't winning this series, and it's not even getting to a third game. Teams who win game one in these best-of-3 series are 8-0, and 7 of them haven't even gotten to a game 3. So the Astros have to buck some history, and that begins today with Hunter Brown on the mound. Alex Bregman was good yesterday, nearly hit a home run. So he was one of the few Astros who had good at-bats against Skubal and was productive. Here's Alex Bregman talking about what the challenge was facing the future Cy Young Award winner.
Well, he's got 4+ pitches that are elite, and he attacked. We didn't do enough off of him, obviously, but I loved the fight in the room. Came down to the final inning and had the bases loaded, and Chaz threw a great AB on him, and Jay Hay did as well. 3 feet higher, it's a tie ball game, so proud of the fight in the room. Tomorrow, come back and get a win.
Yeah, that 9th inning, Chaz in his first at bat back, really good. Worked the count, fouled off some pitches, stayed off the bad ones, and got on first. And Joe Espada echoed Bregman's sentiment about the Hayward at bat. We're talking about, well, Espada said game of inches. We heard Bregman say a couple feet. And depending on where that ball lands in the corner and how Chaz is feeling, maybe we're not even talking about a tie game. I know Espada didn't think so. He thought if that ball gets down and gets to the corner, the Astros are walking that one off. Chaz is scoring from first. Unfortunately, none of that fantasy casting happened. The ball wasn't a couple feet high or a couple inches one way or the other. It was caught. Torkelson made the play, and the Astros went down 3-1. And we'll see how they respond today. Getting off to a good start is an obvious thing to say, but a 1-2-3 inning to calm the nerves, maybe not even Hunter Brown, but that entire building. And then let's say even if you don't push a run across, some good at bats, you threaten early against Holton, who will be the opener for the Tigers, as they are a team really devoid of a real playoff level rotation. They just have one really good guy at the top, and they're just going to have to try to manage this thing to get out of the wild card series. Tyler Holton's been good. Obviously, it's the reason why he's opening. But this is a 2 to 3 inning guy. And if you can touch him up a little bit, maybe we change the momentum of the series. But it has to happen. We had a caller facetiously say, why don't we just bench Kyle Tucker? Because I was talking about how bad he's been. And that has been a thing this week about benching good players on particularly one good player on the Texans because of his penalty issues. And no, there is no recourse with him. He's got to play. And hopefully he fixes the holes or the false starts. And Laramie Tunsil is the player in question. And the same is for Kyle Tucker. He's been bad, but all it takes is a big game today, and we feel a lot better about him. That's all. That's all I'm looking for from Kyle Tucker. Be who you're very capable of being, and things can turn around pretty quickly. But it has to happen. Or we're talking about what I would consider certainly injury plague, but a very disappointing Astros season. The thought, no matter who was there, even if Joe Espada's new, even if you ask some questions about who's starting, particularly once you got going, this was a team that had real World Series aspirations. And the betting, at least on ESPN Bet, said so. They were the second favorite to get to the World Series out of the AL. Now they already have their backs against the wall. Joe George will be at the game, So he'll do the unofficial pregame here, and then he's going to head over to Minute Maid Park. So he'll have. Hey Joe, can you come in here for a second? I asked this question to people. Since you were actually at the game, this makes sense. So Joe George was at the game yesterday. You can blame him or the fake report that Ted Cruz was there. Whoever you want to blame for the loss. Now Joe was there when they won the World Series, so he has some grace. We can't really shoot at him about him being blamed. So you were at the game. So the question for me is, because I saw someone who else was there, I think from Apollo Media, say the crowd wasn't the best. Now you are a Midwest sports fan, but certainly you've been down here a long time, so you've seen all different types of crowds, playoff game crowds. How would you judge this Astros crowd compared to others in terms of playoffs? Even just compare them to other Astros playoff crowds.
The worst Astros playoff crowd I've ever seen.
This is what
it was boring. Like the game wasn't great. Like they didn't do anything to like contribute to the crowd. But I mean, I guess I got there like 1:45, so I missed like the intros and I missed the first inning. But as soon as Frommer gave up those runs, like it just in the second, just kind of was quiet. There was never really, maybe the Astros just didn't give them a chance to get pumped up for anything, but they didn't even I feel like they didn't even cheer that loud to try to like get things going. It's like it was very, very quiet. And I mean, it's 1:30 on a Tuesday, so the attendance thing's not surprising, where there was just a lot of open seats. But it was just a very dull crowd.
Yeah, that was the reporting, if you want to call it that, from his name's Apollo. This is online accounts. Apollo Josh. He created Apollo Houston. They're a media company here in town. So he went to the game and he got after the fans. He didn't pay attention to the number of people. He didn't say that was the issue. It's what you're saying, that there was no real energy to even help, if you want to say help the team build some momentum. They didn't get up with 2 strike counts. It wasn't, hey, we got a 3-1 count in our favor. Let's do something about it. Let's get up. Let's get some energy in the building. So you're echoing what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that stood out before they started to try to come back a little bit was they just kept booing the third base umpire.
Okay.
Every single time that Yiner asked for them to look for a call.
Yeah, even John Granada brought that up. He didn't like the way that guy was reacting.
Yeah, every time they did it, like the fans were just getting on the ump, but like that's pretty much it. Like, they were just booing that guy, and that was.
So you've been here in the city. You would know just like I would, and a lot of people would. Would you call it we're simply complacent because we do this every time, or it's the wild card round? We don't hate the Tigers. You don't know anything about them. What would you put this on?
I think it's Astros fans feel it's beneath them
to get up
to
and cheer,
care about the playoffs until the ALCS. And like, not that there's anything wrong with that. They're going to the ALCS 7 straight times. But like, I told the story with Paul yesterday. Like, I was a manager at a lid store for 3 years, and that was 2019 to 2021, basically. And whenever the Astros would make the playoffs, ALDS t-shirts and hats would go for sale, and then a week later they would go on clearance because no one bought them. And then ALCS stuff would come up and you'd sell a little bit more, and then it would go on clearance again because no one wanted it. But when they would go to the World Series, like, it would pop off, right? But like, it's just the expectations change. So I think some Astros fans think it's a little bit beneath them, and I think the game time just doesn't help. Like, it's 1:30 on a Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. Like,
would you
taking off work?
Would you affirm the accusations that they are, at least the people who were there yesterday because of the time, are a corporate crowd? Or would you say those were normal Astros fans who were in that ballpark?
I'm gonna assume it's corporate because I think going to games it's not the loudest fans in the world always, but I love going to regular season games, and I think regular season games are way louder than what yesterday was. So that's why I lean that. Like, that's why I don't think it's some indictment on Astros fans. It's more when the playoffs come, and the tickets weren't outrageous yesterday. It didn't look like, but people that can afford to take off work and take PTO days or just skip work, like, they're just not as passionate fans. We all know that. Like, we all know that's what happens in the playoffs. We see it. We see it in the Super Bowl every year. Super Bowl is a church for the most part.
Yeah, so
it's not real fans.
So not a criticism of what you consider the hardcore Astro fans. It's just simply the time frame and who gets to go to those games. They're not exactly the ones that are most passionate, despite the number of jerseys or hats they might be wearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Thank you, Joe George. His on-site reporting. Appreciate that. Joe's going to be doing the unofficial pregame and also be at the game. So we'll have he'll have reporting from the game itself tomorrow as well. Hopefully he'll be able to go to a game 3, and that's what we're all hoping for. So Astro fans, the ones who are going to the game, I'm not going to criticize you because you ain't going to get me to stand up. Just not my personality. But for the people who are going to the game, it's desperation time. Pick it up a little bit. Not to you guys who are there on a Wednesday night at 7 when the Pirates are in town. I'm sure if you could go to the game, you would be as loud as you possibly could. But sometimes it's just a different crowd depending on your circumstances. You can get to a playoff game in the middle of the afternoon. And apparently, according to a couple of people who were in the building, it wasn't that impressive. The Astros are going to need you. It would help if they got off to a good start too. That would change the course of the series and the energy in the building as well. Okay. We'll go to break here. We'll come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Okay, there are two calls up there. We'll go this way. One call will take up an entire segment because he uses this show as an opportunity to do his own mini radio show. Like a movie is, depending on how long it is, could be an hour and a half to 2 minutes or two hours. He would treat this show like a movie short. He doesn't want to do a full 2 or 3 hours, but he'd love to do 10 to 12 minutes. So we won't get to Heezy. We will get to Dave first, and then we'll get to Raheel Ramzanali. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Del. Enjoy your show. I enjoy you on with John and Lance, too. You add a lot to their show, whether they realize it or not. Hey, here's what I'm calling about, this business of how the fans behave at the game. Just an observation. I have friends who are season ticket holders, and they're good fans, obviously. They're season ticket holders, but they can't resist when you get into the postseason selling their tickets. You know, some of their tickets get sold to recoup a lot of the money. If the Astros get to the World Series, I have friends who recoup all their money from their season tickets, from selling tickets. I think they're selling to people who just want to be there, you know, and tell their friends they were at the game. Maybe they're fans, but they're not super passionate fans. And I think that contributes to kind of what you see in the playoffs. That's just an observation. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
It's not a bad theory, to be honest with you. Tickets are expensive. Season tickets are expensive. You are trying to find a way to make some of that money back and maybe even get a little bit more depending on how far the Astros advance. It would not surprise me if people use Astros playoff games as an event type of situation as opposed to what they actually are. You're trying to go win a title and the games really matter. I don't know if the Astros and Minute Maid Park are a place where you go there to be seen and stuff, but you know, in this world today, you pose for a couple photos. Hey, look at me, Astros playoff game. It gets thrown up on Instagram. I don't know if those people are buying tickets, but it would not surprise me if some people are. I'm going to this game. Tell people I was at an Astros playoff game. Have a good time, and just watch and see what happens, as opposed to living and dying with every pitch, like a lot of Astros fans are. So I do want to be clear. This isn't an attack on Astros fans. I just noticed someone who covers Houston sports in this town and went to the game, pointed it out. And I thought to myself, let's find out if that's actually how it felt. And at least according to Joe, who was there at the game as well, it did feel that way. Okay. We got a real call out of the way. Now, my guy's going to come on and use my show as his own mini radio show. Here's Raheel Ramzanali. What's up, Raheel?
Hey, what's up, Deli Bear? How are you?
That's not my name. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Okay. Usually I'll call in and I'll have something funny for you or something planned, but this is a call kind of calling you out because I thought you were better than this.
Better than what?
I thought you were better than the fans have an impact on the game.
I didn't say, hold on. If maybe you should listen. I never said the fans have an impact on the game. I am simply asking people because I was interested in the observation made by someone. Was that true? I don't think the fans can get Kyle Tucker going. I just know fans believe that themselves. And I was wondering, is that a quiet crowd? Now you can go on.
Okay. Even if it was a quiet crowd, the fact that it was brought up is one of my pet peeves with the media. Who cares if the crowd was soft? Who cares, CJ Stroud, if the crowd wasn't there in the first quarter?
Well, your starting quarterback does.
Yeah. Guess what, CJ Stroud? Don't throw interceptions. All right?
Well, he doesn't throw. He doesn't throw home interceptions.
Yeah, okay, fine, fair. He didn't throw many home. But Minnesota, he did.
Yes,
right?
he did.
That wasn't good.
Very early,
Yeah.
yes, he did.
Oh, my gosh. It wasn't because the crowd was soft or...
Hold on. You don't believe a crowd can affect... Wait.
Didn't play well.
I think a crowd can affect.
We got a dissenting opinion. Also, you don't think the crowd affected the Texans of Minnesota?
No, not really. Larry Tunsil sucks everywhere.
You don't think crowd. Well, okay, let's move it to the college level. You don't think crowds affect college football players?
No, it doesn't.
No, you don't think. Hold on. Okay, let's remove the. Let's. You don't think crowds affect how college football players play?
Yeah, no.
Operating.
Really.
You don't.
Okay.
You don't see false start penalties, delay of game penalties on the road in big environments because the team isn't ready for it.
That's fine, but you think that like 3 or 4 false starts are the reason why that team lost, or is it because it was just a better team?
I'm not saying 3 or 4 false starts are the reason the team lost, but it changes possessions. Like Minnesota is a better team right now than the Texans, but yes, I will agree. But I think false starts, penalties certainly change how a possession goes. How instead of being 2nd and 5, a 2nd and 10 or 3rd and 9, that changed the way you operate. No, I am not saying the difference between Minnesota and the Texans were the false starts, but it makes the job much more difficult against a team that already is better than you, or at least is playing better than you on that day. So, but moving into baseball, moving into baseball,
it makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, moving into baseball. I do not think the crowd can help the Astros play better. Scooble's not going to be thrown off by a loud Houston crowd. I don't think that's the case. I am just I simply wanted to know if what that gentleman was saying was true. I don't think it matters one way or the other.
Yeah, one last thing on baseball. The crowds were popping last year at the ALCS, and the Astros couldn't win a home game. It's just because that's them. It's the players. It has nothing to do with the crowd. Back to football, all right? Alabama beat Georgia, right? Because that's the most recent one. That crowd was popping in Alabama, right?
Yeah.
They beat them on a neutral field last year. Like, crowds, when it's two really good teams, maybe it changes the direction of the game for a little bit, but at the end of the day, the better team wins most of the time, right? Even in the NFL, this was my pet peeve with the CJ Stroud stuff, and then I got suckered into a Twitter discussion. That was on me, Dell. I'm better than that. I got suckered into it.
Clearly not.
Accepting responsibility.
Okay.
But it comes down to this, right? Like some other hosts were saying, hey, look at the great crowd at Arkansas, at A&M, at Kansas City. Look at the Chiefs. These crowds are historically great. Kansas City didn't win anything until a historic great quarterback came along, right? And they drafted the hell out of some great players.
Yeah. In fact, Kansas City lost a lot of home games before Patrick Mahomes got there in the playoffs. That was their thing. They lost home playoff games before Patrick Mahomes.
It was like the whole thing. So Arkansas and A&M, college football, right? Great crowds. Like, there's no denying they're there. They're passionate. It's awesome. Look how many SEC titles that's led to. Look how many great historic moments that's led to. Where crowds are the most overrated things in all of sports, especially on the highest level.
No, my thought wasn't about how it affects the game. My thought was more about is this town apathetic about this team in this situation right now? It was more a question of, is this going to build, if they actually get there, will it build in the ALCS or the World Series, which is to be expected? Are we the Atlanta Braves right now, where it's the wild card round? So what? We're not gonna be a team. We're not gonna be a fan base that gets there and gets excited, because this is what we expect, not what will it do to affect the game. I don't believe in that at all. At least, particularly not in baseball.
Good.
In other sports, I do. Somewhat.
Okay. But the fact that you even talked about it a little bit about, like, was the crowd apathetic? That I still think you're better than that. Just because Joe George was there doesn't mean you have to talk about it.
No, I talked about it before even thinking about Joe George being there. I'm not driven by Joe George appearances.
Back. I'm glad he's back, by the way. I know he's getting like a major reconstructive surgery on his mouth or something. So every week he's out with something.
I thought you meant
Joe
back.
George, get to work.
I thought you meant back from being the manager at a lid store.
No.
I didn't know he did that.
Yeah. Listen to your own station, though.
No, why would I do that? I'm usually napping. No.
One last thing.
Go ahead.
Okay, one last thing. Would you rather have Patrick Mahomes or the Chiefs crowd if you had to start a franchise today?
Well, is Patrick bringing his brother?
No.
So I get to leave Jackson at home?
Yeah, and Brittany as well.
Well, see, I don't want to talk about a man's wife. That was in my head, but I wasn't to keep that to myself. But that would be a benefit too. Yes, obviously I'm taking the young goat over those stupid fans imitating the Florida State Seminole fans with the tomahawk chop. It's not even original.
Yeah.
It's not even theirs. They stole that from Florida State.
Exactly. Thank you, Del. I just want to get that off my chest.
See, I told you he likes to use my show as his own mini show. It's like a radio short.
I feel like I added something to your show today, though.
I don't think so. It did give me a chance to stop talking for a little bit, so I do appreciate that, because Abigail is not as
okay. But whenever I talk, you start roasting me. So what am I supposed to do?
Talk better.
That's crazy.
All right. Bye to Raheel. He is kind of a guest host on the show whenever he wants. Raheel Ramzanali, the host of CityCast. You can find that podcast anywhere you listen to your podcasts. He talks about important things in the city of Houston, not nonsense about do crowds really affect the performance on the field. We are strongly aligned with no, particularly in baseball. College football, yeah. You see teams get rattled all the time. There's a reason in NCAA, actually it's now EA College Football 25, they ranked the stadiums and it affects the players on the field because it happens in real life for real. If the video game says it does, then it happens in real life. I don't know what you're talking about. Man, that man watched the Texans commit false start penalty after false start penalty in Minnesota. I was like, no, they weren't affected. Since he's off, now I can rip his entire argument apart. You're wrong on some of it. The baseball stuff, I agree. Kyle Tucker, just get some hits. I don't care how loud the crowd is on a 3-1 count. Go out there and perform. And then we can have a conversation about you bouncing back as opposed to being terrible for the 2023 postseason and the first game of the 2024 postseason. And if you think there's going to be a Kyle Tucker bounce back and a turnaround for the Astros today, you may want to put some money down. Whenever you want to partake in sports betting, you go to mybookie.ag. From the MLB playoffs to NFL on Thursday night to the big football weekend that is approaching, MyBookie is a place you need to go to. It's just mybookie.ag. Type it in. Check out the website. They have their sports book. They have live betting. They even have a live casino. So if you want to play cards and you want a dealer just on the screen dealing you cards, that's where you go, MyBookie. Use that promo code BET975. It matches up to $1,000. 100% match up to $1,000 when you use that. So if you just want to dabble, you're not quite sure, you're not even sure you're into this, to the gambling thing, you can dip a little toe in and they'll match whatever you throw up there. Makes your money last longer. So the NFL, they got you there. College football, they got you there. You can even bet on voting props. We know we had the vice presidential debate yesterday. There's something there for you too. So from international soccer to basketball, we are days away from preseason basketball coming back for the NBA. Maybe you want to take a look at the WNBA playoffs. Those are going on as well. I say all these things because of the tagline. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. That's what MyBookie provides. Just go to mybookie.ag.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The lineups are out for the game first pitch, it'll be right in about 2 hours, almost exactly. Altuve batting first, obviously at second. Tucker, second. Third is Alvarez. Bregman follows him with Diaz, Caratini, Pena, Hayward, And McCormick is in center, no Jake Myers, so we move McCormick to center. He had a nice at bat in the ninth to get on. We'll see if that translates to a full game, him starting in center field. And, of course, your pitcher is Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown started off not great this year. There are questions about him. I took to calling him cosplay Verlander because you want to look like Verlander out in the mound. You want to honor him because of where you grew up, but it just looked like a knockoff. That has changed. He added that sinker, and he became the one we hope Verlander would pitch like. Hunter Brown, a remarkable year considering how it started. I'm not going to attribute it all to simply adding the sinker because it's not like he's throwing it all the time, but it did certainly help turn him into a clear number 2 for the Astros throughout the year. And he's going today to help save the Astros season. It's not all on him. We know the bats have to come alive. They only scored 1 run yesterday, but he knows what's in front of him. So he was asked about what it means to pitch in a game 2 with the season on the line. Here's Hunter Brown.
How much are you looking forward to this opportunity to start the game knowing the season is on the line there?
Yeah, like you said, what an opportunity. We've been grinding all year, and here we are again with our backs against the wall. So, hopefully come out and give us a good shot to win the game.
I'm gonna have to tell you, Hunter's kind of quiet with us. How have you seen him just grow into this role where he can sit there yesterday and say, I know the situation, I want the baseball, and then fuel the confidence inside your clubhouse in him?
That's why he's starting, a do or die game. He has pitched his way into one of our most reliable pitchers. He's done it all year. He's been one of the best pitchers in the second half of the season in all major leagues. I trust him. This team trusts him. He has pitched big games for us when we have been in a position to win. And I never hesitated when it was time to make a decision who was going to be our game 2 starter.
That's Joe Espada following Hunter Brown. And no hesitation, but he does have contingencies. And the big one is that if Hunter Brown doesn't pitch well, or let's say a disaster happens where he gets injured early, Kikuchi is a viable option to pitch today. The hope is Hunter Brown is great. He goes, well, obviously, if he went 9, that'd be cool. But if he goes 7 strong, the Astros smack around this bullpen game for the Tigers. At least they smack around the Tigers in this bullpen game. And you've got Kikuchi ready to go, rested for a game 3. But there is a chance that we're seeing Kikuchi today. All hands on deck that are available. We saw that attitude yesterday when Josh Hader went in the 9th, and it almost worked out. Hindsight, if that ball gets down from Hayward, we're talking about Espada making an aggressive move to keep the Astros in it, and they took full advantage in the bottom of the 9th. I will say people at the time were questioning why he would bring Hader in because the Astros look dead in the water. Why are you pitching him when they don't look likely to score a run? And they did get 1 run across, and as I said, they were a couple feet away from changing the complexion of the series, just didn't get it done, so they got to go again today. And we will have that game starting at 1:30 with the pregame official one at 1 o'clock. If you don't know by now, maybe you're not watching, we do have a guest producer. Abigail's helping me out today. She will be running part of the Astros Tigers game 2. So if things go well, thank Abigail. As far as how the broadcast goes, she can't be held responsible for what happens in the game. But if you're listening in and everything sounds smooth, that's Abigail's doing, at least till 3 o'clock. Then she's out. And Brian, the producer for the Killer Bees, will take you to the end of the game, and then he'll obviously produce the Killer Bees, whether it's a joyous post game or a miserable one, because the Astros season is over. Think about this. We are at October 2nd, and the Astros season could be over. I'm trying to think. When's the last time it happened this early? 2015, when they didn't even make the playoffs? No, 16, when they didn't make the playoffs. Is that the last time the Astros season ended this early? I'm trying to think about the COVID year. COVID, yeah, it was a shortened season, but they made it to the ALCS that year. Game 7, I think. I don't know what we're going to do people got to adjust their lives if the Astros don't make the if don't get out of this predicament and get to the divisional round. Do you have something to? Oh, you have something to say? Okay.
Well, I think you're already preparing for the Astros to lose, just the way that you're talking.
I'm setting it up because I'm just laying out reality. That's all. Because I don't think they're going to lose. I think Hunter Brown's going to pitch well. I think they'll find a way to scratch some runs across against this bullpen game that the Tigers are going to go out. They're going to throw out there, and they're going to win.
Right, but you're already saying like, oh, this is what I'm going to do for the next.
I said, what are we going to do? I didn't say this is what I'm going to do. How about you listen?
I was listening.
No, you said no.
Right.
I'll fine. Since I'm doing now a show just for you, I'll reiterate. I said, what are we going to do if they don't win? Because this is a team who has deep postseason runs. We are never dealing with early October and the Astros not playing baseball. Maybe if Sam wasn't distracting you in there, you would have heard what I said.
Sam wasn't even talking. What? She's not even here. What are you talking about?
She left 30 seconds ago. Relax. That being said, she may not be a great listener, but she's a good producer, and she will get you to 3:00 if you want to listen to the game here on ESPN 97.5. We have all the Astros games. That sounds like an empty promise if it ends today, though. But we will have every Astros postseason game, and hopefully that doesn't end with a thud today. I want to win. We all want to win. We expect this team to win this game. We expect them to win this series. They just got to go out and do it. Despite the discussion earlier, fans, no fans, there's not a big effect. Go out there and win the game. And if you win the game, we can talk about a game 3 and Kikuchi, your big acquisition this season, bringing it home. And of course, Eric Wong's calling in with a question. Eric Wong, I don't agree with the premise, but go ahead.
Yeah, though, why do you hate the Astros so much? Is it because they're nothing Miami?
I don't care about the Miami Marlins. So hold on. You asked the question. What about my approach to the show suggests I hate the Astros?
We know you don't like the Astros. We know you don't like JV.
What? Based on what?
Based on Johnny G.
Based on what John Granado says? The drunken liar?
So John Granado, he's a Dodgers fan now.
Well,
so
what does that have to do with me? I'm not a Dodgers fan.
No, Johnny Granado's a Dodgers fan.
I know. So if he's a Dodgers fan, how does that mean I hate the Astros?
You're always talking bad about them, like they're going to lose.
I did not say they're going to lose. I said I just said they're going to win. I said the alternative if they lose is something we haven't seen before, them being out this early.
What's the score going to be today?
What's the score? I don't know. 5-2. They win. Hunter Brown's really good.
Who, Tigers?
No, the Astros. They win 5-2. That's my prediction. There. Now I just said they're going to win. Is that clear enough for you?
Yeah, just for today. Are they going to win Friday?
Are they playing on Friday?
Well, if they win today, they play on Friday, isn't it? Or Saturday?
No, I think, don't they play tomorrow?
Do they play tomorrow in Detroit?
They're not. It's a 3-game series in Houston. How about
in Houston?
How about you learn the team? You could attack me about what's going to happen. You don't even know the structure of the series. It's a 3-game series.
Well, this whole new baseball thing's all messed up to me. I thought it was 2-1.
No.
2 at home and 1 away.
No, it's a 3-game series in Houston, I believe. Now you got me questioning it.
So how do you feel about the Penguin? Did you watch the second episode?
Yes, I did. I'm not sure about the Penguin right now. It's fine. I'm not saying it's bad. I think the DC part of it is bothering me. Like the amazing ways this guy escapes near death because I guess he just is simply too smart for everyone. Like some of the things seem like very obvious where he's the dude that's doing these things, but somehow because he's the Penguin and he has to survive this stuff, he gets away with it. That's the story I'm cool with. I like Sophia Falcone, that character. I enjoy her. But I do think some of the DC, this is a main character, so there's no way he can die. So he has to, they write him into weird, like these impossible situations and he gets out of it. That's kind of bothersome.
Yeah, kind of like with the knife situation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like,
it
seems kind of nuts that if it was like a real crime drama type thing, he wouldn't have been able to pull that off and get away with it. But because he's got to survive, he gets away with it. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm bumping up against. But I do like a lot of what's going on.
Do you think Sophia met the Joker at Arkham?
I think they'll do plenty of tie-ins. I don't know if we'll ever see a Joker character, but yeah, I would imagine. They mentioned the Riddler already in the show. I think we're going to get a lot of mentions of the Rogues Gallery for Batman. I just question how many we'll actually see.
Oh, did you hear they also made a deep fake AI of Abigail? I'll hang up and listen.
No, I did not hear that. I think that's just Eric Wong being Eric Wong. He normally is a fan of a different Abigail Dye, but we have an Abigail in the control room, so he mentioned her. No, I didn't hear that. You're gonna have to come with more evidence than that. Okay, we got one more segment to go. If you want to sidetrack me by accusing me of hating the Astros, you can do that too. 713-780-3776. One more segment here before we are done, and Gallant and George follow me. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Okay, this comes from Art about our discussion regarding the crowd yesterday. Once again, I am not attacking Astro fans. I was just interested in an observation. Here's this one from Art. As a born and raised Houstonian, Houston crowds are kind of lame. They have to be prompted to make noise. They want more noise, lower the ticket prices. No, I'm talking about. Yeah, we had that talk. That maybe 1:20 or 1:30 in the afternoon leads to a corporate crowd, and the best of the Astro fans aren't at that game because they do things like go to work during the middle of the day. We will see what it is today, considering what's on the line. Your season is over. We'll see how the crowd responds to that, or will they wait for the Astros to do something to get them excited? Okay, there is some NFL news, and really it's for next year. The NFL kickoff, I wouldn't call it a success. We have had more kickoffs, but it's not like it's led to a lot of big plays. The coverage units are still doing their thing, and in some cases, teams don't care. They'll still kick the ball in the end zone, despite the fact that it's an automatic 30-yard line touchback. Well, the NFL looks like they're on the way to making it a 35-yard line touchback if you kick the ball straight into the end zone. They are trying to find ways to make kickoffs a bigger deal still. Now, the returns on kickoffs are currently up 12% over last year through the first 4 weeks, but they still don't like how many wind up in no play, and teams more than thrilled to just have it snapped at the 30. Will 5 yards make a difference? How far will it have to go for teams to say, screw it, we're just going to have to cover kicks now? With defenses and how they're playing and the passing yards being down, would 5 yards make that big of a difference? When you think about it, giving a team the ball at the 35-yard line and putting them about how kickers kick now, 25 yards away from being in field goal range, you would think that would make people want to cover kicks. But at this point, if defenses are continuing to put the top on offenses and it's dink and dunk and explosive plays are down, why is 5 yards going to make a difference? We'll see how the rest of the year plays out, but defenses are winning right now in football. And if your coverage unit, you don't believe in it, let them get the ball 35-yard line. It is an interesting balance that they're trying to have. We don't want to make it too punitive, but we're still trying to force people to make the kickoff a play. And at least 80% of the time, or at least, 71% of the time, just over 70% of the time, teams are fine making it not a play and starting at the 30. So we'll see what the NFL does, how the teams respond going the rest of the way, because I don't think anyone cared that much about the kickoff rule. Touchbacks were fine for most people. But I applaud trying. It just has not resulted in big plays. Have we had a kickoff return for a touchdown yet? Maybe one? I'm trying to think. But we haven't seen big plays on the kickoff so far. And we'll see what happens going forward. Okay. We're a couple minutes away from wrapping it up. Let's talk to Abigail for a second. Just because she may not produce for me ever again.
That's a lie.
If I have my way, don't call it a lie. if I have my way.
Oh, right. You said you wanted AJ.
It could be AJ. It could be a number of people, just not you.
Wow, that's crazy.
I mean, it's not definite, but it's always.
Nope, you made up your mind.
Well, I hadn't, but maybe now I have. So you've produced for Raheel and Michael. You've produced for
John and Lance.
Have you produced for Gallant George yet?
No, I'm only doing an hour today, so.
No, you never produced for them before?
Never.
The Killer Bees, have you?
Yes, like very beginning.
Okay. If you want to rank them, or just pick your favorite.
Oh heck no!
This is how this show goes. Just pick your favorite show. I don't care. Was John and Lance your favorite show to
John
produce?
and Lance was a fun show to produce.
A fun show to produce.
Yeah.
Was it your favorite show?
I don't have a favorite. I think
Wow.
because I know people are listening. Like
you
Joel.
gotta learn. You gotta learn from ESPN.
Okay.
You gotta you gotta have a stance, a side. Pick a side.
Okay, why don't you decide to
ask me a question?
Okay,
what do you want me
rank them first, and then
my
I'll
favorite,
rank them.
I produce for Joel and Jeremy. I produced for obviously John and Lance. I've not produced obviously for myself or Gallant George. So the clear number one of the only shows I've produced is John and Lance.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, look, I have an answer. You've produced for almost everyone
except Gallant George. So
remove them from the equation.
Okay,
who was your favorite?
My favorite was probably John and Lance.
There it is. See how easy that was? And if the afternoon show's pissed off, who cares?
Oh my god.
Who cares if Joel's
Sorry, Joel. I did like your Joel.
Why are we apologizing to Joel?
I'm not apologizing. I'm just
You just
saying.
said, I'm sorry, Joel.
Okay.
That is exactly what an apology is.
No, I love Joel.
Joel's not gonna do anything if you like John and Lance more. It's fine. What's the problem?
Yeah. Nothing's a problem.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Joel. Who cares?
Okay. How long have you been producing?
Off and on since 2011.
Okay. And out of all the shows that you've been producing, what's your favorite, like, to listen to? Because I know you don't listen to much.
Well, the only show I listen to on this station is the John and Lance Show.
Yeah, because you're on it.
Exactly.
Okay, but like out of all, I know you produced with, like, didn't you do it with Raheel for a long time?
I hosted a show with Raheel, and yes, I also did produce a show with John and Raheel. Actually, I would say that one was probably my favorite show to produce.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
The John, because I don't know. I think I like Raheel more than I like Lance. I think that's clear.
Oh.
That's my clear answer for that. I think it's pretty obvious. I would never give Lance a segment on this show.
Oh yeah, but you clearly gave Raheel a segment.
Yeah, he called in last week and got a full segment. I like him more than I like Lance. So yes,
that's fair.
The John and Raheel and Dell show is my favorite show to produce, mostly because Lance wasn't involved.
Oh, so I'm guessing you like John more than Lance then?
Well, like is a strong word for either of them.
Tolerate.
I tolerate John more because Lance is not a serious person.
Oh, right.
Now you got a taste of John at the the listener party.
Yes.
And obviously
me and Sam both did.
Obviously he at that party is not a very serious person, but as far as doing the show, John is a more serious person. And Lance, I could do without him.
Right. Okay.
Because for the most part, it's mostly because I don't have to pick John up from downstairs because he forgot his key card. Lance does that.
Didn't he like scoot out? So
well, that's during the party. I'm talking about the everyday part of the show where I have to go down and pick up Lance because he left his key card at home.
Oh, right.
John has never asked me to do that because he's a serious person when it comes to doing his job.
I mean, I would always like act like I forgot my key card, but you said, no, you're not picking me up.
Go ahead. If you do that, you can wait till like right when the doors open. I'm not coming down to get you. I got Lance is actually important for the show. You, whatever. I'm not going down to get you. Well, it doesn't matter if you're here or not.
That's crazy. I was going to produce your show, but guess you're doing it on your own.
Well, you should have thought of that earlier when you had some leverage. You don't have any leverage now because the show's almost over. All right. Speaking of that, do you know about the final thing we do? That sounder that Sean plays at the end of the show? Did you get that from him while you came up here a couple of days?
Yes, maybe.
We'll see. So, despite all the combativeness, I want to thank Abigail for doing a great job producing the show. She will also get you through a Gallant and George, and then part of the game coming up here between the Astros and the Tigers, which means I'm done for the day. So, Gallant George, some pregame, the game itself, and then an unofficial post game from the Killer Bees. So, if that's done, Abigail, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. Thank everyone for listening. Thank you for the calls and the tweets and the comments. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
2-2. Hit sharply right at Torkelson. And the Tigers hold on and win this one 3-1. The Astros leave the bases loaded, and all of Motown can exhale. Oh, what a game. And the Tigers lead this best of 3 1-0.
Oh, shut up, Michael Kay. Did you hear the glee in his voice there? At least Dodger Joe Davis can be unbiased when he's on the call for the games on Fox. But ESPN has the broadcast rights for television, Astros, Tigers in the playoffs. We are stuck with Michael Kay. Hello. Everyone's still alive. Everyone's still okay.
Mm-hmm.
They're just down 1-0 in a best-of-3 series, Joe. This wasn't ideal yesterday, and yet it was very close yesterday afternoon to being one of the most incredible rallies that we've seen from this Astros team. I'm feeling pretty good still. I am relaxed. I am calm. I am confident.
All right, this might sound weird, Paul. I felt less confident yesterday than I did today. I feel more confident today.
You feel more confident today?
I can't explain it.
I like it.
But the way that game ended, I mean, I know, I don't always love like the super nerdy stuff, like the expected batting average. But if you do look at it, you know, Jason Hayward's hit was above 500 expecting batting average. Like they're an inch or two away from winning yesterday's baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you saw what the Tigers bullpen was. They started to unravel a little bit. And the fact that, you know, they had to trade Jack Flaherty at the deadline. You know, they just don't have like that next guy. And it's a bullpen day today. They should be able to get to these guys. And the fact that you don't have to face Skubal again and he's done for the series, it just, I feel more confident. Like just seeing how the game ended, I'm like, they're going to win this thing.
It was a frustrating game for sure. But you said it, Joe, and another Joe Espada, he had this to say about the game. Joe Espada talking about what Al Pacino was talking about in that one speech he gave that one time.
Game of inches, right? He's that ball a few inches, a few feet over his head. That ball gets in that corner. McCormick scored from first. But I give those guys, McCormick not seeing an at bat in a couple of weeks. That's a heck of an at bat against a tough reliever. Hayward, battling, getting himself in a good position there to get a big hit for us. So, this guy's never quit. So I'm not surprised by our push there at the end.
As Al Pacino said in Any Given Sunday, Tony D'Amato, the head coach of the Miami Sharks, so put the inches right in front of your face. Sadly, Jason Hayward wasn't able to get a few more inches, but that was a really good rally in the ninth. And I do feel like the offense is poised to explode today in a chaos game against the Detroit Tigers. So as you are driving or Ubering into Minute Maid Park this afternoon, I want everybody to put last night behind them. People were down bad. People were really down bad. We'll talk about this on another show because I want to just keep this to the Astros and Tigers. Someone challenged me to mutual combat. They were so upset. I'm not even kidding. One of the, in 11 years, funniest things that has ever happened to me while hosting a radio show here, an angry Astros fan challenged me to mutual combat. I mean, we are in unprecedented territory. And we are in unprecedented territory because for the first time ever, the Astros are facing elimination early. This is the earliest that the Astros have faced elimination since Game 5 of the 2019 American League Divisional Series. It's their first loss yesterday in a postseason opener since Game 1 of the 2001 National League Divisional Series. I mean, that's 5 World Series ago.
That's incredible. The one thing that stands out from this game though, or from this where they're playing, is they have lost their last 6 games at home now in the playoffs. Can't explain it.
The batter's eye.
I think they fixed the batter's eye. That's why yesterday it's just Skubal just dominated you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he was everything as advertised in yesterday's game, and you just fell short. Fromber, I didn't even think Fromber was that bad in the game, but it was a tough one. But I really do feel that they're just going to take advantage of the bullpen arms in this game and tomorrow.
We'll talk about Fromber in a little bit, but I want to focus on the thing that's most frustrating about Game 1, Joe.
Mutual combat.
No. We'll do that on another show. Okay. What's most frustrating about Game 1 is that the Astros gave Tarek Skubal exactly what he wanted. And he even said after the game, I know I had to get early strikes on them, but the amount of quick innings where they did not make Skubal work, that's the problem. They had 2 5-pitch innings. They faced 5 pitches. 1, 2, 3, you're done. You had in a 4th inning, runners on first and second, Jeremy Pena swinging at a 3rd strike that was so low, I couldn't believe he did it. Yainer Diaz checking a swing that got called a strike on a ball that was about a foot, 2 feet outside. They did not approach Skubal with the patience necessary. And this has been one of the big problems for the Astros this year, is that they just aren't patient in ways that they used to be. Altuve's aggressive. We know that. But the rest of the lineup has also been over-aggressive. Jeremy Pena and Yainer Diaz in particular swinging at a lot of things that they probably shouldn't. And against a guy like Skubal, you can't do that. So fortunately, as you said, they're not going up against a guy like that today. But I felt like they played right into Skubal's arm.
Yeah, and those are still flaws that exist that has existed all season. Like Pena. I mean, we've talked. I remember when we talked about it when it first happened. The Altuve hit that he had. Remember, it was like 3 feet outside the zone. It looked like.
Yeah,
and everyone was congratulating him. It is something that the Astros have gotten worse at this year in a lot of ways. Where you're seeing Yainer, Pena, Altuve, probably the most guilty parties of the lineup, just chasing at stuff that's ridiculous. But when you look at yesterday's game, and to your point, who had the best day? It was Alex Bregman.
Bregman was great.
He was patient. He was fouling stuff off. He's an inch and a half away from a home run.
You really are talking about inches with that and with the Hayward hit. You ain't kidding.
I mean, like when Bregman was patient and just being Alex Bregman at the plate, it's when they had their best success in this game. So that is something that as we watch this series go on, hopefully for more than just today, and into the playoffs going forward, that they're going to have to keep working. Like and I know that they haven't fixed it all season, but at some point, like Joe Espada, like you got to rein these guys in. You got to find a way to rein them in a little bit
for the divisional series, right? Because they're going to make it to the divisional series. I still feel very confident in this team. They are not going up against another Tarek Skubal today. They're very fortunate on that front, and I feel like the offense did wake up at the end. Bregman, who you mentioned, was great. One of the more annoying things that happened in that game was on Bregman's single that barely missed being a home run. Just moments before, with a 3-2 count, Tarek Skubal looked like he was hurt. The trainer comes out. They pause the game. He gets to throw a couple of warm-up pitches. I was unaware that was something that was a thing. And after the game, we found out he was dealing with cramps.
That felt like chess being played.
I'm glad that Bregman hit that.
Yeah.
So that we weren't talking about that after the game, because not going to lie, I was ticked off in the press conference room. My ears perked up when AJ Hinch said he was dealing with a cramp. I was like, are you serious? And you're allowed to stop the game?
And because typically if you're going to have someone throw up warm-up pitches like that, it's because their shoulder hurts.
Right. And they
like their elbow hurts.
Exactly. And they stopped the game a couple of times for him.
Yeah.
I heard that the first one on the way in, I think it was in the second inning.
When they hit him?
Right. It hit him, and they were a little bit concerned there. And then that one. And okay, Skubal, let's get back to work.
And at first I thought when they were out there for him, it was somehow related to what happened in the second inning, because he looked like he was in quite a bit of pain when he first got hit. I can't remember if it was his throwing hand or his non-throwing hand, but I thought maybe it was related. But then, I'm with you. When I heard on my way home, I was listening to the press conference, and my ears perked up too. It's like, it's just a cramp. Like we sat there for that in a dull crowd of just waiting for this guy to get ready. And thankfully Alex got a hit, but they gotta attack early if it makes sense. Like that's the thing, how they win today's game is if you're gonna attack early and you're gonna have these 5-pitch innings, well, at some point they have to turn into 15 to 20 pitch innings because you're getting hits. Like every time they do these, they keep swinging early. It just feels like they have no success.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it's just that's all bad luck or what's going on, but every time they're not patient as a group for 3 up, 3 down, it's frustrating because they're giving their guy who needed it yesterday, and Framber Valdez, he maybe needed some breathers in
Mhm.
yesterday's game.
Chas McCormick in center field, Jason Hayward in left field for today's game. Interesting to see that. I did think that the at-bats the two of them had in the ninth inning did merit a little bit more playing time. And look, we'll see. We will see what happens in this one. But look, nothing to be concerned about. You're hearing the Astros say all the right things, whether it was Joe Espada saying, hey, we're inches away. We don't give up. Or it's Alex Bregman saying, I feel like this team has been fighting elimination all year. Flush today, come back tomorrow, ready to go, ready to compete, and leave it all on the field. Bregman is absolutely right, said Altuve. We've been in this situation before. It's a must win. But the fact that, like I said before, we've been in this situation, we've been playing all season kind of like that, it can help us a little bit for tomorrow, which is today. And we'll see what happens. You will be able to hear this game right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Question I have for you: where are you at confidence-wise for Astros Tigers game 2? Supremely confident, mostly confident, anxious, or freaking out? And who's most to blame for yesterday's loss? I know a lot of people are pointing at Framber Valdez. I'm pointing out somebody else entirely. Gallant George, stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
And the 0-2. Ground ball right side. Through for a base hit. DeCenzo scores. Moving to second is Bregman. It's an RBI single for Diaz. And the Astros are alive. It's 3-1 Tigers.
I thought they were going to get it done. Right there, I was like, they are inevitable. I'm sitting back, just waiting for it to all come crashing down on the gritty little kitties. And sadly, they weren't able to get it done.
I had to be, team, Coach Joe yesterday.
Coach Joe?
So I had to go to soccer practice.
Okay. What time was soccer practice at?
I left in the 8th, at the end of the 8th.
Oh, Joe,
because I had to get to soccer practice.
Joe, you can't tell people.
I had to. I have responsibilities.
I know. And listen, you're bragging about being a father. It's great. You have a family. It must be nice.
As I'm in the car, I started texting my wife saying, "Hey, you better leave work right now." And I started to turn my car around to try to get back to the stadium. I was like, "No, can't do it. I'm going to get in trouble." But there's no soccer today, so I can stay the whole game.
Family is more important than this job.
Not to Paul, though.
Thank you, Abigail. See, this is how she rises up the totem pole. Kissing that keister, okay? I like this. Now, we do this segment when the Astros lose. I know a lot of people are pointing at Framber Valdez, who was struggling with his command the first 2 innings. I think it was 43 pitches the first 2 innings and 31 pitches in the second inning. Who was the fall guy for yesterday's Astros loss? Hit it.
In a season where anything and everything has gone wrong for the Astros,
not anymore.
There's always one person to blame.
And that has been the case for Henley early on. There is no place to go. There is no place to hide.
Every hero has their own origin story. Every girl that goes on a date with Paul has some level of regret. And every Astros game has a fall guy.
Y'all want to keep rolling like this? Then I need to know who's going to be the fall guy. I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me?
I get it. Framber Valdez has lost his last 4 playoff starts. This was not a good one. And once again, as I struggled to find parking in Lot C, there I was, listening on the radio on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can hear the game in just about an hour and 10 minutes or so. I was hearing Framber have a meltdown in 1 inning. I could only imagine the body language, but I am not putting this one on Framber Valdez. There's one guy who has also been struggling for now a 3rd straight postseason. He struggled during a World Series run, did have some clutch hits, but was hitting around 204. He hit around 150 in last year's playoffs. And yesterday, he had a 2-pitch at bat against Tarek Skubal. A 2-pitch at bat against Tarek Skubal. And then on top of that, a 5-pitch at bat against Tarek Skubal. That's not that bad, right? 2-pitch at bat against the next Tigers pitcher. And we're not talking about Houston-born Joe Vitt. Shout out to him.
Throwing gas.
He looked good. He looked good. Kyle Tucker. Look, if Kyle Tucker wants to get paid, he's got to make things happen in the postseason. And everybody else that you rely on, if you're the Astros, did their job yesterday at least once. Altuve. Jordan, who's apparently playing off of adrenaline, had a couple of hits, including one off the wall.
Man, he almost got thrown out at first because he can't move.
Right, that's true.
That was a tough. That was. Then he said today he had no pain. Okay, big guy.
Listen,
okay.
He's trying his best. He's at least making contact with the
100%.
ball. He had, I think, an exit velocity of 115 miles per hour on the single he hit. And Yainer Diaz got a hit. Kyle Tucker. Come on, man. 0 for 4. I get there were no strikeouts, but I felt like his approach against Skubal was rather reflective of just the Astros' faulty approach yesterday.
I'm with you. He would have been number 1 on my list. So to not double up here, I'll go with the guy I would blame the next. Go Jerry Pena. 3 strikeouts.
Yeah. I mean, they bunted in the 9th, and that was the right move. I know some people criticized that decision, Joe. I thought to myself, I don't trust Jeremy Pena to make contact with the ball in this spot. So Espada made the right move there, I think. They had runners on 2nd and 3rd. I mean, it,
Yeah, I mean, it gave you the chance to win the game for sure. But this is a guy that, How many times this season have we seen Jeremy Pena hit into a double play that ends up not being a double play because he's so fast?
That's true. He does hustle.
But that means they were scared to even have him do that
Mhm.
because he couldn't make contact. And I heard them talking about on the broadcast, like maybe he's not even. I don't know if anyone asked Joe Espada yesterday if that was Pena's decision or if that was a coaching decision. But you've got guys on first and second base, and someone that's so important to your team can't even swing the bat because he looked hopeless in this game. I'm with you. I'm not going to blame Fromber for this. Was it his best start? No. You lost 3-1. This is not Justin Verlander in the 2022 World Series giving up 6 runs to the Phillies. Like, could it have been better? Sure. But because Fromber held tough and when Joe Espada yanked him at the right time, you gave up 3 earned runs. It's on your lineup why you lost this game. And it's Tucker and it's Pena, I would say, to me, are the 2 guiltiest parties in yesterday's game.
That was a frustrating inning from Fromber, no doubt about it, but I'm with you here. No one more than me wants to, once again, pull out my camera and be extremely unprofessional and sing into it. Jeremy Pena did something today. No one wanted to do that more than me. He is my friend. I sang to him once. We made eye contact. It was lovely. I want to see him succeed, and I think he's more of a fall guy too than Fromber. Fromber had a rough inning. He did. He rallied to a degree. Body language wasn't great coming out of the game. I kind of get why they pulled him. I guess you could theoretically use him in game 3, maybe for a little bit if you need to. Blanco did a great job when he came in.
Absolutely.
And I know, Joe, we saw a couple of people doing a little revisionist history here. Hey, why don't the Astros use the guy who was their best pitcher all year, Ronel Blanco, instead of Framber Valdez game 1?
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people, it felt like it was mostly these guys who try to be Texans reporters, and then all of a sudden they start talking about the Astros.
Hey.
Not you. That we're like, why did Blanco not start this game? It's just ridiculous revisionist history because at no point, I mean, Paul, how many times have we had this conversation in the last 3 weeks about your playoff rotation? At no point do I vividly remember, and that's just our show, so there's other people out there, sure, with opinions, but texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, callers, no one's saying Ronel Blanco gets the ball in game 1 over Framber Valdez. If you wanted to make the argument of Blanco being in the rotation, we were having a conversation about maybe it's over Kikuchi. It's Framber Valdez. Okay, I know I said trade him, but he is the best pitcher on this staff this season and what he's done since he put his dreads back on and his confidence.
Yeah, he's been great. I mean, that was the first rough start.
Yeah, like you can't take your ace and someone that's mentally fragile and say you're not getting the ball game 1. He deserved it. He earned it. You can make the argument that Blanco should be getting the ball tomorrow over Kikuchi, but part of the reason why he's also not is because of what he did in yesterday's game. That's his value. Like you brought him in with 2 outs in an inning. Everyone I was sitting around, we were trying to figure out, because you couldn't see well, if it was Abreu coming in, but it was Blanco. He gets out of it. He comes back in the next couple innings, and he was great in this game. So I think Joe Espada's decision-making does not deserve to be questioned at all. The only thing, if you want, I guess you could have yanked Fromber in the second, but he got you. But he didn't give up any more runs after that.
The only thing I'd sort of second guess is Hader in the 9th, but it's a do or die game.
That one, I think we have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think
he better be available for tomorrow. If he needs to go to the bottom, like if he pitches today, because he's got to be in a safe situation, I don't want to hear anything about he's tired, he's unavailable. If he's not available tomorrow and you need him, pitching him yesterday was a disastrous decision. I'm assuming he's available all these games.
I think he'll pitch all 3 games
exactly.
too. I agree with you there. And yeah, we're saying all 3 games. We're pretty confident here. We're pretty confident, but I think that's a good answer. Wait and see. I know my gut reaction was, what?
I was surprised. I was like, is that Hader?
Because I thought to myself, man, the way that they're not hitting, you're putting a lot of faith in Hader. And I mean, does he go 2 innings? You're also putting him in a non-save situation. He doesn't always do great in those. But hey, look, they were inches away from winning this thing. I still feel very confident in the Astros today. I saw a funny text from Eric the driver. He says he's at a 4 on the Nick Cage freak out scale. My question for the people. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Where are you at confidence-wise for Astros Tigers Game 2? Your 4 options are supremely confident, mostly confident, anxious, or freaking out. Which of those 4 are you, Joe? I'm assuming you're mostly confident.
Mostly confident.
Because you got that, you just got that Bears in you.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly confident. Like, you know, I mean, I can't be supremely confident.
You are who you are. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm okay. Your vibes today are good.
Yeah, but there's no freaking out. There's no anxious. It's mostly confident. The only reason why it's not supremely confident is because it's a 3-game series.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's so short, it's so stupid. Like, it should be a 5-game series. If they're gonna make us play in this round, play a real series. 5 games.
I'm supremely confident.
You should be.
But I mean,
you're Paul Gallant.
I'm somebody who still thinks he's good enough at flag football to, win an MVP or something like that. I'm just always
Even Paul
confident.
tried to join my flag football team.
want to.
I was like,
I
do you
want
remember that, Paul?
Yeah, I still want to join.
I'm not in it anymore. We won already.
Oh, well, there's another season, and you know what?
I'll let you know.
You know what Tom Brady says? The next championship, that's the best one. So
okay, so you'll just be there for the championship, not for the
no. I'll be there.
season?
I'll be there for every game. If you want. Sorry to be sacrilegious. If you want flag football God himself on your team, I'm here. I'm here for you. Okay.
Can't we
got
start
it. Hard hands.
Can't we start to DJ Bienemy next Tuesday and tell him that you call yourself flag football god?
Well, listen. Who scored the game-winning touchdown in the game that we played against one another? Oh, it was me. Oh, damn. Anyway, hey guys, it is Gallant George. We got Abigail in for a moving Sean Mapes behind the glass. He is Joe. I am Paul. Up next on this Astros pregame show, you'll be able to hear Astros and Tigers Game 3 later on. First pitch, 1:30-ish. We mentioned Joe Espada decisions, and we don't think Joe Espada is at fault at all for yesterday. But there is I think, great question to be asked that's straight out of the Killer Bees playbook. We'll ask it next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. They are going to double your initial deposit right away. You want to play a little blackjack? Boom! Live dealer. You want to play a little poker? Boom! Live dealer. But you can also bet on Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football. Thursday night, guess what? When you bet, if you lose, they give you your money back. I still have questions about it. I kind of want to talk to them about it, but you know what? Listen, just take advantage of it while you can before they figure out that they're giving you free money. You can also bet on today's Astros game. You're betting on them to win. Come on. Honestly, I'd take the over. Astros are going to score 30-12 runs today. That's not a number, but they're going to do it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And another base hit up the middle. Bierling with a single. Scoring as Roger Sweeney stops at second. And it is 3-0 Tigers.
It was a rough outing for Framber Valdez, but it could have been worse. Ronel Blanco came in. He cleaned things up. And I think it's more on the Astros offense. Particularly, I would point at Kyle Tucker. Tucker, time for a big day today. Let's earn those crowns that you see in right field. King Tuck. I don't like the nickname. I've said this many times. But hey, you know, if you don't like it, then crush the insurgency. Make the idiot yapper, me, shut up. I want that to happen.
Of course, it was Trey Sweeney. All I learned about this kid is apparently he's related to Sydney Sweeney. That's his cousin. I learned that yesterday while I was in the press box. Does it ruin Sydney Sweeney for you that he helped beat the Astros?
No. Listen.
I don't like Sydney Sweeney in general, so it's okay.
Classic girl take. Classic girl take. What? You don't like another pretty woman?
Oh my goodness, Paul. I know you like her.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't? Who doesn't? Come on.
Such a different dynamic on the show, and Sean's not here.
What if there's a press conference and he's up? Should I ask? Should I hey, Sydney, what's the deal? Is she engaged? Is she not? Just asking a question.
Like, hey, handsome man here. Flag football.
I'm not going to say that.
Flag football.
I'm not going to say that.
Single man over here.
Single man with a cat. I'm going to bring the magazine in.
Does Sydney like cats?
That's a great question.
Clubhouse might be.
You know what? That might be the question I asked.
Does Sydney like the gritty kitties? I still get what they call it. You can't lose to a team.
Hey, Sydney, I've got a gritty kitty. That sounds so gross. That sounds so gross.
You just became more creepy. Oh my goodness.
Well, listen, you just got to lean into it at a certain point, right? Like once you start getting grays in your hair, that's where it happens.
Yeah,
you just become creepy.
You just got to go all
in. Become a weirdo. I'm turning into Granada overnight. What can I say? All right, guys. The Astros are down 1-0 in this series. You'll hear game number 2 this afternoon right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The first pitch is, of course, at 1:30. We're going to be rolling out to the ballpark, and we'll be there. You want to say hi? Say you challenged me to mutual combat on Facebook. I will be in center field at some point during the game if you want to say hi. I like to say hi to the people. Two of our friends were there in our typical rally spot. They were asking where you were, Joe, so you might have to make a lap with me.
Of course.
We might have to go.
That sounds great.
And might be bringing you as security just in case.
But, yeah. All 5'6" of me.
Well, you played rugby, okay? You played rugby.
That's true.
Strong.
That's true.
Sturdy center.
And look, if anyone knows about conflicts, I know about conflicts.
That's true. You do it
because I made sure to shake hands with the man I called a clown yesterday.
Oh, that's true. Jeremy Booth.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Jeremy Booth, who I enjoy, Jeremy Booth.
Same.
Is a baseball analyst for KHOU. I love the guys at KHOU, Jason, Zach as well. He has been raising this point all year, and he brought it up on our show. And I don't want to go all killer bees here, speaking of conflict resolution that Joe has to deal with from time to time. I'm going to talk about the lineup for a second. I'm intrigued and wondering if the lineup, the way that it's being constructed, is the right way to go. Jeremy Booth brought this up. When Alex Bregman bats second, the Astros are 42-24. When Kyle Tucker or Yordan Alvarez hit second, the Astros, after yesterday, are 40-44. I suppose it's more complicated than wins and losses, but that is a striking difference. Alex Bregman was your best hitter yesterday. And if Alex Bregman is batting cleanup, are you not giving him less at-bats? And I know some of this has to do with Yordan and his injury that he's fighting through. But Kyle Tucker in the playoffs last year struggled. Kyle Tucker is also not 100%. Shouldn't you have Altuve batting first and Bregman batting second?
I mean, because sometimes it is about wins. Like, Look at this. Look at these numbers: 42 and 44, and Bregman bats second.
It clearly works.
40 and 44 when it's Tucker, Yordan Alvarez. I mean, I think that's too much of a sample size to ignore. Now they ignored it. They clearly don't agree.
Lineup is the same today at the top of the order. You have Altuve leading off, Kyle Tucker hitting second, Yordan third, Alex Bregman in the cleanup role, Yainer Diaz fifth, Victor Caratini sixth, Jeremy Pena seventh.
Now, my guess is the reasoning behind this is that whether it's Tucker's struggles or whatever, that Joe Espada thinks having Alex Bregman behind Yordan Alvarez just gives him enough protection. That you can't pitch around Yordan Alvarez to get to Yainer Diaz. But we saw that when Alex Bregman was hurt, when he had the elbow gremlins, when Kyle Tucker was hurt, when they both were out, and it was Alvarez then Yainer, what would we see? We were seeing teams walk Yordan Alvarez, pitch around him, and then Yainer, I think, the Boston Red Sox series comes to mind, where Yainer, I think he hit one over the monster when they did that. So the fact that you're at the end of the day, you're 1 through 5 with Altuve, Tucker, Alvarez, Bregman, Diaz. It's inexcusable for them to not put up runs. I don't totally care about the order as much because of how much talent there is. Overcome. Be who you think you're supposed to be. You want a $300 million contract, Kyle Tucker? Prove it to me. Yainer Diaz, you want a contract? You want to be paid early like Dana Brown was doing in Atlanta? Prove it to me. Alex Bregman, you want a contract here? Prove it to me. Now he has, of the guys that I've mentioned. But, that's where I don't care as much, because Kyle Tucker needs to show up.
Yep.
At this point, it almost doesn't matter where you put in the order, because he's either going to get into a double play or get an out with Altuve on there, or he's going to do it when he's batting fourth.
If you're going to go down, give me the kind of at-bat that Chas McCormick had. Give me the kind of at-bats that Yainer Diaz had. You had some really good at-bats yesterday. There are a couple of times where guys worked their way back from being down 0-2 to a full count, drawing walks. Bregman did it as well. You needed that. And in a game where AJ Hinch has said it's going to be chaos, you're just going to be getting arm after arm after arm. You gotta get to these arms as quick as you can. You're going up against bullpen guys. These are generally people that don't have the same kind of stamina that a starter has. Okay, you get that person flustered, and all of a sudden they're throwing a bazillion miles an hour and they're not in the rhythm. That could be where you take advantage of it. So I'd like a little more patience at the plate, and it starts with Kyle Tucker, who had 3 2-pitch outs yesterday. I can deal with an 0-for-4 day if the at-bats are productive. But if you're not even getting Tariq Skubal closer to being out of the game, then I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's the outs are one thing. That's where with Pena too. They're non-productive outs. He proved who he was yesterday. He's winning the Cy Young, and he embarrassed most of the lineup throughout the day. It was totally uncompetitive. I do really like what Joe Espada did with the lineup today, though, with that, with Myers and Dubon not having great days.
Get out of here!
Yeah. But Chaz, what did they say? He had taken an at-bat since September 10th.
That was a great at-bat.
Yeah.
I was stunned. I thought for sure it was going to be done. I did not think that he would figure out how to get on base. I was just waiting for the inevitable
100%
flail and miss. Good for him. I'm happy for him.
And then Hayward, another great at-bat. So I think it makes sense to reward those guys.
I agree.
And put them in the lineup.
It's something Espada's done a lot of this year. He rewards play in the short term, and we'll see. But in the other dugout, AJ Hinch is the manager of the Detroit Tigers, and I miss him. I miss him in particular because in the press conference yesterday, a couple of times he referenced the Astros crowd and how tough it was, and I was thinking to myself, that was not a great crowd yesterday. And again, it's a 1:30 game. I understand it. So I asked AJ Hinch this question.
You mentioned a little bit ago the loudest crowd in baseball. I'm sure the people here love to hear that. Did you get any flashbacks to your time here once things livened up in the 9th inning?
Not during the 9th inning. I listen, I can reflect back after the game, but I'm pretty locked in when I manage. So no real room for sentimental emotions. We're trying to get to the 27th out. I'm in a completely different dugout. I'm wearing this uniform. I don't need to relive my time here. I live here. I hear about it all the time. Every time I come back, it is a topic, and I appreciate the support that I get, even on a tough day, for fans to cheer for me because I'm in the opposing dugout as the opposing manager. But
Direct answer to your question is I'm pretty locked in the ninth inning and not worrying about my past.
A bunch of people said that was a savage answer. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I enjoyed the answer from AJ Hinch because he's going to say all the things that he's supposed to say. It's about the players. I'm focused on the team. There has to be a part of him deep down that wants to stick it to Jim Crane for not having his back.
100%.
Because look at the Red Sox with Alex Cora. Cora's back. Hinch doesn't get to come back. And again, Dusty Baker came in. He continued the things the way that they were. But Hinch seemed to take issue with what was going on. He didn't do enough to stop it. What was he supposed to do?
Hey, he literally took down televisions and smashed
Right.
them.
Like he did some. He just didn't do, I guess, more. I don't know what more necessarily would have entailed. So I know for some people watching this, and also with the way that people are viewing Jim Crane now, obviously we all want the Astros to win, but I imagine there are some who are thinking, well, if the Astros have to lose to anyone, to lose to AJ Hinch, not the worst thing, especially if it's him sticking it to Jim Crane.
Yeah, because it's
Crane should have had his back more.
Oh, I agree.
I think
he was embarrassed of what had happened to his franchise and that the other owners, like the way that they were upset with him.
I can get Luno being made the fall guy. I totally can. Seems like everybody was sort of in agreement there. But I don't know. I've been watching this Vince McMahon documentary, and I've been seeing a couple of moments in it where people took the fall. I think it was Shawn Michaels took the fall for something that Vince had endorsed. Sometimes guys get shafted when they did what they were told, and I'm not a fan of that. And I felt like Hinch did enough. And seeing him up there and just remembering, what a part of this community he was, even if we do have issues with what happened in the 2019 World Series, I'm not going to lie, I had a little bit of nostalgia. Missed the guy.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy.
I miss AJ too. I loved talking to him when I got the opportunity to, when he first came back to Houston with Detroit after he got hired. And it's not that I don't think Joe Espada's doing a great job, but I'm with you. I don't think they ever should have fired AJ Hinch. He should have been suspended for a year, and Espada should have run the team for a year, and then AJ should have took the team back over. And they didn't do that. And instead, yesterday I got to walk beside. I didn't talk to him because he looked real cranky, a little pouty Jim Crane, I would say. As he's walking into his suite, I looked over and it's like, oh, it's Jim. He's just angry looking. He's just walking down.
I want him to see me. I have a bone to pick with him about these. First off,
did you try it?
No, because I couldn't find it. So that the Haterade drink is apparently only available in section 128. I asked my sources around the ballpark. I have sources. Okay, they're bartenders. Tip your bartenders, everybody. These bartenders told me they're only available in section 128. They also told me people don't like them. These are $36 drinks. Guess how much the El Tiempo margarita now costs?
18?
$29. Again, it hits the spot.
$29.
How
many did you buy?
One frozen margarita. Oh. And again, El Tiempo, those things hit you. They hit you well.
You didn't finesse the system?
No, Abigail. I mean, and I can't blame this on Joe Biden. I'm blaming this on Jim Crane.
Yeah, I mean,
okay?
I heard the beer prices were up too.
It's playoff prices. I get it. But hey, the air conditioning barely works. It was stuffy in there. And on top of that, everything's more expensive. They better resign everybody.
I mean, at this point,
they better resign everybody. I get it. They got the highest payroll in baseball. You better resign everybody, Jimbo. I'm calling you Jimbo.
They need to drop the prices to get those people to wake up. D+.
Yeah, not a fan.
Great for fans yesterday.
And yet, I will definitely be buying either a $29 El Tiempo margarita today and or a Haterade for $5,000 and my firstborn son.
The hard part is that if you don't like it, it's such an investment. Like it's a lot of money. If you don't like the drink, that's why I would stick with the
ultimate. No. Listen, we got to change things up. The Rally margarita didn't work. Okay,
that's true. It didn't. It got close.
It hasn't worked. It's over the last 2 times I've used it. I broke a month of being sober entirely. So why? I could do a little margarita for you, the people, and look where it got me. Back into alcoholism. Now my family won't even talk to me.
We're going to try the Haterade now?
My cat's ashamed of me. Yeah, we're going to try the Haterade now.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyway, Gallant George, he's Joe. I am Paul. Coming up next, some final thoughts before game number 2 between the Astros and Tigers. Hunter Brown's on the hill. Is that the right call? Stick around First, Joe.
Yes, want to talk to you about LaBerge. Lake Charles would be there on the 13th to do a show from the bullpen from 10 a.m. to noon, leading into the NFL action that Sunday. Can't wait to get back out there. ESPN Bet at LaBerge, Lake Charles. Great time to go there and watch college football, NFL, playoff, and hopefully the Astros, they will continue the playoff run here, and we can all go out and watch some, maybe some ALCS games at some point in October, or some World Series games in October in Lake Charles. But they got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks. You can use the ESPN Bet app while you're there as well. So any way you want to bet, it's super, super easy to do. The food's great. Chef Lyle is money. His wings, I love going there for the wings. He's got the hot honey sriracha. That's my go-to now every single time I go. So when you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Hunter was starting game 2 from a long time ago. He never told you guys that. So he's one of the best starters in the game. He's been one of the best pitchers in the second half. So that was a no-brainer for me.
I was surprised hearing Joe Espada say that. We weren't 100% sure who they were going to start for game 2. Chandler Rome asked the question. He said it was going to be Hunter Brown. A little bit later, he was asked why. That's what he had to say. One of the best starting pitchers in the game. I did not expect that.
Why didn't he get the ball in game 1, Paul?
Okay, let's not go too far. But I was surprised hearing that.
Yeah.
If they feel that makes total sense. This is a big game for him.
He is, this year, he's pitched 12 innings, and he's only given up 1 earned run against the Detroit Tigers. So
his hometown team.
Yes. So kind of, it can be like that really cool story moment for him. 16 strikeouts in these 12 innings. So he's striking out over a guy an inning at this point when he's faced the Tigers. And it is a different team. Like they're hot. Like they are playing much better. You don't have the dreads of Javier Baez in this lineup like I'm sure they did when Hunter Brown faced him the last 2 times. But I'm excited to see him on the mound today. And it's always cool like we can face like your childhood team. And then in this moment, I trust him. Like I am at the point where I trust Hunter Brown. Hopefully he proves me right that he can be what he was in the regular season and the postseason, and he doesn't get those jitters. But he just doesn't seem like one of those guys that ever wavers in confidence. So I'm excited to see what he can do today against the Tigers.
I want to trust Hunter Brown. I am definitely, though, I'll believe it when I see it in a situation like this.
Mm-hmm.
Do or die, postseason, facing elimination, the earliest you've faced elimination since Game 5 of the 2019 ALDS against the Tampa Bay Rays. After your first defeat in a postseason opener since Game 1 of the 2001 National League Divisional Series against the Atlanta Braves. They were 11-0 in the first game of a best-of-5 or best-of-3 series since 2004. 3-0 all-time in the wild card round. Really impressive number. It was bound to end sooner or later. And that's why I feel that just like the Astros had an anomaly yesterday in Game 1 of a postseason series that's early on, I feel like if anyone's going to change things from where we've been since the dawn of the new wild card system, where the team that wins Game 1 of a series wins the series every single time.
Yep.
Game 1 winner is 8-0. The Astros, if any team's going to do it, if any team's going to break that, it's the Astros. And that's why I feel, I feel not somewhat confident. I'm not freaking out. I feel supremely confident that they're going to get a win today.
If there's it shows you they've already made history this year once. So why not do it again?
Hell yeah.
They're already a team. The team to overcome a 10-game deficit the fastest it's ever happened and get back into first place in their division is the Houston Astros. They did it in less than 30 games. And then now they can make history again this series. And you're right. If there's anyone that's going to do it, you believe in the Astros. You believe in the Astros that didn't deserve to be in the playoffs in 2020 that made it to Game 7 of the ALCS because of the expanded playoffs. A team that's come back from major deficits before. I believe in the Houston Astros.
I do too.
Astros win 7-2.
Okay, 7-2. Well, listen. These are the times that try men's souls. I think an American patriot said that once. Which one? I don't know.
What was the quote?
Don't care. Because the only Patriots that I care about, now that Tom Brady's no longer a New England Patriot, are the Houston Astros, who are Patriots for the city of Houston. Each town, hold it down. We're going to need a higher energy level today for those who do come to the park.
Please.
I get it. Yesterday, I get it. I do get it. I'm never going to tell fans how to fan unless it's an elimination game against a team that you're better than. You got to help them out with the buzz. I understand we arrive late, fashionably late. It's cool. Okay? I'm not going to fault you for that. But big moments, you got to be on your feet. 9th inning, that was a start. We're going to need that all game today.
Yeah, they need to be louder throughout the game because until the 9th inning, the only time they were loud was when they were booing the third base umpire because of check swings.
Yep. And the mound visit.
Did get annoyed. Oh, yeah. And they booed Scooble loudly.
They should have. He had cramps. I mean, listen,
soft boy.
People deal with them, but to stop and get 2 warm-up pitches after cramps, it'd be one thing if you had like possible Tommy John issue or something like that. For cramp, come on.
Get some mustard or a banana. You're fine.
I wonder how much the mustard costs at Minute Maid Park. $500. The El Tiempo margaritas are $28. Anyway, hey, guys, positive vibes. Go Astros. You'll hear the game in half an hour right here. They got pregame coming up next. For Abigail, for Joe, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Go Stros.